Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. We are going to have a very active afternoon and evening with a likely severe weather outbreak and potentially even a tornado outbreak this afternoon and evening. And we are already beginning off hot with our first tornado warning of the day in the Ohio Valley and Midwest. This one begins us near Urbana in Illinois. This is a very populated area. The population density here is well over 50,000, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 170,000 people are included in this tornado warning. This is an area that we just covered about a week and a half back when we had a small scale little severe weather outbreak. And so we are now talking about a tornado warning here for those in Urbana, Philo, and just to the north of Villa Grove. This also includes Champaign. This is embedded in a line of thunderstorms. We have a tight area of rotation right now near Highway 57, tracking towards Savoy and the south side of Champaign. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. As this storm continues to track to the northeast, it is producing a significant risk as well for damaging winds, as we have a Boeing segment that is currently tracking to the northeast. So we are anticipating damaging winds even if there is not a tornado, but we are anticipating a potential here for a tornado as this approaches the south side of Champaign. Just a few moments ago, we had a pretty good area here of convergence, very strong rotation right near Interstate 57, and it is now currently over Tolano and will be approaching Savoy over the next few minutes, and it will eventually track towards Interstate 74. So again, seek shelter if you are in Champaign, get away from windows again on the lowest floor possible. This storm is going to be capable of producing a tornado. Now, currently, we do have multiple tornado watches in place, and this is all going along with the severe weather that we are starting to see ramp up. And this is one of multiple rounds of severe weather.
A new tornado warning has been issued
That are in the forecast for today. We now have another tornado warning in Mississippi. Let's hop to that first. So brand new tornado warning has just been issued down in Mississippi. This is going to be back over on the storm near Biloxi. So not even close to our main tornado risk for today, but they have just issued a new tornado warning north of Moss Point and Gadier, moving to the east-northeast towards Highway 63. So this is going to be going towards Three Rivers and Wade. So seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning as that storm continues to move east. But overall, we do have tornado watches now in effect for a large chunk of the Ohio Valley and the Midwest, and this goes all the way until the late afternoon and early evening. The tornado watch that we currently have in place for Indiana and Illinois goes until 7 o'clock Central Time, with multiple tornadoes possible, damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, and then large to very large hail are also going to be a possibility. Right now, we have a line of thunderstorms that is forming just east of Bloomington and Decatur, and this over the next couple of hours will be pushing into western Indiana with numerous to widespread damaging winds and embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms as it pushes towards areas like Indianapolis, Fishers, Logansport, Fort Wayne, and as well as South Bend. We even have a tornado watch that was issued only about 20 minutes ago for those in Chicago, Aurora, South Bend, and also in southwestern Michigan, where we are expecting the potential for a few tornadoes in addition to some numerous to widespread damaging winds. Storms are also beginning to fire off across southern and eastern Missouri. We have actually a storm that is just west of West Plains in southern Missouri that is becoming a little bit more organized. Storm Runner Media on the bottom right of your screen, he is actually near this storm right now, and it's going to be tracking over Highway 63 over the next several minutes. I would anticipate this being mainly a hail risk for now, but there is a chance that it does become tornadic as it moves into a more favorable environment over the next couple of hours, going towards Mountain View, Birch Tree, and also Winona in southern Missouri. We also have some storms in and around the St. Louis area, a couple of which are severe just east of Rolla and west of Frederickstown. We do have a couple of severe storms that are now firing off near the Verbinnen area, or Verbinnen area, going towards Potosi. This is where we're watching for quarter-sized hail and also 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, again, currently moving to the east-northeast. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning that we have in Illinois. Once again, if you are just tuning in, they have issued a tornado warning for those in Urbana and Philo. This is a storm that is rotating. Again, it's a little area of rotation that we have inside of the line of thunderstorms, a little Boeing segment here. We did have a little bit better of an inflow just a few minutes ago, but that's been cut off, so I think the tornado potential with this is a little bit lower. If we go over to the storm relative velocities, you'll notice the strongest area of rotation right now is over in Savoy. So near Savoy, Illinois, it is currently approaching Mira and Deer. So this is on the south side of Champaign. So if you are in this warning, again, seek shelter and get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm, not just because of the tornado potential, but we also have a considerable risk for damaging winds. Up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds are possible in Coles, Cumberland, Douglas, and Champaign counties here in eastern Illinois. And again, this will all be pushing towards Terre Haute, Danville, Westville, and Georgetown over the next hour or so, with numerous to widespread damaging winds. So it's a good idea if you're anywhere in these areas that you are staying away from windows. Now, today is anticipated to be a very long day. We're not just talking about severe weather in a low facet like yesterday. Obviously, we went live yesterday. Not much happened. There was some hail, there was some wind, but there wasn't anything crazy. But today is very different. We are talking about over 100 million people in the track of severe weather, stretching from the Gulf Coast all the way back into the Great Lakes. Believe it or not, Michigan today is dealing with both an ice storm and also an enhanced risk of severe weather, which is actually crazy. There's over 150,000 people without power currently in northern Michigan due to an ice storm, and there will also be significant severe weather this afternoon for areas like Detroit and Kalamazoo, where scattered to numerous damaging winds are going to be possible. But today's risk is very elevated. This is a day that you want to make sure that you are taking seriously, as we are anticipating a severe weather outbreak across the Ohio Valley, the Mid-South, and also back down towards the Gulf Coast. Today's risk for severe weather has increased when it comes to our wind threat. We do have a 45% chance of damaging winds within a 25-mile radius for those in southern Michigan, all of Indiana, western Ohio, and also into the Tennessee Valley, where numerous to widespread damaging winds are in the forecast for today. You're definitely going to want to make sure, if you're under any warnings today, that you are staying away from windows and probably on the lowest floor possible at the minimum, as there will be trees that are falling down, there will be power lines that fall down due to how strong the winds are going to be today across the entire Ohio Valley and also back into the deep south. Keep in mind that we are anticipating strong tornadoes today. This is an actual risk that we'll be dealing with today. Strong and even long track tornadoes are a much stronger possibility compared to yesterday in southern Indiana, southern Illinois, and also into the Tennessee Valley, where we could be talking about several tornadoes, and some of those could even be long tracked or even strong. Also, we might have a tornado in progress in Mississippi. Let's go to Mississippi. We have a tight area of rotation, and yes, we do. So we now have a tornado on the ground near the Van Cleve area of Mississippi. So if you are in this warning, you need to be in your safe place. We now have a debris signature just west of Van Cleve. This has just dropped over the last couple of minutes. A little bit of a small little tornado right now near Jim Ramsey Road. So just west of Van Cleve, Mississippi. Let's see what we got here. But this is on Jim Ramsey Road. And it is currently, actually, this might be hitting the fire department. There is the West Jackson County Fire Department right here. So the fire department might be taking a hit here from this tornado. But this is definitely a tornado. This is at least our second tornado, by the way, of the day, just for those that are wondering. This is now our second one. We actually had one before we went live. It was a brief tornado that was unwarned. But we now have a tornado in progress just west of Van Cleve in Mississippi. Again, currently hitting areas like the West Jackson County Fire Department. The MTL Extreme Brush Cutting Building is right here as well, and there's also a Bow Wows. I'm not sure what that is, but there's a Bow Wows building, and the Veterans of Foreign Wars is also in this area near the Fox Ridge Drive. But again, tornado currently crossing Jim Ramsey Road over the next few minutes. And for those that are wondering, Van Cleve is an unincorporated community in southern Mississippi, but that is currently where we're at here on this tornado. Also, this is not far from the DG Market. There's also the Jackson County Road Department and the Simply Seafood and Catering that are near where this tornado is. So there's actually a lot of different locations here. Latest radar scan still showing a tornado here. It's actually moving more to the northeast right now. They may have to issue a new tornado warning, but this is going to be tracking right up. I don't see the road name on here, but it's going to be tracking up John Smith Road. So this tornado now is going right up John Smith Road near Van Cleve in Mississippi. All right, the tornado warning has just been upgraded.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We're already off to a hot start. This tornado has been upgraded to confirmed here in Jackson County in Mississippi. Again, confirmed tornado near Jim Ramsey Road. It's going to be tracking right up John Smith Road. And currently tracking to the north. Velocities are still pretty tight here, indicating that we still have a tornado in progress. Notice how the velocities initially, this was tracking more in this direction. And this is the unpredictability in some points of tornadoes. This tornado in particular looks like it's tracking directly east-northeast, and it's going to go right over here. But keep in mind, tornadoes change directions a lot, and you can literally see that in real time on radar. It actually turned more to the northeast just over the last couple of minutes, which is why these tornado warning polygons, in a lot of cases, are so much larger and a lot more thick than, you know, just having a straight line, because tornadoes do change directions a lot. In this environment near the Gulf Coast, we already had a drunknado about an hour ago that really just quickly turned going from east, and it turned all the way back to going west. It was a very interesting little phenomenon, and I'll try to show that later in the stream if we get a chance. But basically, this tornado is doing something similar. It began moving a bit more east, and it's now turning a little bit more off to the north. So again, it's going right now up John Smith Road in just west of Van Cleve, and it will be going and impacting a few areas. There are a few homes in the track of this on John Smith Road. It is approaching Double Still Road, and it's also near Jim's Place, which is another road, just southeast of Bluff Creek Hunting Camp, just outside of Van Cleve. I'll have another radar scan in a second, but pretty strong area of convergence still. Definitely a tornado still in progress. It's been on the ground for about 5 or 6 minutes now. This is very similar to the tornado that we had earlier, just west of Mobile, Alabama. And there's even a little lightning strike that's just popped up. All right, here's the latest radar scan. I'm going to go back to Illinois in a second, and then we'll go back down here after that. And also Indiana, because storms are quickly firing off there. We still do have a tornado warning for Champaign County in Illinois. If you are in Champaign County, continue to stay in your safe place. Yeah, a lot more lightning starting to pop up. You can see the lightning detection. We're starting to get a lot more lightning strikes. All right, so the latest radar scan still showing our tornado right over John Smith Road, west of Van Cleve, Mississippi. We still have a sizable debris signature. Again, it's not a huge tornado. It's not anything like what we saw from like the March 14th or 15th tornado outbreak, but it is definitely a tornado here. It's probably going to be on the weaker side of things, but it is a tornado. It's going to be producing some damage, perhaps lifting up some tree branches, maybe even parts of trees and maybe some small parts of buildings there on John Smith Road. And once again, this is tracking directly to the north, and it will be approaching a few different homes near Double Still Road over the next few minutes. We do have a storm also east of Mobile, Alabama that we've been watching some rotation on. Look at this right here, near Gateswood in southern Alabama. We actually have a little bit of convergence beginning near Highway 112 near Gateswood. So that's pretty interesting stuff right there. Okay, this is a big deal. This is a big deal. So we just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center back over in northeast Arkansas, western Tennessee, western Kentucky, and southeastern Missouri. This is not something you see very often. Again, this is not far off from the wording that we had even with the March 14th or 15th severe tornado outbreak that we had. Now, again, it's not going to be the same thing, but we are still talking about strong and long track tornadoes this afternoon and evening. But they have mentioned that an increasing threat for storm development, including discrete supercells, is expected this afternoon. So again, if you are anywhere in this region, be prepared for the potential for strong and even long track tornadoes. Notice their most probable peak intensity guidance here. We have a potential for tornadoes as intense as EF3, even potentially EF4 type tornadoes in this region this afternoon and evening. So again, intense to potentially violent tornadoes are in play. We could have hail as large as the size of apples, and damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour will be possible. So again, very significant risk of severe weather is shaping up right now across the Mississippi River Valley, as storms are already beginning to fire, but this one in particular that we are beginning to watch now near West Plains might become more of a concern here pretty soon. But yeah, that's pretty strong wording. Keep in mind that we do have a tornado watch already in effect. We have two different ones. We have one near Chicago and South Bend that goes until 7 o'clock Central Time, and we have another one across central and southern Indiana and southern central Illinois, also until 5 o'clock for a few tornadoes numerous to widespread damaging winds, and also large to very large hail. We still have a tornado warning in effect for Urbana, which is in Champaign County, for another 15 minutes. However, the rotation with this storm has moved outside of the tornado warning. It's now near Interstate 74, so it is no longer in the warning. But if you're in Danville, be ready at least for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. There is still a tornado possible label on this segment of storms, which means we could see an embedded tornado in this line of thunderstorms as it continues to push to the east-northeast.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have yet again another confirmed tornado warning, but this one is on the same storm in Jackson County, Mississippi. A tight couplet right now on John Smith Road in southern Mississippi near Double Still Road. And there's your new tornado warning. It's going to be tracking up Highway 57 over the next 15 to 20 minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is a dangerous storm that is currently tracking to the north-northeast. It has been producing a tornado for several minutes. It's been on the ground for about 10 minutes now, and it is still producing the potential here for some damage as it continues to track up John Smith Road. So John Smith Road, you are in the track of this, just west of Van Cleve in Mississippi. The debris signature right now is right over that roadway. We'll be tracking up towards Highway 57. I don't think there's any town locations in this warning. I'm just going to double check. I don't think we have any like actual towns here. Yeah, it's about 783 people that are included in this warning for Jackson County. So, but no actual locations, just west of Van Cleve once again. Let's check in with Storm Runner Media here for just a moment. Storm Runner Media is currently on the storm back over in southern Missouri. So this is what it looks like right now with Storm Runner Media. They have that storm that's currently producing $half-sized hail. You can see the big rain shaft there in the background. This is a storm right now that's not tornadic, but in probably about 30 minutes to an hour, it is possible that it does become more tornadic. I think it's going to stay as a hailstorm for now.
There's an observe tag down in southern Mississippi.
But eventually this should become a more significant storm as it continues to track east. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on that cell. Again, this is the one near Willow Springs and Mountain View, going towards Birch Tree and eventually towards Winona. I just want to point this out. For later today, we're going to have a lot of time to talk about the forecast, especially when we have some breaks in the action. But later today, again, is going to be, I think, very significant. I think we're talking about, again, a full-fledged severe weather outbreak, potentially even a tornado outbreak as well. These are your tornado parameter values, and the reason why I'm showing you this is it gives you an idea of how significant our tornado risk will be. And so this is right around 3 o'clock, and notice how the values across the board are very low. All the grays and greens, those are typically just low-end values for tornadoes. But look how it really starts to spike as we get closer to 7 and 8 o'clock across the Mississippi River Valley into Kentucky and Tennessee. I do think that if we get any discrete supercells this afternoon, we are going to have a pretty good chance at least seeing a few long-tracked and even strong tornadoes across the Tennessee Valley and even in the lower Ohio Valley. So make sure that you are ready for severe weather today. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. Have a tornado action plan ready to go as well. It is going to be a very busy day. Again, I can't really compare this to March 14th or 15th. They are entirely different days, but the similarities when it comes to our severe weather threat here today compared to like May 26th of 2024, there are some similarities. It's not the same exact event, but nonetheless, we are still talking about significant severe weather that is in the forecast for today. And my radar is broken by the looks of it. All right, let me go to Storm Runner Media here for a second
Areas.
and fix that.
Maybe never mind.
Okay. It is now fixed. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we do have a confirmed tornado that has been in progress just southeast of Lohr, west of Van Cleve in southern Mississippi. At this point, it looks like that this tornado is occluding, so I don't think this is in progress anymore, but it's a good idea to continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this warning. In case we do see this recycle again over the next several minutes. Again, that is going right up towards Highway 57. A little over 700 people are in that tornado warning. One storm that I'm getting a little bit more concerned about is the one east of Mobile, Alabama. This is near the Florida and Alabama border. We have an area of convergence coming together right now. Strong area of winds going both away and towards the radar. Not anything tight as of right now, but this may get tornado warned here soon near Gatesville. Do have a little bit of an inflow as well coming in from the southeast side of the storm near Bay Springs, Tennell, and just south of Enon, and it'll eventually go towards Malino, Barth, and the Century areas here in the western Florida panhandle. So again, the tornado risk down here near the Gulf Coast, it's not really that high, but it is a bit more elevated here just over the next couple of hours. So we'll be keeping a close eye on it. Again, we've already had 2 tornadoes so far, and we'll probably have some more to come here. All right, back over into southern Missouri. We are beginning to see a couple supercells firing off again. We've had the one near West Plains ongoing for the last several minutes, approaching Mountain View. We have another cell that is now popping up just south of Sherrill. So a new supercell is developing. And I do think, again, that we are going to continue to see an uptick of severe weather just over the next couple of hours in southeastern Missouri. So make sure that you're staying weather aware. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning just south of St. Louis. This is a big upgrade. We're now up to golf ball sized hail for those in Potosi, DeSoto, near Highway 70 or 67 north of Farmington. So again, golf ball sized hail currently tracking to the northeast near Potosi. 67 will be in the track of it. Bonneterre and Somerset are also in the path of that significant hailstorm. We even have a severe storm just outside of St. Louis right now near O'Fallon and Collinsville that is currently producing some 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and hail that is under the size of quarters, which is currently tracking to the northeast. Hayden, are there any cameras looking at that storm? I can't really tell. There's a lot of cameras there. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Marshall, Paris, just west of Terre Haute. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. The tornado warning that was in effect for those near Urbana has been canceled, so we no longer have any tornado warnings in Illinois, but we do have a huge swath of damaging winds that is currently forming in eastern Illinois. It will be moving into western Indiana over the next half hour, eventually going towards Lafayette, Indianapolis, Fishers, and Logansport over the next hour to hour and 30 minutes. And if you have any loose line items, you might want to bring those inside. If you have any trampolines, definitely make sure you're hatching those down as well. Also, we've had some confirmed damaging wind reports already. A 63-mile-per-hour wind gust has been reported in Urbana. That is according to a Mesonet station, which is about 748 feet off the ground, so that might be more of the upper-level winds. We also had a 68-mile-per-hour wind gust reported at Willard Airport. So that is on the south side of Champaign. And then in Philo, Illinois, there was also a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust near the surface and a 55-mile-per-hour wind gust in Tolono. So we do have a little bit of an area again here of significant damaging winds. It is turning into a more numerous to widespread risk right now in eastern Illinois. And we're also starting to see storms firing up even around the Chicago suburbs. We actually have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect near Gurnee, Round Lake Beach, and Algonquin for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So the severe weather is now beginning to increase in coverage in the Chicago suburbs. But we're currently up to 12 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, we have one confirmed tornado warning near the Gulf Coast. The severe thunderstorm warning for those in Urbana, Georgetown, and Westville and Danville was upgraded again to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So this is once again a considerable damage threat near Interstate 74. So this is going to be for later today. I just showed you guys this a second ago, but just to give you a little bit better of an indication.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we just got a new tornado warning. We'll go to that in a second. I do want to show you guys this, though. This is, again, the tornado parameter values, and this gives you a better color scheme. So notice by right around 7 to 8 o'clock this evening, we have very high values when it comes to our significant tornado parameter values. So we are expecting, again, a more elevated tornado risk from southern Indiana and southwest Ohio back into the lower Mississippi River Valley. So any discrete supercells that we have later this afternoon or even in the early evening hours will be capable of producing the threat for strong and even long-track tornadoes. Again, the setup for today is not the same as what we had in the middle of March about a couple weeks back on March 14th and 15th, but we are going to be seeing significant damaging winds in a very large area, and then also the potential for some strong and long track tornadoes. I still think the greatest risk for that will be right in this region here. So if you're just south of St. Louis, near Cape Girardeau, Clarksville, Bowling Green, Memphis, Jackson, Nashville, or Jonesboro, these are the areas that I do think are most significant threat for tornadoes will be this afternoon and also into the evening hours. And keep in mind that this severe weather risk continues even into the overnight hours and even into tomorrow. It's going to be a long threat. Like, the severe weather is literally not going to stop over the next 24 hours. We're going to have severe weather at any given point, essentially, between now all the way through tomorrow evening. So it's going to be about a 36-hour stretch of consistent severe weather anywhere from the Ohio Valley and Midwest back to the East Coast. All right, so our new tornado warning has been issued for those in Wade, Three Rivers, and Old Americus, and Big Point in southern Mississippi. We actually are seeing a little mesocyclone handoff. So we had a tornado about 10 minutes ago just west of Van Cleve. It was on the ground for about 10 minutes or so near the John Smith Road. And now we have a new one that's attempting to form on the northwest side of Van Cleve near Highway 57. We do not have a debris signature as of right now, but the velocities are coming together. A strong area now of convergence that is going to be moving towards Wade and Three Rivers. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. If you are in Jackson County in Mississippi, once again, north of Moss Point, it's rural areas of Jackson County near Highway 63. And if a tornado does drop, it will be approaching the Blueberry Heaven, Spring Lake Berry Farm, Magnolia Baptist Church, the River Road walking track. There's also the Wallace Small Engine Repair Store. Old River Road will be in the track of this. Bruce's Firewood and Gulf Coast Leak Detection and Pool Company are also in the track of this. Okay, so we are now getting a report that this is a confirmed tornado via the Van Cleve, Mississippi firefighters. So according to the firefighters, this is actually a confirmed tornado near Highway 57 on the northwest side of Van Cleve.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And that has now been officially confirmed. We now have officially another tornado in progress in Jackson County in Mississippi, heading towards Wade and Three Rivers. This is, again, a confirmed tornado via emergency management, according to the Jackson County firefighters. Again, law enforcement confirmed tornado here. This is moving northeast at about 15 miles per hour, so it's a slow-moving tornado near Highway 57, and it will be approaching Old River Road over the next few minutes. Bruce's Firewood, the River Road walking track, the Gulf Coast Leak Detection and Pool Company, Magnolia Baptist Church, and Dollar General on Old River Road are potentially in the path of a damaging tornado in Jackson County, Mississippi. Yet again, another confirmed tornado here in southern Mississippi. This is now our third tornado already today, and we are talking about the Gulf Coast, which is kind of crazy. This is not really an area that we were expecting a whole lot of severe weather today, but so far that's been the main talking point. It seems like it's been right down here in southern Mississippi. That's our third tornado, and that's now two in just the last 30 minutes. And we honestly might get another tornado warning here soon. We have a large but broad area of rotation near Gateswood in southern Alabama. That's going to be approaching the Florida Panhandle over the next few minutes. And we even have a little discrete cell that has popped up near Milton in Florida. So we may get a tornado warning on that at some point down the road. A little bit of broad circulation on that cell. All right, we got more severe weather now ramping up in and around the St. Louis area. We just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Festus, just south of Belleville. That is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. Tracking to the east-northeast. And stay away from windows if you are in this warning. Near Festus, Redbud, and Waterloo. We are starting to see severe thunderstorm warnings now issued even into Indiana. We have a line of thunderstorms that is intense, currently approaching Danville and Lafayette over the next several minutes. And oh my goodness. All right, well, we now have a flash flood emergency that has just been issued. A flash flood emergency has been issued for Jackson County in Mississippi, which is going to be this one. This is now a catastrophic situation. A flash flood emergency near Highway 57. This is going to be for Wade, Old Americus, Holly Landing, Vestry. You are all included in a flash flood emergency. Emergency management reports that roads are impassable in northern Jackson County and Mississippi. Between 5 to 7 inches of rain have already fallen, and additional rainfall amounts around 2 to 3 inches of rain are possible in the, again, flash flood emergency that we have in place. And it might be a little bit hard to see, but again, this right here is your flash flood emergency for northern Jackson County in Mississippi. It's a catastrophic situation. I don't think we have any flood reports quite yet, but once we get some, I'll definitely be sure to let you guys know. That is a major concern right now in Jackson County. And while that is happening, we have had a tornado in progress near Three Rivers and or just west of Three Rivers. We've had a tornado in progress for the last few minutes, according to law enforcement. So while we have a flash flood emergency, we have a tornado. This is a very weird situation, by the way. We have a tornado in progress while we have a flash flood emergency. When you think about it, a flash flood emergency means you go to a higher floor. You do not stay, in a basement or something like that when you're under a flash flood emergency. But when you're in a tornado warning with a confirmed tornado, you're supposed to go to the lowest floor possible. This is a very weird situation. This does not happen very often either. In this situation, what you need to do if you're in this warning is figure out what is the best thing for you and your family. If you are in the flash flood emergency and tornado warning and you're not experiencing flooding, it's probably a better idea to be on the lowest floor possible and away from windows. But if you are in the tornado warning and you also have a significant amount of flooding, what you're going to want to do is stay away from windows on the highest floor and just make sure that you have, pillows, blankets covering you and all that sort of stuff, because this is honestly a very dangerous situation. You got catastrophic flooding happening near Wade and Americus, and then you also have a tornado in progress. I've never, this is something that you don't really ever see. The last time I remember anything like this happening was like Hurricane Harvey, where you have a flash flood emergency and then also tornadoes happening at the same time. And again, it's really going to be up to you to decide what's best for you and your family. Do you go to your lowest floor, or do you go to, the highest floor if you're under some sort of major flooding threat in your home or building? So this is a very dangerous situation for sure. And unfortunately, there are mobile homes that are in this area. That makes it even more dangerous when you have a tornado happening and flash flooding. And at that point, there's really not a whole lot you can do. It's kind of a desperate situation when you have major flooding happening and then also a tornado happening at the same time. But over 4,500 people are in this tornado warning. If you have any friends or family in the tornado warning, again, make sure to get the word out there. Feel free to share this stream with your friends and family on Facebook and Twitter. Again, we'll be live pretty much all day today covering a large-scale severe weather outbreak and then potentially even a tornado outbreak here over the next few hours. But yeah, this is pretty crazy. But the good news right now is that I'm not seeing a debris signature, which is likely meaning that we don't have a tornado anymore. But if we still do, it's going to be right over Wade Van Cleve Road. And again, keep in mind that Wade Van Cleve Road is under a flash flood emergency and a confirmed tornado warning. So this is a pretty significant situation here in southern Mississippi. Let's quickly go to Storm Intermedia. They have a storm that is currently blowing up in southern Missouri. Look at that storm exploding right now. This is north of West Plains for reference.
Messing with me. Oh, that's Bryce. I guess that's the Explorer they gave him.
The rental?
Yeah. Somebody didn't.
The gray one?
Yeah.
So again, that's a look at the storms that are now exploding. I'll keep them bottom right for you, but we got some storms now exploding across southern Missouri. We got one just south of Sherrill, That is mainly a hailstorm as of right now. Ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds near Houston and Raymondville. Again, over the next few hours, this storm is definitely going to be capable of producing a tornado. So we need to keep a very close eye on that cell, and as well as the one near West Plains, which has struggled a little bit more. But that one is also something to watch for near Mountain View, going towards Birch Tree, and also heading towards Winona. Okay, this is interesting. We have storms now firing up very early in Kentucky and Tennessee. We got small little discrete cells kind of firing off all over the place right now, from Madisonville back through Paris in Tennessee. This is what it looks like right now in Paris, Tennessee on the Radar Omega camera. And not seeing, again, anything right now, but there are multiple cells that are popping up, so we'll have to watch these very closely. This is well ahead of the cold frontal boundary. And again, any discrete cells that actually can organize and become matured could produce the potential for strong and long-track tornadoes. And again, we got a bunch of them firing up right now in Kentucky and Tennessee. We do have a damage report coming out of St. Joseph, Illinois. There are power outages from high thunderstorm wind gusts near Urbana. So just outside of Urbana there, power outages being reported due to this line of thunderstorms. Be ready if you are in Indiana. Be ready for power outages. If you're in Lafayette, Logansport, Indianapolis, Terre Haute, be ready for some scattered power outages as an intense line of thunderstorms continues to push east. This is going to be producing widespread damaging winds between 60 and 70 miles per hour. We also had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust reported in Sydney, Illinois, just outside of Urbana in Champaign County, Illinois. According to emergency management, there is some structural damage from high winds along with power outages. There is a little bit of rotation in Missouri right now. This is the storm near Yukon. We do have a little bit of rotation developing. Oh, something to watch for there. This is just off to the north of Willow Springs. Long term, this will go towards Centerville, Ellington, and Iron Mountain Lake and Fredericktown are long-term tracks of the cell. Again, we have a few discrete cells right now in southern Missouri. This one has begun to rotate just a little bit. As a reminder, today is one of the biggest severe weather risks when it comes to an enhanced risk that we've ever seen. We have an enhanced risk of severe weather that is currently in place across a very large chunk of the country. I'm going to quickly... give me 1 second. All right. Got Jordan Hall, bottom right. He has a drone view right now. But as a reminder, today's risk is huge. We have over 100 million people in the track of potential severe weather from the Great Lakes into the Deep South. This is a day where everybody needs to be weather aware. Everybody has to have a way to receive alerts, as we are talking about numerous to widespread severe weather throughout the daytime today. We might not be having a full-fledged tornado outbreak. We might not have a high risk of severe weather. But guys, we have 100 million people in the risk of severe weather today. This is an absolutely... crazy large area that we're talking about for severe weather today. I'm pretty sure, let me get the exact mileage here, but this I'm pretty sure this includes over 500,000 square miles. Yeah, this includes over 600,000 square miles in the United States. There's a little over 105 million people that are at risk of severe weather today. That includes the Ohio Valley, the Deep South, and even parts of Florida for today, with numerous to widespread damaging winds, large to very large hail, and tornadoes being a possibility. And keep in mind that our main concern for today will be numerous to widespread damaging winds. The pink area here is where we'll be talking about the threat for damaging winds between 60 to 75, even up to 80 miles per hour at times, and this will be numerous to widespread. I'm not ruling out that this turns into a derecho, by the way. A derecho is essentially an elongated line of thunderstorms that produces significant wind damage that's in a widespread area for over 200 miles or so. That is possible today. We could actually talk about a derecho here across the Ohio Valley and the Tennessee Valley as well. So this is a major concern today across the Ohio Valley and all the way back through the Gulf Coast. Strong and long track tornadoes are also in play. We, again, might not have a moderate risk for severe weather, but it does not mean that you should be taking today less seriously than what we had on May 14th or 15th. Because in all honesty, I think we are going to see some long track tornadoes today. I honestly think we should have had a 15% tornado risk, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Nonetheless, this is a day that you should be really paying attention to the weather closely. There's going to be a lot of people under warnings today. It's not just going to be, 5 different towns in the middle of nowhere or something like that. Like, we're talking probably at some point having upwards of 30 to 40 severe thunderstorm warnings and as many as 10 to 20 tornado warnings at any given time later this afternoon and into the evening hours. One of the risks that's not being talked about quite enough, I think, also is the hail risk. We could have hail as large as the size of baseballs from Texas into western Indiana. This entire region here has that potential. We could be talking about apple-sized hail later today across the lower Midwest and back into the lower Mississippi River Valley. So again, lock in. It's going to be a long day, I think. We're going to have a lot of different storms that are producing severe weather, including the risk for strong and long-tracked tornadoes as well. And this trend keeps getting more concerning. If you look at the HRRR here, just over the last run, this is the most recent run, just came in. This is by 3 o'clock. So we got a line of thunderstorms that's plowing across Indiana, and then we got some supercells forming in Arkansas and as well as Missouri. But this, by 4 to 5 o'clock, that's not a good sign. That cell right here in Arkansas, the HRRR has been showing discrete supercells almost every single run. And this one, takes the cake. That's a long track tornadic supercell if I've ever seen one in Arkansas. We have, again, a fairly favorable environment for tornadoes. It even shows some of the storms that we're starting to see right now developing in Kentucky and Tennessee, forming around 4 to 5 o'clock more into a tornadic threat. So we will probably at least have a few strong and long track tornadoes here in the Mid-South throughout the afternoon and early evening hours. And then this will all turn into a line of storms, I think, a little bit after sunset tonight. But before that happens, the strong and long track tornado threat will continue. But notice even by around 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, we have a widespread area of damaging winds from Ohio all the way back into the lower Mississippi River Valley. So this is quite the significant risk. Even if you don't get tornadoes today, we're talking about a major windbag here across the Ohio Valley and Tennessee Valley. And this continues into late tonight and even into the overnight hours for those in Mississippi, Alabama, and as well as Louisiana. Yeah, about 2 hours from now, we could be talking about a really significant risk for tornadoes in Arkansas and southern Missouri. And again, I'm kind of surprised we didn't get a 15% tornado risk in this corridor. Again, we'll see if it actually verifies, but even if we don't, it doesn't really matter what the risk is at this point. You just need to make sure that you are ready for the potential here for a tornado outbreak in northern Arkansas and southern Missouri. I don't think it's going to be a repeat, again, of what we just saw 2 weeks ago. It's not the same. Like 2 weeks ago was crazy, all right? But this is not nearly as crazy, but it is still enough for us to see strong and even long track tornadoes. We already have a little bit of convection that's bubbling up right now in northwest Arkansas, but none of it really looks that organized, at least for now. This is from Alexander Nicholas back over in Onarga in Illinois. There is a tree snapped. Pretty significant wind damage here. And again, one of the biggest concerns today, especially in the Ohio Valley, will be wind damage. But a whole entire tree here just got snapped. Lucky that it did not hit the house, by the way. But definitely not what you want to see there. And in talking about this threat, we actually just got a new mesoscale discussion. So we got a lot of stuff to talk about. All right, well, we need to first start with the new mesoscale discussion. This is going to be for those in Illinois and Indiana, an increasing damaging wind threat for those in central and northern Indiana and eastern Illinois, where damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour are possible, and there is a low-end chance even for a strong tornado as this moves through eastern Illinois and also in Indiana. So this is what the line of storms looks like right now. We got a bunch of storms firing off in and around Chicago. We got storms near Danville that are producing a considerable risk for damage right now, damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour moving towards Lafayette, Interstate 65, and also right along I-74 west of Indianapolis. And then just south of Joliet, oh, look at this. We actually got rotation developing. A little mesocyclone starting to develop south of Joliet in northern Illinois. So a little bit of rotation there. This will be moving in the direction of Chicago Heights and Frankfort. And we also got a little bit of storm activity near Chicago. None of that is severe. And then near Waukegan in northern Illinois, there is a storm there that is currently producing a little bit of quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is a time lapse from Wiggins on the Hazcam. These are some scary looking clouds a little while, not too long ago, on the Hazcam in Wiggins. Actually kind of see it spinning just a little bit here. Just a little time lapse there near Wiggins in southern Mississippi. Cool little view there of this storm, but again, this is what we call SLC, scary looking clouds. Not really much organization to this, honestly, when it comes to like a tornado risk, but there's a little bit of spin there. I mean, there's wind shear there back down near the Gulf Coast. Also, another mesoscale discussion for those near the Gulf Coast. The threat for brief tornadoes may continue through the peak heating. So we're not really expecting strong tornadoes near the Gulf Coast, but there is a chance there, again, of maybe a tornado or two over the next few hours. And as a reminder, we do have a flash flood emergency that is currently in place in Jackson County, Mississippi. This is in northern Jackson County for Old Americus, Holly Landing, Harleston, Wade, and Vestry. All of you are included in this flash flood emergency. Again, 5 to 7 inches of rain has already fallen, and an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain is likely. We just got an upgrade. We now have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois. So this warning just got upgraded, or they actually just issued a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Georgetown, Westville, Danville, and Hoopeston for damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, quarter-sized hail, and there's also a tornado possible label on this. And if I had to guess, they're going to upgrade this warning for Attica, Fowler, and Wolcott probably for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds as well. So this line of thunderstorms, which, again, this could turn into a derecho, we are talking about now an 80-mile-per-hour wind threat that is moving into western Indiana. This is almost undoubtedly going to be producing some, again, numerous to potentially widespread damaging winds, and there could even be some scattered to numerous power outages across Indiana over the next few hours. So have flashlights ready to go. Charge your phones. Charge anything that has light sources. If you have power banks, you want to charge those up. If you have a generator, have that ready to go as well. Back over in Florida, we have a storm that is starting to really rotate. This is in the Florida Panhandle. This storm is barely moving. We have some rotation right now near Bay Springs. So a little bit of, near Bay Springs, a little bit of rotation. Barely moving, but it's currently slightly more populated area here near Tennell, Brickton, and Barth. And we also have a cell that is rotating just a little bit north of Milton. What about charging my car? You might want to charge your car too. I mean, that's... if you got an electric car, you might want to. I'm not putting that past you. All right, this storm here in southern Missouri is becoming a little bit more concerning. Just east of Raymond, near Summersville. We do have a little hook on this cell, and we now have a little bit more of a defined mesocyclone here that is currently tracking to the east towards Highway 19. This is fairly rural areas right now in Missouri, but long term, it's going to be going towards Centerville and Ellington, and Annapolis will also be in the track of this. Also, tornado warning in southern Mississippi has now been canceled. So we no longer have any tornado warnings, but we are very closely watching this storm activity near West Plains for the potential for a tornado risk. We have a storm blowing up right now in northern Arkansas. And if you were just here, well, there you go. We now have a warning. But this is the type of storm here in northern Arkansas that's going to be capable of producing a strong or even long track tornado if it can stay discreet. So again, we need to watch this very closely as it continues to move east and east-northeast over the next several minutes. By the way, shout out to Douglas and Victoria for the Venmo donations. I appreciate that. Stay safe, by the way, in Indianapolis. Shout out to Folk as well for the $10 PayPal donation. Thank you, John, for becoming a member. Thank you, everybody, for super chatting as well. Sorry, I haven't really read a whole lot of these. Thank you, Josh, for the super chat. T's and P's for our boy Steve in Lafayette, Indiana. Stay safe over there. And unfortunately, we got a really significant line of storms heading right towards Lafayette right now. We do have we have cameras here, actually. I need to figure out where they are. I'm pretty sure Lafayette. Yeah, there's a camera in Lafayette that we need to pull up. We might go 3-cam view. But in Lafayette, in Indiana, there is going to be a live cam. So we're going to pull that up and put that there. All right, we'll have that ready to go whenever the storm gets closer. But we're going to see significant damaging winds almost undoubtedly in Lafayette. Like, if you're in Lafayette, be prepared for very high winds. I don't see us getting by here in Lafayette without seeing significant damaging winds. Same thing for Attica. If you're in Fowler, west of Crawfordsville, all these areas, like, you need to be ready. All right, you need to be ready for damaging winds. Power outages are pretty likely right now. We've had a lot of reports just over the last few minutes of 70-mile-per-hour winds. Even some nickel-sized hail reported in Hoopeston, Illinois. And then in Rossville, Illinois, according to emergency management, 70-mile-per-hour winds there as well. But again, a destructive label is on this, which means that we could have damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. If you got a vacuum robot, you know, if you got some robots in your house, you might want to charge those up as well. If you were planning on vacuuming today, might not be the day for it, but if you were planning on it, you know, power could definitely go out. So be ready for that in Indiana. And they have just upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning for Jasper, Benton, Newton counties, which is just to the northwest of Lafayette, for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is an observed risk. There is rotation just south of the Chicago suburbs right now. Southeast of Joliet. Little mesocyclone developing near Wilton. Small area of convergence as well. That's going towards Monty, Park Forest, and Chicago Heights. But over the last few minutes, we've been at least noticing a little uptick in rotation just outside of the Chicago suburbs here. Thank you, Jason, for the super chat. I appreciate that. What does it look like by 4 p.m.? I think by 4 p.m. we are going to have like 5 different tornado warnings. Like, I honestly think by 4 to 5 p.m. things will really start to ramp up. Still got a couple areas of rotation as well in western Indiana. And no tornado warnings as of right now, but plenty of different areas of rotation in both Illinois and Indiana. And there you go. We now have never mind, this is just an update. So we still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Danville, Westville, and Georgetown for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Back over in western, oh, actually, no, never mind. We do have a new warning. All right, so we now have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Lafayette, Battleground, and Attica. That is for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and this is observed, by the way. So 80-mile-per-hour winds have been observed. And this is currently moving towards Lafayette, Battleground, State Route 26, and Interstate 65. Warren, Tippecanoe, and Fountain counties in Indiana. You are included. It's a very dangerous situation. Also, there is major damage. Looks like to a barn in Tolono from a possible tornado. Tolono in Illinois. That is where we had a tornado warning earlier. If we can show you the photo, I will show you guys. Also, another upgrade to a warning in Indiana. We now have a tornado possible label on this severe thunderstorm warning. Back up near Gary, Merrillville. We are starting to see an uptick of rotation around Chicago Heights, just west of Interstate 65. Our strongest area of rotation, actually, we might have a tornado. We may have a tornado, or at least one dropping right now near Monty, Illinois. This is tracking right now towards Chicago Heights. We have a tight couplet on radar We have another little area as well, just west of Piotone as well. Moving towards Interstate 57. But again, just south of Chicago, we have a couple of developing. We actually might get a tornado warning on this. We'll see. That's definitely a tighter couplet. It's not necessarily a confirmed tornado right now, but it could drop in the next couple of minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, well, we now have a tornado warning. This is not the storm we were talking about. For those in Covington, Petersburg, and Attica in western Indiana, brand new tornado warning near Interstate 74. Again, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, get into an interior room of your home or building. And this is a tornado warning. I can't even see the rotation on radar. It's actually crazy. All right, there we go. It's a little bit clearer now. But our couplet that's developing is near Perrysville and Coal Creek. It's going to be approaching Interstate 74 in Covington over the next several minutes. Petersburg, Stone Bluff, and Newtown will be in the track of it. And apparently there is a camera here, so we're going to have that in a second. It looks very messy, though, right now on I-74. If you are a truck driver that is driving along I-74, I mean, you might just want to avoid it, get off the road or something before these storms approach. Unfortunately, this is a major risk of damaging winds. Again, we are talking about a very strong meso scale convective system and potentially even a derecho that is currently happening in Indiana. This is a numerous to widespread area of damaging winds that is occurring right now from Chicago back to Terre Haute. And we've had damaging winds already as high as 80 miles per hour. In fact, we now have an 85 mile per hour wind gust that has been reported in Hoopstown, Illinois. But it's unofficial nearby report of a 105 mile per hour wind gust. Holy cow. That is crazy. That is not even from a tornado, by the way. That is just from wind. This is a live shot in Covington, Indiana. This is inside of the tornado warning. So it's the visibility is very low. This is really where we have a really heavy band of rain currently moving through. Winds are somewhat lighter. I think this is going to be on the west side of where our strong rotation is. But there are a lot of people on the roadway. I mean, there's an impressive amount of people that are on the roadway right now. Which is not necessarily what you want to see. We got a few other cameras coming up as well. This is back up near Chicago. Again, we don't currently have a tornado warning on this activity, but we do have multiple areas of rotation. I can see 3 on radar right now. We got 3 different areas of rotation just south of Chicago, east of Joliet, approaching Chicago Heights, Park Forest, Monty, eventually heading towards Gary, Indiana. Rotation is picking up on this cluster of storms. Let's hope that this does not intensify. I mean, at this point, this is going to be moving into a pretty populated area. So hopefully, if anything intensifies, it happens over the lakes instead of, over land here. But there is a chance for a tornado or two before this goes into the Great Lakes as it tracks northeast. Again, approaching Gary, Hammond, Chicago Heights, and Chicago over the next several minutes. And I have just updated the warning for Chicago. It is still a tornado possible label, in addition to damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour being possible. Back over to the tornado warning. This is in northwestern Indiana right now. Again, our main area of rotation is just south of Covington, approaching Veedersburg. Attica will be in the track of this. In the long term, if this is still tornadic, it could go in the direction of Lafayette. So if you're in Lafayette, be weather aware. At this point, if you are in Lafayette, you should be treating this as if you are in a tornado warning, because we do have a significant risk for damaging winds right now heading towards your area. As a reminder, we've had observed winds as high as 100 miles per hour out of this line already near Hoopeston, Illinois, and this is now crossed into Indiana and is going to be approaching Lafayette and Battleground, where we could have trees falling down, power lines could come down. It's going to get pretty messy, I think, here in Indiana just over the next hour. Huge line of thunderstorms right now approaching. They have just upgraded the warning as well. For Warren, Vermilion, Fountain, and Park counties in Indiana, this is now a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds are currently expected in this area. This is a destructive storm for Silverwood, Stringtown, and Kingman. We have now 2 different destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in Indiana, and then the one in Illinois, which the winds have luckily moved out of that area. But yeah, this is, again, a significant risk right now. All right, we just got a couple new warnings, or a couple updates to warnings. The latest one, we just got a bunch of different updates. But the latest one is going to be in Boone and Marion counties. All right, let's go down to Arkansas real quick. I want to check back in on this storm. All right, so the storm right now near Harrison and Diamond City. Again, this is mainly a hail risk right now near Harrison. Wow, actually, look at this. We got a scatter spike. We got a huge hail core right now near Harrison in Arkansas. We could be talking about hail as large as the size of apples right now near Harrison and Bergman and Zinc. We have a large scatter spike that is popping up on radar. They have the storm currently warned for $half sized hail, but this is definitely larger than that. That is a big spike here. Big scatter spike on radar near Harrison. Moving to the east-northeast, the Bull Shoals, Flippin and Gassville, and Mountain Home in northern Arkansas will be in the track of that storm. And then back over in southern Missouri, the only storms that are really concerning right now are the 2 that are back over north of Somerville and southeast of Sherrill. This is tracking towards Iron Mountain Lake and Ironton with a little bit of hail and wind, a low-end tornado risk for now. And then we have plenty of storms firing up just south of St. Louis with some damaging winds and even an area of rotation, it looks like. And we maybe have a little meso developing near New Athens in southern Illinois. So that'll be something to watch for going towards Okawville, Centralia, Irvington, and Nashville. There's a little area of rotation there. And we've begun to see at least some little cells that have been firing off in Kentucky, Tennessee, southern Illinois, and southeastern Missouri, kind of away from our cold frontal boundary and as well as away from that line of storms in the Midwest. But none of these currently concerning, but if anything can start to scale up in size, we could start to see a tornado risk evolve out of something like that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have now another tornado warning. This will be for Newton and Lake counties in Indiana. And while all that's happening, we are getting a ton of different new warnings as well. But we now have a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be for Samava, Shelby, and Roselawn in northwestern Indiana. Got a little hook on the cell right now just south of Shelby. Rotation's been slightly broader over the last few minutes, but we still have enough rotation to produce a tornado going towards Interstate 65. Hebron. Couts will also be on the track of this just south of Valparaiso and south of Gary. And I'm waiting for a new radar scan in the Chicago suburbs. But we have multiple areas still of at least some rotation. Mainly down near Monty. Still have a few areas of rotation just south of Chicago Heights. This is the latest velocity scan. So mainly a wind risk right now heading towards Chicago, but we still have a little rotation just south of Chicago Heights. Got a couple small little areas of rotation probably embedded in this cluster near Harvey. Let's go back down to the storm near Covington. Look at the cell here. Again, we still got a tornado warning for those in Petersburg near Interstate 74. It looks like our tornado concern might start to actually shift a bit further down to the south. We got a bit more of an inflow developing here in this line of thunderstorms, and that could lead to a tornado risk near Waynestown. So they may expand the tornado warning here in a moment, but the main area of rotation was over near Petersburg, going towards Newtown. Thank you, Maggie, for the 5 gigs of memberships. I appreciate that. Anything for Ohio? You are next in the line. This entire line of storms will move into Ohio in about 2 to 3 hours. This line of storms is moving east-northeast at around 50 to 60 miles per hour, so it's very fast-moving. It's not going to take a long time for this thing to get there to Ohio. If you measure it out, it'll probably at least be in northwest Ohio in a little over 2 hours. But we got about 130 miles to go until it's hitting the Ohio and Indiana border. So, in this tornado warning, I don't know if I've ever seen this. This tornado warning in western Indiana, tornado and destructive straight line winds in excess of 80 miles per hour. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that in a warning before for a hazard for a tornado warning. Might be the first time I've ever seen that. That's the one near Attica. Also, we have now another flash flood emergency in southern Mississippi. So a new flash flood emergency if you are in Hurley, if you're in Big Point, Harleston, or Three Rivers. This is a catastrophic situation. 6 to 8 inches of rain have already fallen, and an additional amount of rainfall between 2 to 4 inches of rain is going to be possible. And a catastrophic situation in southern Mississippi. Tons of rain has already fallen there just over the last few hours. All right, back to the Chicago suburbs. In and around Chicago, we still have a little area of rotation approaching Chicago Heights. Again, our main concern right now for Chicago will be damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour. And there is a little area of rotation right now that's approaching Chicago Heights. We got a new radar scan coming in, so we'll just wait for that to sweep through here. And the latest scan is showing the rotation to be just a little bit broader. So not nearly as strong, but still a little bit of rotation there. Maybe a brief tornado as that goes towards Gary and Hammond, just on the south side of Chicago Heights. We still have rotation near Shelby, and even a hail core now developing near Shelby in northwest Indiana. This is heading towards Valparaiso and Couts over the next 15 to 25 minutes. So be ready for this. This will eventually go towards LaPorte and South Bend. That's where the storm is currently tracking. Our more intense line of thunderstorms is really centered across western Indiana. Destructive, damaging winds are currently approaching areas like Crawfordsville, Waynestown, and Waveland. Currently tracking to the east-northeast. We still have an area of rotation as well near Interstate 74, approaching Hillsborough, Waynestown, and eventually going towards Linden. Let's go back over to southern Illinois. We do have an area of rotation still in development going towards Okawville and Covington. This is just east of St. Louis. There is still an area of rotation near Lively Grove, approaching Plum Hill and Interstate 64. And I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado warning on this at some point. They have a tornado possible label now on this cell. There's also a relatively large hail core that is going towards Okawville. Are there any cameras in this area? And if there's any cameras near Centralia, let me know. This will be in the track of it. Double check and see. I don't see any right now. Brandon having fun? I haven't been looking at Brandon. Just driving right now. We still have a big hailstorm right now in northern Arkansas. This is near Bergman and Harrison, going towards Mountain Home. Again, we are starting to see multiple hailstorms developing in northern Arkansas, and as the wind shear and low-level jet increases over the next couple of hours, I do think the tornado risk will start to increase across northern Arkansas. Also, we now have a new tornado watch that has been issued. I did miss this. This just happened a couple minutes ago, though. Brand new tornado watch has been issued for a very large area. I don't know if we have the tornado watch from... I don't know why it's not on here. It just did not pop up on there. Okay, so our brand new tornado watch is going to be a little bit different. We can't look at the other graphic, but this is your new tornado watch. So this is going to be right along the mid-south, right along the Mississippi River Valley, in southern Illinois, southwest Indiana, southeast Missouri, northern and central Arkansas, and western Tennessee. This goes until 11 o'clock Central Time. And here is your wording from the Storm Prediction Center. There is... Again, these are the probabilities. So we have a high likelihood of tornadoes, a moderate likelihood of EF2 tornadoes. So keep in mind, with the tornado outbreak that we had just a few days ago, this particular event had a high risk of both. So keep that in mind. We're not necessarily at the level of what we had on May 14th or even May 15th, but nonetheless, this is still a significant event that is expected this afternoon. In addition to that, our wind risk is high in terms of our likelihood of seeing damaging winds. It's high, and then severe hail is on a moderate scale. A few tornadoes are likely in this region, with a couple of intense tornadoes possible. Widespread damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is likely, and then scattered large hail, and even some very large hail up to 3 inches in diameter is likely. So again, that is anywhere here along the Mississippi River Valley, including southern Illinois and southwestern Indiana. We have a slew of severe weather right now. We got a bunch of discrete cells that are popping up across southern Illinois, southeast Missouri, and northern Arkansas. And we also have a bunch of storms in western Illinois that are currently ongoing, with a line of thunderstorms that's producing, even at times, destructive severe weather. So this is a pretty significant threat right now that is moving across Indiana and northeastern parts of Illinois. All right, we got severe weather right now moving right into Chicago over the next few minutes, near Hammond and Chicago Heights. We got significant risk for damaging winds right now approaching Chicago, Hammond, and Gary. Damaging winds around 70 miles per hour, and there's also a tornado possible label on this activity. Moving towards Interstate 9094. The rotation, again, has been broader over the last few minutes. We still have a little bit of rotation over Chicago Heights. If this is able to produce a tornado, it would be probably occurring further up to the north and east near Hammond and Gary. So Hammond and Gary, again, stay weather aware. We still have a tornado warning in effect for Shelby, west of Hebron in northwest Indiana for a few more minutes. So continue to stay in your safe place. Even if you don't get a tornado, we're still talking about scattered damaging winds, in addition to the potential for some large hail as well, as that continues to move northeast. And tornado warning still does continue near Hillsborough, Newtown, just south of Odell for another 17 minutes. In addition to that, we still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in effect west of Crawfordsville. Again, a very intense line of storms will be moving towards Indianapolis and Noblesville over the next 30 minutes to an hour. And this is what it looks like currently in Lafayette. Okay, well, we did have a view of something other than a train a second ago. I'll go back to that in a moment. It is a virtual rail fan, so it is actually looking at trains, but it did have a view of the storm approaching in Lafayette, Indiana, which is right here. All right, here is the view now. It just zoomed back out. So this is a view right now in Lafayette, Indiana, where we do have damaging winds as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour that will be moving in. Now, on the right side of your screen, that right there is the storm. But again, there's a train going by right now, so the camera is more focused on the train. But we'll definitely have this camera up as the storm approaches. We'll probably go to our 3-cam view here. It is a slow train. It might be for a reason too. I'm not sure what the train criteria is for slowing down with severe weather, but that might be why. Might be because we have severe weather in the vicinity. We have a significant wind threat that's going to be moving through Lafayette over the next few minutes. Okay, there's a bunch of different cameras. I need to turn off the alerts. These need to be off. There's actually a bunch of different cameras in the wind threat right now. We're going to go full screen of this. This is currently in Lafayette, Indiana. This is in the downtown area of Lafayette, and the wind is now beginning to pick up. So this is right where we have a potential for destructive winds as high as 80 miles per hour. So the wind is quickly picking up. You can see the poles shaking as well. Shout out to Rose with the generous super chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah. It's automatic. It's there's nobody. I don't think there was anybody controlling that camera. But this gives you an idea of right now what we're seeing, at least in Lafayette, Indiana. We might have already missed the highest of the winds, but the winds are still relatively strong right now. The warning, I'm pretty sure, for Lafayette was downgraded to 60 mile per hour damaging winds. But nonetheless, it is still a significant risk. We'll probably have some trees and power lines down in the area. Also, a little update. The flash flood emergency that is in place for Jackson County, Mississippi has been extended. 5 to 7 inches of rain has already fallen, and 2 to 3 inches of rain is possible over the next few hours. And that's right there in Lafayette. There are a few other cameras here. See, it's already kind of puddling on the roadways, too, on the southwest side of Lafayette. Heavy rainfall in a short amount of time. Chesterton. Put that slot, too. Okay. All right, we got that there. Further down to the south, just west of Indianapolis, we still have a significant risk for damaging winds. We are currently dealing with a widespread swath of damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. That is approaching Crawfordsville in Indiana. Again, if you're in Crawfordsville, you should be away from windows. Same thing with Lafayette, Wolcott, Monticello, Logansport. Really, if you're in any severe thunderstorm warning right now in Indiana, I would be staying away from windows. We're still talking about numerous to widespread damaging winds between 60 to 80 miles per hour, stretching from Chicago to Crawfordsville. And we have a little broken segment even just west of Terre Haute right now that is currently ongoing. We are beginning to see some new storms firing up near Salem and Mount Vernon near Centralia in southern Illinois. And we also have a supercell that is beginning to organize a little bit more near Okawville, approaching Interstate 64. And Centralia will be in the track of this over the next 30 minutes. Be ready for this. Again, right now, the main concern is ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds, but there is rotation on it. And we even have a little hook that is now developing. And if it's able to organize, there is a potential for a tornado with that. South of St. Louis, we have a bunch of hailstorms. And if you're in St. Louis, we even have hailstorms moving through as we speak. But none of these are severe, which is good news. But we do have some strong storms right now moving through the St. Louis area. I'm going to check and see if we do have any live shots of the St. Louis area. There's a ton of cameras in St. Louis. But from what I'm seeing right now in St. Louis, there are gusty winds moving through St. Louis. So there's at least gusty winds. But nothing severe as of right now. It's actually what it looks like in St. Louis right now on the Missouri Dot camera. Rain is picking up. The wind is also picking up a little bit. So a strong area of thunderstorms moving through St. Louis. Maybe a little bit of small hail mixing in there as well. Plenty of water already on the roadways too, some puddling. Some localized flooding will be possible in low-lying areas, and apparently the Cardinals game was delayed in St. Louis because of the strong storms in the area. I'm beginning to get a little bit more concerned about this storm here in Arkansas. Again, this one's been mainly producing hail and wind for a while. I wouldn't say the tornado risk is high right now, but there is at least a little bit of rotation just east of Harrison that's developing on this. So we're definitely going to have to keep a close eye on this. It's not necessarily a storm that is going to be tornadic in the next 5 or 10 minutes, but it could be here in the next hour or two as it continues to move east. We are back down to 1 tornado warning, and that is going to be for Shelby in Indiana, which at this point, the rotation has moved outside of the warning, so that tornado warning will probably be let to expire, or they'll cancel it. Outside of Gary right now, by the way, in Gary, Indiana, we had a tornado there, I'm pretty sure, on March 14th, or not March 14th. What day was it? We had a tornado on Gary on one of these days. It was about a week back, I think. We had a confirmed tornado in Gary that was not warned for. There wasn't really anything on radar that would have proved it, but there was some strong rotation at the time. Right now, we have strong winds, at least, moving along Interstate 80 and 94, but also we have some rotation now developing on this. So a little area of rotation right along the interstate, approaching the west side of Gary. That includes Brunswick, West Side, Ambridge, and Tolston. We don't currently have a tornado warning on this, but there is some rotation there. The worst of the wind is now moving through Chicago, or already has hit Chicago. It is now moving into Lake Michigan. And long term, this will be moving towards Benton Harbor, Shoreham, and as well as South Haven. But Chicago as well, just be mindful with all the rain that we're seeing in a short amount of time. I would not rule out a little bit of localized flooding in low-lying areas. When do you expect to see storms in Cape Girardeau, asks Trevor with the super chat. I think Cape Girardeau is going to see storms right around 4 to 6 o'clock would probably be the main time frame. But keep in mind, we could see storms anywhere from now up until about 8 or 9. Until the cold frontal boundary moves through. We definitely have a big wind threat right now moving through Crawfordsville in Indiana. There is a camera in Crawfordsville that we will try to pick up. I don't know if is Crawfordsville on the program or no. Hayden, I'll just show it on here. There will be a downtown camera in Crawfordsville coming up here pretty soon. Storm Intermedia is currently approaching a storm in northern Arkansas. But I think he just lost connection, so we'll wait on him. This is what it looks like right now in Lafayette in Indiana. Again, damaging winds up to 60, 70 miles per hour. Currently rolling through Lafayette. The winds, I think the strongest of the winds have already come through probably, but there are still some gusty winds and plenty of rain falling here. The train has come to a complete stop, more than likely because of the wind threat that is moving through western Indiana. All right, we're going back to live radar. I do have another update back over in Illinois. This is back over near Dix and Kell. There is a little bit of rotation developing on this cell now near Dix and Kell. That's moving towards Luca, Flora, and Louisville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, excuse me? We have a tornado warning in Florida for Miami-Dade County. Is it this right here? We have a tornado warning in Miami-Dade County. In Florida. I don't even think there was a tornado risk here. Hasn't popped up yet, but Miami-Dade County, yeah, you're in a tornado warning. I think it's gonna be this storm here. We also got one near Miami that looks interesting, but there's your tornado warning for Mikosuki, near 40 Mile Bend and Pops Hammock Seminole Village. So seek shelter. Again, if you're in this warning, this is almost a drunknado. It's not even moving. If we get a tornado, it's gonna not be moving. It's barely moving to the south right now, right along Highway 41. So yeah, Florida, you're in a tornado warning. All right, we now have a tornado warning. This one's a bit more concerning. Back over in Washington
a new tornado
County in
warning
Illinois.
has been issued.
That is not Washington County. All right, back down here. So near Interstate 64, near Nashville, Irvington, just southwest of Centralia, you are now included in a brand new tornado warning near Plum Hill, Covington, moving east-northeast. It's also near Nashville and Bucoop, just north of Ashley. Strongest area of rotation right now is over near Plum Hill. Again, Centralia, be ready for this. You're not in the tornado warning right now, but be ready for the potential for a tornado as this continues to move east-northeast. Definitely a dangerous storm right now that is tracking to the east-northeast in southern Illinois. We were also watching the storm north of Mount Vernon, as that one was rotating as well. Again, this one may become tornadic at some point down the road as it moves towards Flora and Noble. So we'll need to keep a close eye on that. But now we're up to 3 tornado warnings. We're up to 22 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, we are on pace right now for a full-blown severe weather outbreak and potentially even a tornado outbreak here today across the Mississippi River Valley. We got a bunch of storms right now firing off in northern Arkansas as we speak. A lot of these are hailstorms, but we are still monitoring an uptick in the tornado potential as these storms continue to mature and move east. Cherokee Village, Mountain Home, be ready for the threat of hail and damaging winds. We got warnings everywhere right now across Indiana. Warnings are just firing up everywhere. We just got a new one for a huge area. Before we do that, this is what it looks like right now in Crawfordsville, Indiana. We just had strong damaging winds go through here. I think we missed it again, but we just had damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour move through the downtown area of Crawfordsville. Roadways are wet. Again, there's going to be a potential for some minor flooding, especially in low-lying areas. But again, I think the worst of the wind literally just moved through there. I think we just missed it. We do have a new warning for Logansport, Plymouth, Peru, in north-central Indiana for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a potential even for an isolated tornado out of this activity. We have another mesoscale discussion that has just come in. Okay, we got a lot of stuff going on. So first off, we have a new mesoscale discussion for Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana. An organized line of fast-moving storms moving northeast. A watch will be needed by 21Z, which is in about an hour from now. Damaging winds will be the primary threat, but still an isolated tornado cannot be ruled out. If you are in central or southern Michigan, or in northwest Ohio, or a very small sliver there of northeastern Indiana. Okay, back to Florida. I can't believe I'm saying this, but back to southern Florida. Apparently we might have a tornado dropping, or we may have just had one near the Mikosuki, just south of Highway 41. That may have just been a tornado there. Again, I don't really think there's anything here. I'm pretty sure this is just completely rural areas here in Florida in Miami-Dade County, but we may have just had a tornado on that storm. And the one coming into Miami right now, this is mostly lightning and some gusty winds, but there's some spin there, so we might have to watch for a tornado risk there near the coastline. Rotation is picking up right now near Nashville in Illinois. Right along Interstate 64, rotation is quickly intensifying. Again, this is approaching Irvington and just south of Centralia over the next few minutes. Rotation is intensifying. We got a big hail core as well on the north side of Interstate 64. Ping pong ball sized hail will be possible as it moves east-northeast. Tornado threat is increasing though right now, especially on this storm. Wow. This is from Ben Williams in West Plains, Missouri. Heck of a structure here. Look at that. We have a tilted updraft and everything too. In West Plains, Missouri. That is quite the structure. And I'm pretty sure he's either looking at the one near Mountain View. I think that's probably the one he was looking at, near Mountain View. Actually, I gotta see if Ben Williams is alive. So he is chasing. We're gonna stay here for just a moment. I gotta see if he is live. I might have him up full cam. If he is... He is not live yet. I have to keep a close eye on him. This is what it looks like right now in Chesterton, in Indiana. This is actually where we have an intense line of thunderstorms approaching. This is near Gary for reference. A significant damaging wind risk right now approaching South Bend, Indiana. New Buffalo Township, Michigan City. LaPorte is also in the path of this. Near Valparaiso. Very ominous skies right now with a line of thunderstorms approaching. Specifically, this is in Chesterton in Indiana. And this entire line of thunderstorms right now is starting to bow out, going towards South Bend, LaPorte, and Michigan City with a significant risk for damaging winds. If you're in Chicago, you are no longer in any severe thunderstorm warnings. If you're back over in Benton Harbor or South Bend, be ready for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour as this storm continues to track to the northeast. And then just outside of Indianapolis, we have an intense line of thunderstorms continuing to push east very quickly at around 50 to 60 miles per hour. And this is definitely still producing some significant wind. It's already produced a lot of damage in and around Urbana, Danville, and Hoopeston. We actually have a report now out of Danville, Illinois from a little while ago of trees and power lines that were blown down. So it gives you an idea right now of the intensity of this line of thunderstorms that is moving across Indiana. And unfortunately, this is going to continue all the way into Ohio and into southern Michigan. So it's going to continue to be a long-tracked area of significant damaging winds, in addition to the potential for some embedded tornadoes inside of that line. Tornado warning does still continue for those in Irvington, just south of Centralia, in southern central Illinois. Strongest rotation is right along I-64. It's again tracking right now to the east-northeast. So please be in your safe place if you are in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible if you've not already. If you have any friends or family in this warning, feel free to share the stream with them, or at least get the word out there that there is a strong storm that's going to be heading in their direction. Keep in mind that Centralia is not in the tornado warning, which means that they might not even be, if you have a friend or family there, they might not be aware of this situation. So it's a good idea to at least make sure that they're aware that there is a severe storm heading in their direction with large hail and the potential for a tornado. And we are still seeing some big hailstorms and wind events happening in southeastern Missouri. None of these really rotating quite yet, but we're keeping an eye on those. And so far, all hailstorms in northern Arkansas, but we do think that'll transition here soon more into both a wind, hail threat, and also the potential for even a tornado risk as it moves more to the east over the next couple of hours. Again, the low-level jet, which is kind of, that's like the low levels for our winds, that is supposed to intensify over the next couple of hours. So as the low-level jet intensifies, we should end up seeing a much more increased risk for tornadoes. So we're just kind of waiting for that to happen. Is today the main event? Yeah, so we got today and tomorrow. This is, I mean, it's honestly going to be a continuous event. It's not really just today, but it's also going to be tomorrow. This event is going to continue over the span of about 48 hours. So it all begins today, which we have one of the biggest enhanced risks of severe weather that we've ever had, from the Great Lakes back into the deep south, with damaging winds, large hail, strong and long track tornadoes all in play. This is, I believe, the biggest enhanced risk of severe weather that we've ever had issued by the Storm Prediction Center. But it also continues tomorrow. The East Coast, over 100 million people are included in a risk of severe weather tomorrow, stretching from New England to the Gulf Coast, where damaging winds, some large hail, and even some tornadoes will be possible. This is the largest 10% non-hatch tornado risk that has ever been issued by the Storm Prediction Center, which is also for tomorrow. So a bunch of tornadoes are likely tomorrow embedded in a line of thunderstorms. There is a pretty good chance that we'll end up being live tomorrow, at least for some of the day. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live. This is a live view right now of the storm rolling into Chesterton in Indiana. This is where damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and a tornado possible label is added on this particular storm system. This is just outside of Gary near Portage for reference. We currently have a strong line of thunderstorms currently moving into Chesterton. Should see the wind really pick up here in the next couple of minutes, so we're going to keep a close eye on this. That'll be bottom middle of your screen for reference, and then Dairy Queen drive-thru will be on the bottom right of your screen. That's Storm Media. Apparently they're getting some Dairy Queen right now. We have more damage reports coming out of Homer, Illinois. There are power outages being reported from high winds. And then in Charleston, Illinois, there are several power poles and lines that are blown down just west of Charleston. So more and more damage reports are coming out of these storms. We are expecting, again, a long day of severe weather. Be ready for power outages. Be ready for the potential for tornadoes as well. Are you talking about Illinois or is that Indiana? PGA. I don't see anything there. Oh, this is something else. There's nothing in Judson, Indiana. Unless I'm in the completely wrong zip code. Oh, over here. Oh, this is where Justin is. Okay, I see it now. All right, back over near North Judson and Knox, going towards Kankakee. We actually have a strong area of rotation right over North Judson. So this is
a new tornado warning has been issued.
So we now have a brand new tornado warning for Pulaski and Stark counties in Indiana, and I believe it's this storm that has a strong pretty tight couplet right now near North Judson. It's moving towards Knox and Grovertown. So if you are in this warning, you've got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, Knox and North Judson, you are now included in this tornado warning. We actually have two areas of rotation. We got one on the northwest side of North Judson and another one near State Route 39. So two different areas of rotation. This is moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Make sure that you are in your safe place. If you have any friends or family here, make sure that they're aware of this as well as this storm continues to track northeast. All right, we got a new radar scan coming in right now in this cell. This is pretty concerning. The rotation's pretty strong. We got a strong area of convergence on the velocities. And we definitely could see a tornado at any time. This is as of 2 minutes ago on the velocities. Waiting for the next velocity scan to come in. But we have pretty strong rotation over the north side of North Judson, and then another circulation approaching Aldine, and then approaching the south side of Knox. No confirmed tornado as of right now. We don't have any debris signature, but the velocities are still strong enough for us to see a tornado as this continues to track northeast. Keep in mind over the long term that this will be approaching Plymouth in the South Bend area, so be ready for that. Also, this is a live shot right now in Chesterton, Indiana, where we are expecting damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. So this is a little further off to the north. Also, this actually might be higher than that. Apparently, moments ago in Valparaiso, Indiana, there was a train spotter that reported 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's as of 9 minutes ago. And this segment of storms is moving right now into Chesterton. So we might see some very high winds here over the next couple of minutes. But the wind is beginning to pick up quite a bit in Chesterton. There's also a report of shingle damage in the Lake of the Four Seasons over in Lake of the Four Seasons in Indiana. Yeah, the wind is beginning to pick up right now. It doesn't, I mean, right now it does not look anything like 80-mile-per-hour winds, but might pick up, maybe. Put it bottom right for now. We do have a new update that we are expecting supercell development over the next few hours in North Texas and southwestern Arkansas, and also southeastern Oklahoma. So be ready for some large to very large hail, some damaging winds, and a low tornado risk. Keep in mind that the hailstone size could be as high as the size of baseballs, and maybe even up to the size of apples. This includes the Dallas-Fort Worth area, back to the Texarkana region as well. Oh, the winds are picking up. Yeah, winds are really ramping up now. You can't even see anymore. Okay, this is probably at least 60-mile-per-hour winds. Might be even higher than that. So this is in Chesterton. The winds have definitely picked up. Got a couple good surges of wind there. There were a couple reports just a few minutes ago of upwards of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts near Valparaiso, which is just south of Chesterton. Visibility is very low. You can barely see the tree line at this point. It's becoming a little bit more visible now. So I think we just had a pretty good surge of wind, maybe even a small microburst. But it does look like the wind is starting to clear up just a little bit now. So just had a small little surge of wind. It was like 10 seconds long. The tornado warning has been updated back over in Florida for Miami-Dade County. This is near Mycosukee, west of Miami. We've had a tornado warning here for the last few minutes. Again, really not impacting anybody since it's pretty much in the middle of nowhere. There's not even really any homes here, just trees for the most part. But rotation's pretty broad. I'm not really expecting much out of this. But we'll keep a close eye on it in case it does produce a tornado near Highway 41. But guys, we got a ton of warnings. I mean, this is a slew of warnings. So far, we're on track here for a very active afternoon and evening. We currently have 24 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we have 3 tornado warnings. Our main tornado warnings, again, are in Indiana and as well as southern Illinois, but we have a slew of severe weather happening. We got a bunch of hailstorms along the Arkansas and Missouri border. Just south of St. Louis, we have the same thing right now, a bunch of hail and wind events, an increasing tornado risk right now in southern Illinois. And then in northern and western Indiana, a line of thunderstorms, a mesoscale convective system, is currently pushing across Indiana and Michigan with numerous to widespread damaging winds, and even at times, there will be some tornadoes. So we are keeping a close eye on a lot of different activity right now. Let's go back to the tornado warning here near North Judson. And we still have a tight area of rotation near Adeline. Approaching the south side of Knox. This will be approaching Hamlet, Grovertown, and Plymouth over the next several minutes. Got a new radar scan coming in now. We'll see what it looks like. DFW, Dallas-Fort Worth, like anywhere north Texas, will be mainly a hail risk. But there could even be an isolated tornado or some damaging winds as well. But it'll be mainly hailstorms down there today. Not as much wind shear in Texas for tornadoes. This is our latest velocity scan. We still have strong rotation south of Knox. And this is embedded in the line of thunderstorms. It will be approaching Highway 30 in Plymouth over the next several minutes as well. Just west of Indianapolis as of right now. We do have a bit... The line of storms that's right now approaching Indianapolis, it's still intense. I mean, we still have damaging winds right now around 60 to 70 miles per hour. But it is looking a little bit less organized. It's really not as organized as before, at least on the segment that's down here just south of Lafayette. It is still very organized near Logansport, but what this basically means is that we're still going to see, I think, some damaging winds in and around Indianapolis. It just might not be as intense as what we've seen over the last couple of hours. But nonetheless, we've had still damage reports coming out of areas like Newmarket, Indiana. A tree was reported down there, and then also over in Waveland, Indiana, trees were down in that area as well. And then just outside of Lafayette, we have 3 trees that were blown down by thunderstorm winds measured at around 70 miles per hour by an anemometer in Lafayette, Indiana. So we are still seeing a significant line of thunderstorms, but it is a little bit less organized just to the north of Indianapolis. But again, that could change really at any time. But unfortunately, even if you are in Indianapolis and you might not be seeing the intense part of that line, there is a line of storms that is currently forming just off to your west. So even if you don't get the line that we're seeing right now, there's another one coming within the next couple of hours. Also, the tornado warning for just outside of Centralia has been canceled, or has been let to expire, I believe. I think it just expired. But we still have a big hail core moving into Centralia in southern Illinois, and then damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour are possible. There's plenty of lightning on these storms as well as they continue to move east. Storm Media has a pretty good view right now of a supercell.
So you'd like to hear that.
This is currently in northern Arkansas, near Salem. Bottom right of your screen is the storm. We're starting to actually see a bit of organization on this. But very ominous skies right now.
Looking to skyrocket, as you'd appreciate hearing that.
He's probably like, no.
Where's John? John is currently working,
Why is it? There's nowhere to stop.
but he will be on. He'll be on here tonight.
There's nowhere to stop.
New SOJ for the 9 months.
I'm sure it's right in his backyard. I don't know why.
G-Scare's doing well. Thank you, Garcia, for becoming a member. Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat. I'm on I-65 southbound. Semis or underside blocking lanes of traffic. 1 is at mile marker 196. All right, this is a very confusing message, but I'm guessing you're talking about how semis are parked underneath an underpass, which is definitely not what you want to see. As a reminder, do not park under an overpass. It is not safe. It'll cause a big traffic jam, and it's literally just not safe. So please make sure that you're not doing that. If you're on the roadway today, do your part in preventing that from happening. It's one of the worst things that you can do. It might help your vehicle, but even then, it really doesn't. Like, I mean, if there's any damaging wind threat, the overpass or the underpass is going to literally become a wind tunnel. So when you think about it, we got like the underpass or whatever, the bridge over top. Wind will just surge into the underpass. So it's actually not safe, even if we have a hailstorm and a windstorm or a tornado happening. It's still not safe. It's just better for you to keep driving or go somewhere else. Just avoid the storm if you can. Take the precautions ahead of time instead. It's a much better idea. Max, you really need to learn the correct pronunciation of town names. I don't think we've been doing too bad so far today. I think we've been doing pretty good. That is subject to everybody's opinion. No, I could literally have a robot tell me the pronunciations, but I don't really feel like it. You've been doing bad. All right, thanks. We are currently sitting at 17 severe thunderstorm warnings, in addition to 2 tornado warnings. Again, we have a tornado warning currently in effect in Miami-Dade County, in Florida, which is not in Miami. It's well to the west of it. just off the highway. And then we have a tornado warning here near Knox in Indiana, where the rotation has become a little bit broader here over the last couple of minutes. We still have a little area of rotation just south of Knox, south of Hamlet. That's moving towards Donaldson and Plymouth. So be ready if you're in Plymouth to stay away from windows. I would recommend, again, if you're anywhere in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, that you are staying away from windows, preferably as well on one of the lower floors of your home or building, as we could still see trees fall down, power lines come down as well, and there could be flying debris. There could literally be flying trampolines out there that could literally hit the side of your home. It's happened before. In events like this, it's possible. You might not know, but the neighbor 6 houses down might have a trampoline, and it could hit one of your windows and come right in while you're watching the storm from your window. So it's a much better idea to be staying away from windows. Hey, do we have Corey's tracker? Hayden? I don't see him on here. Stormwater Media keeps going in and out. I don't think they realize it. Maybe they're back. I'll keep Stormwater Media there. I honestly... Okay, now I see. Okay. All right, we now have an upgrade on a severe thunderstorm warning. This could be for Marshall, Pulaski, St. Joseph, and Stark counties in Indiana. This is the one that's actually going to be heading into Michigan. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and this is an observed threat. So a considerable damage threat right now approaching South Bend, Indiana, Benton Harbor. Best idea here is to be staying away from windows if you're in this area. Lowest floor possible, preferably, as this continues to move northeast. Shout out to J.A. Morgan with the super chat. I appreciate that. Let's go over to Stormer Media. They're currently looking at an impressive supercell right now in northern Arkansas. This is a look at that right now. This is a storm that's currently producing quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It may become tornadic here soon. We'll see. They're kind of behind some trees. It's hard to see the actual structure. There might be a lowering back there, but we won't be able to see it from this angle.
I'm sure once we get the hail, it'll be a lot.
Yeah, we're a little bit outside of it, though.
Shout out Andrew for the super chat. He is saying that there was a semi flipped over onto its side near county mile markers 196 and 188 near Tip Canoe. So just a heads up if you are traveling. That is a report of a flipped semi truck, which honestly I would believe. I've kind of mentioned this a few times, but if you are a truck driver that is out there today in like Indiana or southern Michigan or even western Ohio, be very vigilant that there is a line of storms that is producing pretty much numerous to widespread damaging winds right now. And unfortunately, if you get caught in the crossfire of the wind, it could turn into a disaster if you're traveling. Rotation is now intensifying in northern Arkansas, back over near Bergman and South Lead Hill. We do have a little hook on this cell and a little bit of rotation right now near Bergman, approaching Zinc, Summit, Yellville, Flippin, Bowl, Shoals, and South Lead Hill. No tornado possible label on that cell right now, but there is at least some rotation developing on it. We got a slew of storms right now along the Missouri and Arkansas border. And also, we have a cell back up near Culver, Indiana. Let me find where Culver is. All right, Culver, Indiana. We still have a pretty decent area of rotation that's rain-wrapped just to the west of Culver. Velocities are not really coming together very strong right now, but there's a broad area of circulation completely rain wrapped near State Route 10 approaching Culver, and it'll be going into Plymouth over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So if you are in Plymouth, just stay weather aware. We at least have a damaging wind threat that's going to be knocking on your doors here over the next 15 minutes or so, up to 70 miles per hour, but potentially even a tornado with that as it moves northeast. We also have rotation coming together near Stillwell. Again, a possibility for a quick tornado does exist as this approaches South Bend, Indiana. If you have any friends or family in the South Bend area, make sure that they're aware that there is a chance again for a tornado with this as it moves northeast. We do have a camera in Elkhart that's going to be coming up. I'm going to get that up here. Elkhart. Back to the 3-cam view here. Yeah, so we definitely have some rotation right now, right over Stillwell in northern Indiana. So be ready to get to your safe place there if you're back up near South Bend. And we really got 2 areas of rotation right now near Culver. We got one here and one near Donaldson. We got 2 areas of rotation that are moving towards Plymouth. I'm just going to circle them so it's easier to see. Got 2 areas of circulation right now moving towards Plymouth. So embedded tornadoes within this line of thunderstorms is possible. This is what we call QLCS tornadoes, which are quasi-linear. It's basically quasi-linear convective system. Tornadoes, this usually comes from a line of thunderstorms that has some embedded circulations in it, and we currently have a couple of those just outside of Plymouth. I'm gonna go back to full screen here. It's back over near Salem. We are seeing a lot more rotation with these cells now. We haven't had any tornado warnings really in this area other than the one west of Centralia, but we do have rotation just south of Flora and then a couple of areas of circulation south of Salem. So rotation's starting to pick up a little bit on these discrete cells in southern Illinois. And keep in mind that the low-level jet is going to be ramping up over the next couple of hours, so that means our tornado risk should also increase corresponding to that. Meaning our low-level winds will intensify. This is what our low-level jet looks like right about now. Winds right now aloft are around 40 to 50 knots, but it'll actually intensify as we go into the evening hours across Indiana, Tennessee, Kentucky, and even back through the lower Mississippi River Valley. So again, wind shear currently is increasing across this area. A lot of hailstorms to start, a lot of windstorms to start as well, but our tornado risk should begin to increase over the next hour or two. Thank you, Allie, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Tina with the super chat. I think you're doing a fantastic job. I don't know the town name or the names of all the towns either. Thank you for taking the time to warn us. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. No feed for storm chasers today. We have a bunch of storm chasers. Just a lot of them are waiting really for storms to be in their area. Storm Intermedia is on one storm right now in northern Arkansas. This is actually interesting. Let's go over to CJ Ziegler. He has an interesting view right now. If it loads. CJ is currently on a singular towering storm, but it does not look like it wants to load. All right, well, I guess we're not going to see him. But whenever it comes up, I'll show you guys. But he's actually on a cell right now. Interestingly enough, that is towering up a little bit. All right, there we go. This is CJ. Left side of your screen, you got a little towering updraft right there. It's very small, but it's something. That's back over near Poplar Bluff for reference.
Maybe some rotation on that one, actually.
I'm going to keep him muted. But that's back over near Poplar Bluff. We got a little updraft starting to pop up there. And so this is the area that we're talking about here near Mountain View and near Winona. We got a couple little cells, but we also got a couple little updrafts even trying to pop up now near Doniphan. And so again, any of the cells that we see here that are able to mature could produce the potential for a tornado. So southeast Missouri, again, this is going to be a time to be weather aware. The tornado risk should definitely be increasing here over the next hour or two. All right, well, we have no tornado warnings anymore. The 2 that we had ongoing have now been canceled, I believe. Or at least on here it says it's canceled. I'm going to keep this on just for a moment because it still says 2 tornado warnings. I believe both tornado warnings, though, the one in Miami-Dade County and also the one in Indiana, have been let to expire, or at least have been canceled, as the rotation at this point has essentially just moved out of the areas of those warnings, and they've also been weaker. But for the second time now in this live stream, I think, we have no tornado warnings. But we have a bunch of severe warnings still ongoing, and again, the tornado risk is still going to be increasing. Thank you, Clay, for the super chat. Tagged you on a Twitter. Let me see. Pull it up. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Might even be shown here on stream as well. That's actually a pretty good structure there. I gotta figure out how I actually show this. Alright, tornado warnings have now officially ended, so we're back down to normal severe thunderstorm warnings again. We still have areas of rotation that we're watching for very closely. We got storms firing up right along the Missouri and Arkansas border. We got a bunch of storms that are lining up in Illinois and southeastern Missouri. And then across northern and central Indiana, we got plenty of severe storms here. And we actually have a lot of areas still of rotation. We got 1, we got 2, 3, 4, we got 5 different areas of rotation right now that are going towards South Bend. So literally a bunch of different areas of rotation are currently approaching South Bend. Over in Zinc, Arkansas. Let's go to Zinc. Which storm is Zinc? Is it this one? Might be the Bergman one. Alright, so this cell right now near Zinc. It's had some side lobe contamination here for a little bit, but we are starting to see a more organized supercell structure over Zinc going towards Bull Shoals. Currently, the threat is quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but again, a tornado is still a possibility out of this as it moves east. But currently, again, no tornado warning on this. This is an environment, again, that there's a lot of wind shear in. So I would not be surprised if we start to see that storm try to wrap up here in the next little bit. Still has a hook to it. Still have a little bit of rotation. It's not enough, though, at this point for a tornado warning. This is from Clay Rushing on Twitter. This is back over in Mount Vernon, Illinois. Very ominous skies. This is actually a really impressive structure shot, too. You can see the shelf cloud. It might be hard to see, but that right there is a shelf cloud that is rolling into Mount Vernon, Illinois. That is basically promoting a wind threat that is moving in. Looks like we're at a Walmart as well. A Walmart there in Mount Vernon. Or maybe a Lowe's. I can't really tell. There's a Lowe's there, too. Great shot there from Clay. But once again, there is no tornado warnings right now, but this area, we have a bunch of different little small circulations that are going to be approaching South Bend. So be prepared. Again, just stay away from windows. Really is the best thing to do if you're in South Bend, Bremen, Napanee, Goshen, or Elkhart, Indiana. Best thing that you can do right now is just be staying away from windows. Treat this as if there is a tornado warning, because even if there is not a tornado, we still have numerous to widespread damaging winds around 70 miles per hour that will be moving into South Bend over the next several minutes. I am growing increasingly concerned right now about this supercell in northern Arkansas. Right now, this is not, again, tornado warned or anything like that, but this is a right-moving storm, and it's going to be moving into a very favorable environment. It's very discreet as of right now as well, so as long as it stays discreet, it's going to be a concerning storm no matter what. But the wind shear is picking up, and we have seen a storm merger with this as well over the last several minutes, so that could also intensify it. But we are starting to see a lot of clearing out in front of the cell, and a pretty good amount of inflow as well. So there is a chance that a tornado starts to become more of a concern here as this moves into Salem, Cherokee Village, Hardy, and Mammoth Spring. So definitely an uptrending storm as of right now. This here is Storm Runner Media. Storm Runner Media is currently on this cell. They're just kind of the east right now of where the hail core is. So we can't really see if there's a lowering yet, but we might be able to see it here soon as the storm comes closer to them.
I'd like to see another scan, but it does look like it turned right.
We'll hold that thought for now. We do now have a brand new tornado
A
warning.
new tornado warning has been issued.
This is going to be for Clay and Richard counties in Illinois. So Clay and Richard counties in Illinois, you are now included in a brand new tornado warning. We have a area of rotation right now right over near Clay City. It's approaching Noble and Olney over the next few minutes. This has been intensifying over the last few minutes as well. Near Highway 50, approaching Noble. So if you are in Noble or Clay City or Olney in Illinois, you need to seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. The rotation right now is just south of Clay City. It'll be approaching the Dollar General and the CCH Medical Clinic, the Pit Stop Cafe, Dusty's Tires, Picker's Lounge and Package Liquor Store, and the Larry's Garage and Big 4 Propane are currently in the path of this. And there's also the Clay City High School and the Scoop on Main that are in the track of this, and also a couple of churches as well. And there's also a Casey's General Store that is being approached by a potential tornado, but at the bare minimum, we have a big hail core right now moving into Clay City. So again, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Nothing confirmed on this as of yet, but definitely a concerning storm. For those in Noble, which this tornado is right now tracking to Clay City, but we could see it turn right towards Noble. If it does track towards Noble, Noble Foods, Dollar General, Pfeiffer's Retail, Southern Illinois Scale and Construction, and the First Christian Church are in the track of this, and also the IECC West Richland Center. Oh, let's go to Storm Runner Media. They actually have a view now.
Look at how low that is on the...
That's the lowering. So this is what we're talking about over in Arkansas. We are now seeing a lowering in northern Arkansas near Salem.
It's down right now, but it could be a wall cloud.
Kind of appears like it took a right turn.
So if that's true, then that area should be heading right towards.
I'd have a wall cloud trying to form there.
We're gonna go tornado possible.
It looks like it's rotating, but it's kind of ragged right now.
Ghostly Face says it won't turn right.
Why?
Huge shout out to Jason with the 20 gifted memberships. Put some W's in the chat for Jason. Got gifted membership. Make sure to thank Jason in the chat as well. Thank you, Lindsay, for becoming a member. Thank you, Skylar, for the super chat. Outlook for Little Rock.
Either way, we got
Little Rock is going to see storms if you see any. It's going to be a bit more scattered in your area, but if you see storms, there's a better chance for storms right around about 5 to 8 o'clock. But again, they'll be a bit more scattered.
I'm assuming if I am calculated right.
Shout out to Douglas with the Venmo donation as well.
trying to see if I see any sort of rotation or anything.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is near Salem, Arkansas. We have a large lowering that is developing. A potential tornado concern here on this cell.
And the velocities are looking better on the storm chats.
Bet you guys zoomed in right on the area.
This just has that look. It looks concerning.
It did take a little bit of a right. Not a whole lot, but
Very scuddy right now, but I mean, this is the environment where we're starting to see wind shear pick up. It's a discrete supercell. It's moving directly east. I do think a tornado potential is going to exist with this here very soon.
But gosh dang, if it isn't humid here, 69 over 66.
The tail.
It's a little bit more zoomed out here.
Rotation, check,
Sounds broken, but that's a little bit more zoomed out. Go back to radar. Once again, we do have a tornado warning if you're Noble only or Clay City, or sorry, yeah, Clay City. Again, area rotation right now is moving to the northeast and is going to be approaching only in Highway 130 over the next several minutes, tracking right up Highway 50. Let me go back to Storm Intermedia. I don't know if they're saying something. They're changing the camera though. It's kind of a scuddy area in the middle there here near Salem.
oh, decent size. That's bigger than quarter up there.
They're saying there's also a little bit larger than quarter-sized hail in this cell.
It's gonna be impossible for me to point exactly. You'll just have to try and catch a glimpse of it if you can. There's definitely at least quarters in here, if not bigger.
All right, while that happens, we have some other updates to get to. So, again, the storm that they're on right now is near Cherokee Village, near Salem. We've had a lowering on that here for the last few minutes. It's going to be moving towards Highway 63. But really, the biggest concern right now along the Arkansas and Missouri border is large hail and damaging winds. We actually have 2-inch sized hail right now that's heading towards Mountain View, just north of West Plains in southern Missouri. So be ready for that. Again, that's lime-sized hail that is moving in your direction if you're in Mountain View, Missouri. We have some storms still ongoing south of St. Louis. We've had some scattered large, even at times very large hail. Most recently, golf ball-sized hail reported in Luca, Illinois. That is according to emergency management. But currently, not much of a tornado risk with this activity. It's mostly just hail for right now. Again, the most significant storms that we have ongoing are the ones from Terre Haute all the way back into southern Illinois with scattered damaging winds. This will become a lot more widespread over the next hour or two. And then further off to the north, we have a large line of thunderstorms moving anywhere from Indianapolis all the way back into southwestern Michigan. A long line of thunderstorms all moving into Michigan. It'll move into northwest Ohio here pretty soon as well, with scattered to numerous damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes being possible. We still have had some rotation with this activity near South Bend, so we need to continue to watch the tornado potential here. But generally speaking, again, if we get a tornado in this line, it'll be more than likely on the brief side of things. We have a couple areas of rotation, one near Bremen, another one kind of in between here near Napanee, going towards Benton and Goshen, and going towards Elkhart as well. I think there's a small wall cloud that is now forming on the right side of your screen. Small, it's very small, but I think that's a little wall cloud that's developing now near Salem, Arkansas.
Well, I mean,
This is Storm Intermedia on this storm.
this is what we're waiting, looking for is right here.
Shout out to Wyatt with the $5 Venmo. We live in Fort Wayne, we live in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I appreciate that. Thank you for watching. Stay safe. Storms are going to be at Fort Wayne probably in about 45 minutes or so. So if you have any last minute precautions that you need to take, I would recommend taking them now. From what I've heard from Storm Intermedia, this isn't really rotating much right now, but
I mean, if this thing ends up actually going a little to the
long term, it is still a storm to watch for as our wind shear increases.
There's clear space for it. There's nothing behind. There's nothing down here yet.
Yeah.
At least it looks like it. Anyway.
We are now up to 29 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a new one for Oregon County in Missouri. Here is your slew of severe thunderstorm warnings that we have across the board right now. It's kind of crazy, but I mean, we literally have numerous to widespread severe weather pretty much happening. And keep in mind, if you're in areas like Memphis, Louisville, Cincinnati, Columbus, Fort Wayne, Evansville, I mean, these are areas that are going to be in the track of almost a widespread area of severe weather. It's very hard to see any breaks in the action right now when it comes to severe weather. Like, we have a couple in southeast Missouri. We have one west of Indianapolis, but other than that, almost all of these warnings are connected to each other. So this is turning into a pretty significant and serious situation here. Even if we don't have a full-blown, tornado outbreak or anything like that happening today, we are still talking about numerous to widespread severe weather. which again, tornado outbreak is still in play. We'll have to wait and see what happens over the next couple of hours. Back to our tornado warning in southern Illinois. We still have rotation right now over the east side of Clay City. This is now approaching Noble. So if you are Noble, Illinois, this is your last chance. You should be getting to your safe place in case we do have a tornado here. The Noble Foods, the Tin Cup, Noble Lions Club, and Dollar General in Noble are currently in the path of a possible tornado. Even if there is not a tornado, we have ping pong to golf ball sized hail that is falling. All the white and black colors that you're seeing here, that is a big hail core that is moving right along Highway 50 and will be moving into Noble over the next several minutes. And as a reminder, we do have tornado watches that span over 600 miles from southwest Michigan into north central Arkansas. We now have a severe storm that has actually just popped up in Fort Worth. Look how fast this thing exploded. Also, this is Stormer Media showing us the hail that's falling in Salem. Looks like cheese curd sized hail to me. The cheese curd sized hail falling there, but a big storm has just blown up in Fort Worth. So Dallas, Fort Worth, big hailstorm, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Keep in mind that this is probably going to intensify very fast. I would not be surprised if our hail is much larger than that. There's a lot of people that live in Fort Worth, Texas. If you have any friends or family in Fort Worth, make sure that they're aware of this. This is a very significant situation. Again, hail can cause a lot of damage, especially to vehicles that are left outside. I did not grab a screenshot of that storm. Give me 1 second. Let's go back to Dallas, Fort Worth. We are now up to 2-inch sized hail on the storm in Shannon County, Missouri. That has just been upgraded. All right, going back to the tornado warning in southern Illinois. Once again, Hook Echo right now, right over Highway 50, approaching Noble and Olney. Please be in your safe place if you are in Olney. This is again for Clay and Richland counties in Illinois. If it's cloudy and cold, will a tornado form? Well, I mean, it depends on your environment and where you are. Because, I mean, it can be cloudy and cold right now, but keep in mind that we have a warm frontal boundary. I don't know where you are, but if you're, like, off to the north, let's say, in, like, Michigan, we have a warm front that's technically lifting off to the north. Like, if we look at the METAR data right now, we'll go to the detailed display here. Like, you can see that right now, across the board, the temperatures and dew points, for the most part, actually, almost all of Michigan is now up into the low to mid 60s, even for dew points and temperatures. But there is a warm front that's essentially going to be lifting to the north, and as long as that continues, the temperatures will warm up. Now, if you're further down to the south and you've already been hit by showers and storms, and there's another round of storms coming, the odds of you still seeing significant severe weather are much lower, as the atmosphere is essentially stabilized. Which means that it'll be stable probably for at least an hour or two, and then it could destabilize after that, depending on how long of a period of time it has between the next round of storms. All right, we got big storms right now moving through South Bend, Indiana. Again, a line of intense thunderstorms producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds is currently moving through South Bend. It is approaching Elkhart. So if you're in Elkhart in Indiana, be away from windows, and preferably on the lowest floor possible. We are still monitoring a potential for a tornado. We actually have a couplet that is now over near Milford. So a tightening area of rotation right now near Milford and Syracuse that is just off to the west of Fort Wayne and southeast of South Bend. Actually, right here, look at this. We have a tight area of rotation right here. So Milford and Shady Banks, you need to be in your safe place. We don't have a tornado warning, but that is a tight area of rotation that is very capable of producing a tornado. I would be surprised if this does not get tornado warned. That's very strong rotation right now. We don't have a debris signature, but we probably have a tornado dropping as we speak, or we may have already had one. Hopefully they issue a tornado warning on that. That's, again, going in the direction of Millersburg, Topeka, Cromwell, Syracuse. Got another radar scan coming in. That is pretty tight rotation. And the latest scan still showing strong rotation there near Milford. Again, we may have a tornado there near Milford, if not one's trying to drop. We also have some rotation northeast to South Bend now that's approaching Edwardsburg. Keep in mind that there will be some tornadoes today that do not get warned that actually happen because, again, we are talking with a line of storms like this, it's hard to warn every single area of rotation. That's why there's a tornado watch. That's why there's severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado possible labels on them. It's hard to issue a tornado warning on every single storm that's rotating in this line. Because there are just so many areas of rotation, and some of them do produce tornadoes, some of them don't. So whenever I point out an area of rotation, again, there is still a chance it does not produce a tornado. Just keep that in mind. You know, there are probably 4 or 5 different areas that I can at least see right now that are rotating that, you know, could deserve a tornado warning, but they're just so quick a lot of the time. That does make it a bit harder to issue a tornado warning on everything. Sometimes these tornadoes last like 10 seconds, sometimes they last 10 minutes. It really varies. All right, latest radar scan is now coming in. It looks like we have a tornado on the south side of Milford. So there is an unwarned tornado right now near Milford in Indiana. We do have at least a pretty evident debris signature popping up right now. The velocities have not updated, but this is the right spot for there to be a tornado. So there is now a likely unwarned tornado right now near Milford in Indiana. It's approaching Syracuse and Oakwood Park. If you know any friends or family that live in this area, please make sure they're aware of this, because this does not have a tornado warning on it. And it's currently moving northeast. And we also have rotation starting to intensify near Oswego as well. So a little bit of rotation near Oswego, moving towards North Webster. Epworth Forest is also in the path of that. Also, heads up, the severe thunderstorm warning in Fort Worth has just been upgraded to an observed $half sized hail threat. I'll have another radar scan coming in right now. We'll see what it looks like. And there is a severe thunderstorm warning on this, but they do not have a tornado warning on it, which is quite concerning. This is the latest radar scan. See what the velocities look like. All right, so our strongest area of rotation now is over the north side of Milford. And I'm not seeing as definitive of a debris signature, but we did have one at least briefly there near Milford. It looks like it's occluded out. But we still have some strong rotation near Oswego. And at least strong winds. But we still have rotation right now over Oswego approaching North Webster. We even have a little bit of rotation north of Milford as well. That's much broader, though, than the stuff that's happening near the radar site. And then near Pierceton, we have stronger rotation. So between Pierceton and Oswego, we do have some stronger areas of circulation as well, south of the radar site, near Highway 30 in Princeton. This is all tracking east-northeast. Kendallville is going to be in the eventual track of this cell. And then back up into Michigan. We don't really have a great radar site here, but we do have at least some circulation near the Dowagiach area, Penn, and just west of Three Rivers. The main area of circulation is right over Edwardsburg. We're keeping a close eye on that as that moves northeast. But unfortunately, I don't know why we haven't gotten a tornado warning on this activity, but I mean, we definitely have a lot of areas of rotation. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got like 6 or 7 different areas of rotation within about 20 miles of each other between Benton and Highway 30. Here's the latest velocity scan. Also, a brand new severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued. We'll go to that here in just a moment. That's back down in Texas. This is the latest scan. I mean, we legitimately could have multiple different tiny tornadoes happening right now. The rotation on the northwest side of the radar site back near New Paris and Syracuse, Indiana is a bit broader. So that rotation's been broadening out, but we still have stronger areas of rotation near North Webster and Pierceton. I don't see anything clearly when it comes to a tornado right now, but there are several areas of rotation. So if you're anywhere in the severe thunderstorm warnings here, I would still stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. Still treat this as if we have a tornado in progress, because we're still talking about high winds even if you do not get a tornado. West of Fort Wayne, we do have an area of circulation as well that's developing just northwest of Huntington. So stay vigilant, Fort Wayne. We'll probably get a severe thunderstorm warning there here in the next 10 minutes or so. All right, we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued. This is back over in Texas and Arkansas. This goes until 10 o'clock Central Time for those near Texarkana and around Dallas-Fort Worth, where damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, hail as large as the size of apples, and a couple of tornadoes are possible. So make sure that you are staying weather aware, protect your vehicles especially. We already have at least one hailstorm right now that is happening in Dallas-Fort Worth, and this one's big. Like, this is a big hailstorm. Well over a few 100,000 people that are inside of this severe thunderstorm warning. We have several reports already of half-dollar sized hail on the west side of Fort Worth. So big hailstorm there. We got another little cell developing north of Tyler. Things are definitely picking up in activity now in Texas. So, little update on Arkansas and Missouri. So, back over near the border, we've had a bunch of storms that have been ongoing here for a little while. There is a little bit of good news. That one cell that was near Salem, that one's a little bit weaker. It is still producing some hail and wind, but it's not nearly as concerning for a tornado risk. The one near Mountain Home in Cassville, that one is still producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There has not been really a whole lot of rotation with that cell. Again, it is currently moving to the east. Northeast, going right along Highway 62. So if you're in Salem or Viola in northern Arkansas, just continue to be ready for hailstorms. I mean, we've already had a couple in that area, and there are more to come. And then in southern Missouri, we actually have a destructive hailstorm near Winona right now. There is a baseball-sized hailstorm right now impacting Winona. If you guys remember, 2 weeks ago, we did have a tornado emergency in Winona back in that tornado outbreak that we had on March 14th. So about 16 days ago, we had a tornado emergency, and now we have a destructive hailstorm. So they really cannot catch a break in this area in Winona, but stay away from windows, especially with the winds being high. That could turn into wind-driven hail that could go into your windows if it's going in the right direction. We also have a hailstorm right now near Frederickstown, Missouri. We got a lot of severe weather across southern Illinois as well. Not really a whole lot of a tornado risk right now in southern Illinois. This is mostly just a line of thunderstorms. Until this organizes more into an organized line of storms, I think it's going to struggle to produce that tornado risk, at least for a little bit. But be ready if you're anywhere from Terre Haute back to Carbondale for an increasing tornado risk as this line of storms begins to organize more. And we're still keeping a close eye on some of the cells that are developing back over in Kentucky and Tennessee. Nothing's organized yet. The storms are not towering up by any means. They're relatively small, but we may see a tornado risk come out of one of these storms at some point. But for right now, things are pretty tame across Kentucky and Tennessee. But that'll change as we go later into the afternoon and as well as this evening. All right, back over to Indiana. We have a lot of rotation right now in this line of thunderstorms. I'm going to start with Michigan. West of Three Rivers, we still have an area of rotation near Gallipolis.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What in the world? Okay, well, before we do that, we have a tornado warning in Florida. Okay, that is concerning. We have strong rotation right now just outside of Four Corners in Florida. Just west of Disney World and Celebration, west of Orlando. There is another tornado warning in Florida. I think we've had more tornado warnings in Florida than we have had in Indiana so far today. Or maybe at least the same amount. But strong rotation right now near the Little Creek Swamp. It's going to be going towards Sawgrass Bay. Moving to the northeast. This is on track for Horizon West, just north of Four Corners. Winter Garden, potentially in the track of this, just outside of Orlando, Florida. You heard me right. Again, this is Florida. This is not even in our main risk for today. Keep in mind that our risk of severe weather here in Florida is not even tornadic. We don't even have a tornado risk outlined here for today, but we do have a marginal risk of severe weather. Believe it or not, this is now our second tornado warning of the day in Florida. So seek shelter if you're in this warning near Loggy Pond Swamp back near Four Corners. We'll be keeping a close eye on that cell. We got a lot of different storms that are firing up right now across central Florida. We also got some storms firing up in southeast Mississippi. Nothing really too concerning there, just some hail and wind. In terms of the tornado risk, at least for right now, it's not very concerning. All right, back to what I was talking about. So we do have a little bit of rotation northeast to South Bend. Again, right now in Michigan, it is broad, but we could see a brief tornado come out of that as it moves towards the Three Rivers and Flower Field areas in southern Michigan. We've had more rotation in and around Millersburg, Cromwell, and back over near North Webster over the last few minutes. This entire region right here, we have a ton of different areas of circulation that are all moving towards Wolcottville, Topeka, LaGrange, Albion, Wolf Lake, and Merriam. Our strongest area of rotation is probably the one near Wilmot. So we have a stronger area of circulation there, moving east-northeast. And right in here, we have like two different hooks. We got one over Millersburg and the other one south of Millersburg. Both of those areas are rotating right now. So many areas of rotation right now in this line of thunderstorms pushing across northeast Indiana. So again, be ready for damaging winds and a few embedded tornadoes in this line. We're starting to see a couple of discrete cells popping up out in front of the line. So we'll need to watch this activity closely in case that does become tornadic as that moves to the northeast. Shout out to W with the super chat. When can we expect the storms to really start organizing? Well, right now in Indiana and Michigan, this is an organized line of storms. I don't think this is going to get much more organized than this. And this is going to continue to produce numerous to widespread damaging winds and tornadoes. Further south, this activity in Indiana and Illinois, back over north of Evansville, this activity is all still organizing. This is going to take probably another hour or two until we really start to see a much more organized and potent line of thunderstorms that produces numerous to widespread damaging winds and even the potential for tornadoes. So we need to watch that activity as it continues to organize. So far, the good news is that we've not really had any discrete cells out in front of the line that have become tornadic. We've had a couple, but they have not really organized into much. And then Arkansas, southeast Missouri, and western Tennessee, western Kentucky, this entire region, we are mostly going to be talking about discrete cells for the next few hours. A lot of them will be hail and wind, but the low-level jet is increasing and the wind shear, so we should eventually start to see the tornado risk uptick a little bit in these areas. We are staying hydrated today. Quick little update in North Texas. We got multiple storms right now firing off near Fort Worth. Quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are currently impacting Fort Worth, approaching Arlington, Burleson, Benbrook. Anticipate storms to continue to increase in coverage over the next hour as this boundary continues to move southeast through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And main concern will be hail as large as the size of apples. So a very large hail threat is in the forecast. If you're back over in Terre Haute, we got some significant severe weather moving through your area, damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, and quarter-sized hail currently moving to the east-northeast. We have a tornado debris signature in Bristol, I believe. Bristol, Indiana. I think we have a small little tornado potentially near LaGrange. For the last couple minutes, we've had a little area of stronger circulation. I don't see the CC drop, but there is one. It's really small. Would have been right up here. On the south side of Bristol, we may have just had a brief tornado near LaGrange. Got another area of rotation approaching Millbury as well. Look at this one right here. Back over near Wolf Lake in Indiana. Strong area of rotation approaching Wolf Lake as we speak. It's going to be going towards Burr Oak, Bakertown, and Albion. This is actually a pretty impressive storm right here. We got a strong inflow, and we also have a hook right here. So there is a chance that we get a tornado out of this as it approaches Wolf Lake. Yeah, the Elkhart camera went down. We did have a camera in Elkhart, Indiana. There may have been power outages in Elkhart because that camera is fully down now. So we don't have a camera there. We have a lot of areas of rotation developing right now. We got one over Penn, Michigan. We got another one south of that. We have one right here. We have one here. Another one, another one, another one, and another one. We have, I think, 8 different areas of rotation right now on the leading edge of this line between Penn, Michigan, back to Millbury. Absolutely crazy. It's hard to count. I mean, we literally have all... I mean, there's so many areas of rotation right now on the leading edge of this line. The amount of QLCS tornadoes that we could have right now is at a high. We could have multiple tornadoes happening with this cluster of storms. They have just issued a large new severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Wayne, Kendallville, Auburn, Angola, and LaGrange. This is moving east pretty quickly, but I don't think it's moving as fast as they're advertising. They are saying that this is moving east at 115 miles per hour. I don't think it's moving that fast, but if it was, that is absolutely insane. Actually, can somebody measure this? Can somebody measure how fast this is moving? There's no way this is moving 115 miles per hour to the east, right? This is over the last 10 minutes or so. No, there's just no way. This is moving northeast at like maybe 65, 70, I think. It is moving at about 1 mile per minute though. So, but yeah, there's no way this is moving at 115 miles per hour to the east. That has to be a glitch. That would be pretty nuts though. You wouldn't even be able to outdrive it at that point unless you are going way over the speed limit. There is pea-sized hail being reported in Mountain Home, Arkansas, according to one of our viewers that is watching. As a reminder, if you do have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. And we got a significant line of thunderstorms right now rolling right through the heart of northeastern Indiana. Fort Wayne, you are currently in the direct path of significant damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. We have a ton of circulations right now that are tornadic. We have one actually near Wolf Lake right now that might be on the ground. So we may have a tornado near Wolf Lake.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they have issued now a tornado warning. They could issue a tornado warning for almost all of this right now. There are so many areas of rotation. But they have issued a new tornado warning for LaGrange, Noble, Steuben counties in Indiana, and also for Branch County in Michigan. And that is for the storm that we were just looking at. So near Wolf Lake, strong rotation approaching Albion, Kendallville, Wolcott, South Milford, Hudson, and Fairfield. There might be a tornado right now on the west side of Port Mitchell. So if you are in Albion or anywhere in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. If we do indeed have a tornado in progress, this will be moving into the Albion Pizza Depot. There is also the Central Noble Junior and Senior High Schools, and there's also an elementary school in Albion that is in the track of a possible tornado. So if we had a tornado, it'd be right there. The strong winds right now, and the couplet that we have, the convergence area, is located just to the southeast of Kimmel and is currently moving in the direction of Albion. Albion is the first place in the track of this. The storm is moving northeast at 65 miles per hour, so if you are trying to travel at highway speeds, you might not be able to outrun this. So just keep that in mind if you are traveling. I mean, this is unbelievable. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 different mesocyclones right now along the leading edge of this line of storms in southern Michigan and extreme northern Indiana. Again, these are the velocities. So, I mean, across the board right now, we have a lot of rotation on the north side of this line. And we might get a tornado warning on this near White Pigeon and the other one near Scott. These are the 2 strongest areas of rotation on the northern leading edge of this line. Let me go back to Florida just for a moment, then we'll go back to Indiana. We do have a tornado warning again in Florida, believe it or not, just outside of Orlando. Rotation has been intensifying on this, just west of Orlando. Again, tornado is going to be possible with this, approaching Sawgrass Bay and Four Corners. So if you are in this area, again, make sure that you are in your safe place just to the west of Orlando. There's a tornado warning in Lake County, Florida, heading towards Orange County. It's radar indicated, but is it on the ground based on the velocities? No, we don't have anything confirmed on this. There's no correlation coefficient drop that would confirm a tornado here, but nonetheless, it is going to be potentially producing a tornado as it moves towards the west side of Orlando. We have a bunch of storms right now in southern Missouri and as well as northern Arkansas, producing hail and damaging winds. Golf ball sized hail actually right now going towards Doniphan. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. East of St. Louis, we got a line of storms really beginning to organize. Keep in mind, in about an hour or so, this line of storms will become a lot more tornadic, with some embedded tornadoes possible in this line of storms as it moves towards Indianapolis, Vincennes, Bloomington, and eventually Evansville and Carbondale. So be ready for damaging winds, some hail, and a potential for a tornado if you're in any of those locations. You might not get hit by a severe storm, but it's a pretty high probability right now that you're going to get some level of severe weather here in southern Indiana and southern Illinois. Okay, I think we need a tornado warning on this. We got strong rotation right now near Scott in northern Indiana. It's going to be moving towards Sturgis in Michigan. So if you're anywhere in this box right here, I'd be at least away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The rotation is a little bit on the stronger side of things right now, approaching Sturgis. And we still have a tight couplet right over the town of Albion. So if there is a tornado right now on this tornado warning in Steuben, LaGrange, Noble counties in northeast Indiana, we may have a tornado, and if it is, it's going to be right over Albion. We don't have a debris signature quite yet, but it's very possible that we have a tornado on the ground there. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. Keep in mind, this is going towards Kendallville and Angola. Those are the main locations in the path of this, off to the north of Fort Wayne. Albion, thank you. Right over Albion. Got a new radar scan coming in right now. But if there was a tornado, it could be impacting the Central Noble Junior Senior High School and the elementary school, in addition to the public library in Noble County. It's a not really super populated town, but there's definitely a lot of neighborhoods there. It's a little small town there. They got a pizza depot as well. This is the latest radar scan. I still don't see a debris signature, so that's good news, at least for those in Albion. But if we have a tornado, we'll be approaching Kendallville, Fairfield Center, Hudson, just south of Wolcottville, and eventually going towards Angola. We may have a tornado dropping near Scott. We've had a tight couplet here for a couple scans now. Right over Scott in northern Indiana, approaching Sturgis, Michigan. There is a tight couplet right there near Interstate 8090 moving northeast. So again, that right there might just be the next tornado warning cell. That has been producing strong rotation here for a couple scans in a row. We also have a couplet developing just west of Garrett. So just west of Garrett, Indiana, moving towards Auburn and Waterloo. Another area of rotation. Even if there's not tornadoes here, we're still talking about widespread damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. Anywhere from literally Kalamazoo all the way back to Marion and Indianapolis. There is a camera in Kalamazoo. I'm going to see what that looks like. You check the storm near Terre Haute. Back over in Terre Haute, it is mostly damaging winds. The main core of this storm has moved through Terre Haute and is now approaching Brazil. In my opinion, the Terre Haute storm is not super concerning when it comes to like a tornado risk, but there is going to be some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds that move right over Interstate 70. Thank you, Gray Man, for the super chat as well. Tornado watch has just been condensed. They've condensed it down further, so it includes less counties now in northern Indiana. I would have to assume that they're going to be issuing a new watch here for northwest Ohio and southeast Michigan here fairly soon, and it will probably end up being a tornado watch. So if I had to guess, we'll probably get a new watch here pretty soon. New damage report coming out of North Webster, Indiana, of a tree down on a parked vehicle. Lines are down in Epworth Forest. That's a new update there. And I believe the tornado warning in Lake County, Florida may have been canceled. So I'm no longer seeing it on my, okay, so that one was canceled. So we no longer have a tornado warning in Florida, but we're still keeping a close eye on those storms.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have now a brand new tornado warning. That's for St. Joseph, LaGrange, and Branch counties. That is going to be this storm near Sturgis that we were just talking about. So if you're in the pink polygon, that'll pop up here in a second. Seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Or is that further south? I think it's the north storm, right? All right, yeah, it is. So Sturgis, Fawn River, Matson, and Union City, you are all included in a new tornado warning. This rotation has been strong for the last several minutes. If we have a tornado, it would be located just to the north of Scott, and it will be approaching the west side of Sturgis. So just on the west side of Sturgis, which is a more populated town. If there's a tornado and it hits Sturgis, the Kirsch Municipal Airport is in the path of this. There's also a bunch of different distribution centers in this area, it looks like. We got a big soccer field as well. Big B Coffee, Dollar General on the north side of town are also in the track of this. But we do have an airport that's on the west side of town that is potentially in the track of a tornado. But at the minimum, we are talking about significant damaging winds around 70 to 80 miles per hour as this continues to move north-northeast. And then long term, if we still have a tornado with this, it'll be approaching Colon. And in Colon, you have the Colon High School, the Dollar General, the Randolph County Plumbing North, the Village Market Food Center, and there's also a community park up there. The latest velocity signature is showing a stronger area of convergence, meaning that the rotation is intensifying just a little bit more now. So this storm has gotten a little bit more concerning here just over the last couple of minutes. All right,
A
we have
new
yet again
tornado
another
warning
tornado
has
warning
been
that has been issued. This one's going to be for Noble County in Indiana. So this is going to be back over near Garrett, Auburn, and Waterloo. Also heading towards Butler. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. If you are in Waterloo, Butler, Auburn, Moore, Garrett, or Corunna. Also, we now have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo, Portage, and Rizel. Wayland also included in this in western Michigan. This entire severe thunderstorm warning was just upgraded to being destructive with 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds possible. That is the intensity of a strong EF0 or even low-end EF1 type tornado here in western Michigan. So we're going to go 3-cam view. We got Kalamazoo bottom right. You also got CJ Ziegler back over in southeast Missouri, and then Storm Intermedia in northern Arkansas. All on your screen. But there's a lot of severe weather ramping up right now. We got a slew of tornado warnings. Also, we have a bunch of damage reports. All these black circles are damage reports. I mean, that's a ton. Gives you an idea of how significant this line of thunderstorms is right now in Michigan and Indiana. And it's going to get worse back down in the Mississippi River Valley here over the next hour or two. As of now, I'm not seeing any tornado debris signatures, but again, tornadoes are possible with any of these warnings as they continue to move northeast. All right, while we have a quick second, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. I'll be back in a moment. I just need to take a bathroom break. Be right back. All right, we are back. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Coldwater and Hillsdale and Jonesville for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, a very intense line of thunderstorms is right now rolling across Michigan and northeastern Indiana. We have a slew of tornado warnings now, a bunch of QLCS areas of rotation, which means rotation embedded in the line of thunderstorms. We really could have upwards of like 5 or 6 tornado warnings with what we're seeing right now, because we even have rotation just south of Portage that's going to be coming into the Kalamazoo area over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So be ready. If you're over in Kalamazoo, I'd at least be staying away from windows. Even if you don't get a tornado, we are talking about a really significant risk for damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. Further down to the south, we have strong rotation near Garrett right now. We may have a tornado approaching Garrett. Nothing confirmed at this point, but if we have a tornado, it would be approaching the west side of Garrett over the next couple of minutes. This storm is moving northeast at about 60 to 70 miles per hour. So it is a very fast moving storm. Quick little update back over in central Indiana. We do have a line of thunderstorms moving towards Indianapolis. None of this is currently severe, but we'll have to watch this storm near Terre Haute moving towards Indianapolis to potentially produce a threat for significant damaging winds. This has been an intensifying storm here just over the last 15 to 20 minutes. That'll be moving towards Indianapolis and Greenwood. We also got a significant line of thunderstorms between Robinson and Mount Vernon. Lots of lightning, very high winds. The tornado threat continues to stay on the low side, but it should become more organized over the next hour. And then anywhere along the Missouri and Arkansas border, we are talking about a ton of different hailstorms that are currently happening. These will continue over the next few hours. We don't have anything that's really tornadic at this point, but we are still keeping a close eye on it because I still think the greatest chance for a tornado will be in this region over the next couple of hours. So we're just going to have to kind of wait and see what happens, but I do think the tornado risk is going to start increasing here very soon. Also, Storm Runner Media, if we go to them just for a moment, they are currently driving through or Mammoth Spring, Arkansas, and look at the roads. They are currently covered over in hail.
So you know what we should have done.
You have hail-covered roads right now in Mammoth Spring, Arkansas.
Hey, if you guys don't want to get to the
You don't see that very often, but that's a lot of hail that's been falling there. Also, heads up, no severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing anymore. In North Texas. So Dallas, Fort Worth, no severe warnings ongoing anymore. Tornado warning for those in Angola has been canceled, so we no longer have a tornado warning with that cell. Okay. Well, we now have a confirmed tornado. For some reason, the warning didn't go off. There we go.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
Ignore the
Seek
counties, those
shelter
are completely
immediately.
incorrect. This is for St. Joseph and Branch counties in Michigan. So we now have a confirmed tornado in Michigan. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm right now that is moving to the northeast. This is a confirmed tornado that has just passed by the municipal airport near Sturgis and is continuing to move to the northeast. They'll be going towards Matson, Colon, and Union City. So this tornado right now is going to be right over the north side of Sturgis. It's going to be going into the town of Colon over the next few minutes. And in Colon, the Village Market Food Center, the Don's Cafe, Collins Community Park, Tomlinson Lumber, the Magic Capital Grill are all in the path of a tornado right now. Dollar General as well, and there's multiple neighborhoods. Got the Colon Water Tower as well on the north side of town that is currently in the track of a confirmed tornado. This is confirmed via law enforcement. This is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, by the way. It is a very fast moving tornado. Very fast. Like 60 mile per hour tornado. That's how fast to the northeast it's currently moving. That is extremely fast. You do not see tornadoes moving northeast at 60 miles per hour very often, so this could catch a lot of people off guard, especially with it likely being rain-wrapped just south of Nottawa, approaching the south side of Colon. Also, an update further south. We do have an area of rotation near Pensacola, Florida. Just want to point this out. If you're in Pensacola, there's a large and broad area of circulation right now over the north side of Pensacola. It's pretty stationary, very slowly moving down to the south. It might be more of a fish-NATO threat more than anything, but if you're in Pensacola, just stay weather aware. Very significant storm happening there, and it's really not moving very fast, so keep that in mind. Hayden, are there any cameras in Southeast Missouri that have anything, by the way? I want to get a camera down there. If you're just tuning in, again, there is a confirmed tornado west of Bronson, and actually that right there I think is the debris signature, or that might just be the hail core. But if there is a tornado, it would be just over the north side of Sturgis right now, and it's about a mile or two from hitting Colon. There's the Steinike Resort that could get hit by this tornado as well. It's also the Long Lake public boat access that is in the path of this. There's also Lee's Auto Body Store that might be getting hit by this tornado. We're about 2 minutes or so away from this hitting the town of Colon. All right, here's the latest radar scan. I'm not seeing really anything definitive when it comes to a tornado, but if we still have one, it'd be over the town of Findlay. So this tornado will be over the town of Findlay. It's going to be tracking right up through Long Lake. And then Colon is right in the track of this. Palmer Lake, many people live around that lake. But Colon Lake, or Palmer Lake, excuse me, you're right in the path of a tornado. Danbury's Appliance Sales and Services building might be getting hit by this. This is kind of like a vacation spot almost. We have a lot of different like lodges and resorts and whatnot that are in this area. One of which is the Palmer Lake Lodges right along Palmer Lake. So this seems like it's a bit more of a vacation spot here in southern Michigan. So hopefully everybody's heeding the warning. If you've not already and you're in the tornado warning for Union City, Michigan, Matson, or Colon, make sure that you're away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We still have a tornado warning near Garrett. The rotation here has been broader over the last few minutes. We still have rotation approaching Angola. There is no tornado warning here, but we still have rotation over near Hudson. It's about to cross over Interstate 69, and then it'll approach Ellis and Interstate 80-90 over the next few minutes. Calling Colon a vacation spot is hilarious. Is it not a vacation spot? From what I'm seeing, there's a lot of vacation spots here. You know, what's crazy is that we are seeing significant damaging winds and tornadoes across Michigan, while we've also had an ice storm happening on the north side of the state. For those that have not already heard, over 150,000 people are without power right now in northern Michigan. And the reason why is because we've had upwards of an inch of ice accumulation in some areas. So, you know, that's unfortunate, but like that's literally that's what's happening in Michigan today. Michigan is dealing with an ice storm while we're also seeing significant severe weather on the south side of the state. It's quite literally unbelievable. Also, new upgrade. Wayne and Ballinger counties in Missouri. You're now up to 2-inch sized hail. That is a considerable threat for large hail. Also, bottom right of your screen, that is over in Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo. We had a pretty good view there of the storm that's going to be rolling in. I actually want to go full screen to Kalamazoo just for a moment, just to give you an idea of what it looks like right now. But this is what it looks like. So Kalamazoo, we're about to see 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds come through your city. That's at least what's the thought right now. The storm that's warned for Kalamazoo and Portage is for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Look at the top of your screen. Look how fast the clouds are currently moving. Again, these storms right now are moving northeast at around 60 to 75 miles per hour. They are very fast moving. I'm seeing some reports from people in the chat as well that there are trees falling right now in Portage, which is very possible. The winds are very strong. You can see how fast these clouds are moving as well. But we got a significant round of storms that is about to move right into Kalamazoo, Michigan. And so we are going to keep a very close eye on that camera. It'll be bottom right of your screen. And once it comes more into view, we'll go back to it. As of the last couple of minutes, there is still a report from law enforcement confirming the tornado by Sturgis, Michigan. So that tornado, if it's still in progress, would be approaching the south side of Colon in Michigan. And that would be impacting Palmer Lake if there is still a tornado in progress. And we're not entirely sure, but as of a few minutes ago, law enforcement was still confirming a tornado with this storm in southern Michigan. It's approaching Union City right now. If this does continue to produce a tornado, the next areas in line would be Marshall and Albion. Or Albion in southern Michigan. CJ is just south of Poplar Bluff, by the way, for those that are wondering, in Michigan. Or sorry, not in Michigan. In Missouri. So many states that start with M's. Alright, we got a new radar scan coming in. This is what it looks like right now in Kalamazoo. Look at the wind. You can actually see it right there in the middle. I think that's all the wind that's pushing in right now. That rain is being blown by the wind. I think we're going to see some really high winds here in Kalamazoo over the next couple minutes. But the wind is literally being dragged from the storm from like left to right now. There's a good lightning strike there in the background too. This is again live in Kalamazoo. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds are possible. This is a destructive severe storm. Look how fast the rain curtains are moving on the right too. Look at the wind picking up. Yeah, it's definitely strong here. Look at the winds. The trees are really starting to sway too. This is a serious downburst of wind right now going right into Kalamazoo. You can see the water blowing right along the bottom there of your screen too. I'm going full cam just so you can see it. I can outline some stuff. You can see all the wind at the bottom again. Look at all the wind coming in right towards this camera, left to right. Storm is again currently producing the threat of damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, and honestly, it looks like it's at least 65 to 70. Some small trees could come down, branches could go flying. Yeah, the wind is still very strong. This is a consistent 3 to 4 minute severe storm that's rolling through Kalamazoo. Power outages are definitely possible with this storm. And this is the radar mega cyclone port here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So the wind is still very strong. We did just get a new tornado warning. So brand new tornado warning has just been issued. That's going to be for Angola, Jamestown, Alganese, and Pioneer. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. The storm has been rotating for a little while now on the south side of Angola. It's approaching York, Northwest, and Pioneer. This includes a small sliver of Northwest Ohio. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm watch as well for those in Northwest Ohio and Southeast Michigan to address the threat for significant damaging winds and potentially even a couple of tornadoes. We actually have rotation going through Kalamazoo. I'm going to go back to the full cam view of Kalamazoo. There is actually a small little area of rotation over Kalamazoo on the east side of town. I'm not sure if this camera is going to be able to pick that up. I don't know if it moves, but it would be off to the right somewhere. But there is actually a little mezzo here that's going to probably be wrapped in rain. I think the worst of the wind, well, it's still going. We still got some strong winds going through Kalamazoo. You can actually see the wind changing direction a little bit now. It's going more kind of away from the camera almost now, which might be going towards that area of rotation that I was talking about. Because initially it was coming more at the camera. It's turning a little bit off to the north now. Yeah, I got still some large, I wouldn't say large winds, but strong winds still moving through Kalamazoo. We'll keep that bottom right of your screen, but there is a little circulation there over the northeast side of town. Might see something become tornadic out of that as it continues to move northeast. The confirmed tornado warning for Union City, at this point, I'm not seeing an area of rotation that looks as concerning. We still have a little bit of rotation over Matson, approaching Union City and Garrard. Cone Shah near Interstate 69 will eventually be in the track of this, so they may issue a new tornado warning, but the velocities have been broader. The more concerning storm right now is really over Angola. We have a stronger area of rotation in Angola, Indiana. That's going to be going over Ellis and York over the next few minutes, and eventually this will go into Northwest Ohio. Literally the town named Northwest Ohio. You are in the track of a possible tornado moving to the northeast. So be ready for this if you're in that area. Shout out to Kat with the $35 super chat. I appreciate the generosity. Also, thank you to American with the super chat. I think Ohio is mostly going to be wind. The more elevated tornado risk would be out of this segment of storms, which is mainly off near Defiance, Bryan, west of Toledo. I had somebody ask about Toledo earlier. Again, you're probably about an hour or so from seeing severe weather because this line of storms is just moving so fast at 60 to 70 miles per hour. Anticipate damaging winds being the main concern for Toledo. but possibly a tornado. Any PDS warnings today? Nothing PDS so far. Nothing PDS. This is a live shot in Poplar Bluff in Missouri right now. We got a couple storms back off to the west. Large rain shaft as well. I mean, we got so many warnings. It's actually kind of crazy. That's what it looks like right now across the board. We got a bunch of severe storms in southern Missouri and northern Arkansas. We've had hail as large as the size of tennis balls near Timber, Missouri, according to fire department and rescue teams. But we got a bunch of storms right now that are going to be heading right into southeastern Missouri over the next several minutes, with damaging winds, large hail being possible, and maybe even a tornado risk. There are some cameras here that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Just checking to see if these have anything. Not really seeing much right now. But should be an interesting look at those storms once they get a little bit closer. There are some cameras in that area. Back over near Perryville, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for some hail and wind near the Missouri and Illinois border. A bunch of severe storms are continuing across southern Illinois with lots of hail and wind. We've had many reports of upwards of golf ball sized hail out of those storms. And we got an intense line of thunderstorms now moving towards Vincennes in southwestern Indiana. So be ready for this. If you are in Vincennes, the potential right now for significant damaging winds and hail is increasing as this moves into Indiana. Back over in Indianapolis, we don't have any severe weather in Indianapolis right now. However, we are actually watching a storm just off to the west of Indianapolis that will be producing a threat for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it is intensifying. So we may see this actually be a little bit stronger once it moves into Indianapolis. We also have a massive severe thunderstorm warning that was issued, including Fort Wayne, Auburn, and Angola in Indiana, Bryan, Defiance, and Napoleon in northwestern Ohio for damaging winds and an isolated tornado risk. Our rotation is beginning to increase a little bit again. We have stronger rotation beginning to ramp up near Galesburg, just to the southwest of Battle Creek. So that rotation is intensifying just a little bit. And we also have stronger rotation near Union City again. So we might get a new tornado warning on that. The rotation's at least a little bit stronger than before. I'm getting word that Hudsonville, Michigan. Back over near Hudsonville, Michigan. This is back over near Grand Rapids. Oh, look at this. Back over near Grand Rapids, just west of Wyoming. Got a couplet forming right there, just west of Wyoming. We actually have a lot of areas of rotation. That's one. Some broader circulation a little bit further off to the north and northwest. Oh my goodness. Ryan Scholl has a crazy looking shelf cloud right now. Let me go to Ryan Scholl. Look at this. Is he? Ryan Scholl's near Doniphan, Missouri.
We're gonna have to get out of here.
That looks like a large lowering, too. I think this is... Scholl is on this... Okay, wait. We have to actually talk about this. The rotation's also strong on radar. That is, I think, a wall cloud.
Oh my god, this thing's...
I think there might be a wall cloud developing with this. Velocities bottom right of your screen are very strong. Look at this. We have very strong rotation approaching Doniphan. I think this is an organizing tornado threat right now in southeast Missouri.
Oh my god. Come on, camera, are you recording or are you shut off?
And this is currently a warned storm for golf ball sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is a tornado possible label now on this, which there is a good reason why. Rotation's intensifying, and he is also in the midst of a huge shelf cloud's rolling through. We might even have a lowering that could become tornadic. The velocities are intensifying on radar, though. I'm gonna try to refresh him. Is this like zoomed in or something? There's a more zoomed out view of this.
Try to get out of here. Wowza!
Yeah, this is a pretty crazy view right now. Here, Donovan. Does Corey have this too? What's Corey looking at? Yeah, Corey Gherkin also has a view of this now too. This is a dangerous supercell in southern Missouri for sure. This is a very dangerous storm. I mean, we got a huge lowering and everything.
It's green in there. It's green in there.
This is pretty scary.
Green sky. Right now, green sky.
We might get a tornado warning on this here in a minute. I mean, this is definitely organizing. Looks
Green
like we have.
sky.
Looks like that's spinning right there too. Right in the middle of your screen.
Oof, man. We really need to get out of here, though. Tornado sirens are going off. Tornado sirens are going off.
Keep in mind, we don't have a tornado warning, even if tornado sirens are going off.
Really big velocity.
Doesn't always mean there's a tornado warning. This is one heck of a storm, though.
Gotta go.
I don't know where Brandon is. Is Brandon on this storm? Alright, Brandon's a little bit further out. I'm gonna go to Corey again. Corey was pretty close to this too. And we're gonna go back to radar in a moment. But Corey also has a view from the distance right now of this powerful supercell near Donovan, Missouri. Rotation is intensifying very quickly, and it's gonna be going in the direction of Poplar Bluff, Missouri.
Tornado siren. Yep.
While all this is happening, I'm gonna put Corey on the bottom right of your screen. We need to go back up to oops, I don't know what just happened. All right, we need to go back to Bryan Center, Michigan. There may be a tornado on the ground in Byron Center in Michigan right now. Possibly moments ago. Right here near Gaines. We actually have strong rotation over the southwest side of town. We may have a tornado right now going into Gaines. That'll eventually approach Cascade Center Township. And it's also going towards Lowell Charter Township. So we have a strong area of rotation. I'm surprised this doesn't have a tornado warning, but the rotation is very strong here. And again, a possible tornado right now that's going to be approaching the south and east side of the suburbs of Grand Rapids. We've had a little bit of rotation off to the northwest of Grand Rapids as well. A bunch of different areas of rotation currently moving to the northeast. None of these are, again, tornado warned right now, but I think any of them could deserve a tornado warning. We got a couple other strong areas of rotation that could produce a tornado over the next few minutes, especially this one near Wright, moving towards Sparta and as well as Cedar Springs. I don't know how the one in Gaines does not have a tornado warning, though. Again, if you're anywhere near Grand Rapids, if you're in this area, you should definitely be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. We have a very tight couplet and a likely tornado right now that's moving towards Cascade Town, Charter Township, in addition to Lowell Charter Township. I'm going to go back to Corey here in southern Missouri just for a moment. And he has a huge storm right now. It's going right over top of him. This storm is rotating quite a bit now over near Donovan, Missouri. This is what it looks like right now.
Nice base fast. Look at that.
Got a nice little green tinge there in the clouds as well. Some of the water drops reflecting.
Rising scud there. Yeah, we may end up having to take that south route. We don't want to get too close to take that south route because it goes a little southwest and down the Corning. The thing is, though, that should get us...
So we got a decent lowering here. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on that. Again, you'll be bottom right of your screen. Going back to Grand Rapids right now. We probably have a tornado right now near Wright that's unwarned. don't have a debris signature quite yet, but the CC radar is a little bit behind. Velocities are very tight, though, right over the town of Wright. So a likely tornado right now hitting Wright, Michigan. It's going to be moving towards Sparta. There's also another area of rotation near Ravenna moving towards Casnovia. And the rotation that's east of Gaines now, just south of Grand Rapids, that rotation is slightly broader on the latest scan, but we are very close to the radar site, so it's a little bit harder to see right now. I don't know how we don't have a tornado warning, though, even on this cell right now near Wright. Likely tornado, though, approaching Sparta and Fruit Ridge Center over the next few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. So now we have a tornado warning, and this is the storm we've been talking about for a while. So we now have a tornado warning near Doniphan. This is for Butler and Ripley counties in Missouri. We have a really crazy-looking storm, as you guys have seen over the last few minutes, near Doniphan. It's going to be going towards Poplar Bluff. So if you are in this tornado warning, which it will pop up here in a second, again, for Ripley and Butler counties, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. So Doniphan, Naylor, and Poplar Bluff, you are all included in this tornado warning. Okay. Let's go back to Michigan as well. We actually had a... Okay, so we do have a tornado in progress near Caledonia, Michigan, which would have been... which is this storm. So we actually do have a tornado debris signature moments ago on the northwest side of Caledonia in Michigan. So there is a tornado right now in progress that's going to be approaching the Lowell Charter Township. Very populated area here on the south and east sides of the Grand Rapids suburbs. Lowell, Saranac, and Belding are all in the path of a tornado right now. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning. This is, again, a dangerous storm that is tracking to the northeast. We have had a tornado. We literally have an unwarned tornado right now over Wright. There's no tornado warning on this. We have a tornado in progress right over Wright. There is a tornado debris signature right here over the town of Wright. Let's hope that people are aware of this near Wilson Street and 8th Avenue, but there is no tornado warning on this, and this is a tornado. So we have a tornado right now moving towards Sparta. This has developed just over the last couple of minutes. It may be occluding, but there is debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. A completely unwarned tornado that's heading in the direction of Sparta. South and east again at Grand Rapids, we have a tornado debris signature that has popped up just over the last few minutes. It's so hard to see on radar with how many things are going on here, but again, we definitely have a tornado that has dropped just south there of Grand Rapids, moving towards Lowell Charter Township. Lowell Charter Township is in the path of that. We do have a new radar scan coming in right now. We'll just wait for that to come in. This also looks interesting near the Ada Township. But our tornado would be right here, just to the east of Kentwood, approaching Lowell Charter Township over the next few minutes. All right, so if we still have a tornado, which I don't think we do anymore, but if we still had one, it's over the north side of Caledonia. We may still have one. Again, it's very hard to see because we're right next to the radar site. It looks like we also have rotation developing near Ada Township. So a little inflow in that storm moving off to the northeast. So we need to keep a close eye on that. The tornado near Wright has now occluded, so that tornado went unwarned, but that is now at least our 5th tornado, I think, of the day. And that one was near Wright. And Corey, yes, Corey is currently out of signal. He'll come back here in a second. It's hard to tell. We might have something here near the Ada Township as well. Velocities are pretty strong right there. So there might even be a tornado right now on the south side of Ada Township. This is our latest radar scan, and there's definitely rotation here. There's no doubt about that. We do have a couplet on the south side of Ada Township, which is right here near Highway 21, that is moving northeast. No debris signature on this right now, but it is going to be going towards the Virginies Township, Mosley, Grattan, Parnell, and Follisburg, and eventually Belding. And there still might be something here on the southeast side of the radar site, but nothing clear. We may still have a tornado trying to go towards Lowell Charter Township. So stay in your safe place. Again, if you are in this warning, if you have any friends or family in this tornado warning or any of the other warnings that we have, please make sure that they're aware of the situation. And again, get to your tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. We got a lot of storms happening right now. This one here too, right here near Irving. We got another unwarned area of strong rotation approaching Irving and Carlton. Irving and Carlton and Freeport. You are currently in the path of strong rotation. A tornado is attempting to drop with this, moving to the northeast. There is no tornado warning on that either. So if you have friends or family in Freeport, Middleville, Carlton, or Irving, please make sure that they are getting to their safe places. We could have another tornado trying to drop here. Velocities are much stronger near Irving. Going to go back down to Missouri here. Again, we do have a tornado warning right now for Poplar Bluff in Missouri. Wow, that is strong rotation. We have very strong rotation right now over the east side of Doniphan. This is going to be approaching Neelyville over the next several minutes. This is a very intense storm. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put 1, 2, and then hopefully Corey bottom here.
Or how this could go. Not really liking it.
We need all the Poplar Bluff angles that we can possibly have right now. We got really strong rotation heading towards Poplar Bluff. If you guys remember, the Poplar Bluff area was hit by a tornado only a couple weeks ago, 16 days ago for reference. And so now we have a very strong area of rotation that is heading in this direction, and we may have a strong tornado trying to develop out of this. It's very concerning. We had a large lowering developing only 10 to 15 minutes ago. Corey Gherkin, bottom left, he's just driving away from this, making sure he can get out in front of it. This, again, a dangerous storm. At least it's only moving at 40 miles per hour instead of 60 to 70 miles per hour like the Michigan storms. But nonetheless, this is definitely a concern. But we do have a lot of storm chasers in this area. Again, none of them currently have a view quite yet of this storm. I think Corey is the closest one to having a view of it. He is, again, currently driving away from it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What Corey's looking at right now.
That is going to be rain wrapped.
So if there's a tornado, it could be rain wrapped in all of that rain right now.
I don't know if we go north, we're leaving the delta.
Velocities are very strong right along Highway 142, approaching Naylor. We have lost signal for Corey. We do have a brand new tornado warning that's going to be all the way back up into Michigan. This is Barry, Iona, and Kent counties. And this is the one for Irving. So luckily they have issued a tornado warning on this. Strong area of rotation right over the town of Irving in Michigan. If this does produce, it'll be going towards Freeport, Lake Odessa, Clarksville, and Carlton over the next several minutes, just north of Hastings. We got a new radar scan coming in right now as well. I'm gonna wait for that radar scan to come in. And we still have rotation over the northeast side of the Ada Township. More than anything, it's turning into a wind risk, but we could get an embedded tornado or two going towards Belding and Granton in the northeast suburbs of Grand Rapids in Michigan. This is the latest radar scan. We still have strong rotation over the east side of Irving. No tornado debris signature for right now, but we are still watching this very closely for a possible tornado as this continues to move northeast. Okay, let's go back over to Corey. And I need to get another camera up on here. And Corey's right now in the tornado warning in southern Missouri that looks very concerning. Very strong rotation.
Maybe we may need a north option here.
Okay, well, before we do that, this is a huge severe thunderstorm warning. A brand new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for basically all of central Michigan. This includes like an entire 6 counties, I think here, or 5 counties, from Jackson to Alma, for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is a tornado possible label on this as well. So that is quite the new warning here across central Michigan. But we got a huge swath of damaging winds and embedded tornadoes right now in this line that's all currently pushing to the northeast. So very dangerous situation right now in Michigan. Pretty much widespread severe weather. This is back to southern Missouri. We have a discrete supercell that might be producing a tornado. If not, it might produce one in the next couple of minutes. We have very strong rotation right now over Naylor, approaching Poplar Bluff and Neelyville. It's a very dangerous situation right now near Poplar Bluff. Big hail core. Again, likely going to have a tornado with this in the next few minutes. The connection from a lot of the storm chasers is hit or miss right now, but we do have some cameras as well from the radar mega cyclone ports, bottom middle and bottom right of your screen. We're still keeping a close eye also on Ryan Scholl and CJ Ziegler, who are also in the vicinity. They don't have anything quite yet. Okay, Ryan Scholl has limited connection. I don't know if we're going to be able to see his shot of this, but he does have a wall cloud. He at least has a lowering. There might be a tornado back in there somewhere.
Stay. Look at that, look at that edge, There might be a big tornado there. Might be a big tornado in there.
That's rapidly rotating. We could have a tornado in there. It might be rain wrapped. Look how much it's spinning there on the right. It's spinning a ton right there on the right too. Look how the inflow is coming in from right to left right now. This is a rapidly intensifying supercell.
What's our weather service office? If someone can tell me the weather service office right now, I need it. Because there's probably a tornado ongoing.
If I had to guess, there is a tornado in there. Go to Corey.
What's the weather service
Yeah,
office
4
right
miles.
now?
What's Corey looking at? Looked like there's something on the left.
Yeah, I don't think
I gotta go.
we're not.
I didn't see anything on Corey's feed. I'm going to go back to Scholl. Scholl's now driving away from it. That looked almost undoubtedly like a large tornado, but it's hard to tell. It's fully wrapped in rain. So it's hard to tell. We have Scholl in the bottom middle. We have Corey Gherkin bottom left. The velocities are very strong. We don't have any debris signature popping up on radar yet. Did Corey have a tornado?
Right on our ass. Right on our freaking ass.
Going back to Corey.
Alright, there we go. Hey, Corey, tell us what you're seeing right now. You are in the heart of the tornado warning.
Alright, Corey's losing signal. Apparently, Corey may have just had a tornado.
You were with Brandon, kind of waiting for the secondary wave of cells, but you're right in the thick of it.
Yeah, it was hard to tell because the bad terrain, it looked like it did try to briefly touch down before going completely rain wrapped. Now we can't see. We're on kind of the southeast side.
Corey's doing an interview right now, but he's basically saying that the tornado,
Fire too, just ahead of this thing.
if there is one, it's going to be definitely wrapped in rain at this point.
And there's so many layers to this solar system, and so right now, where would you say it is tracking, and kind of where's your...
But this is, again, a beast of a storm right now.
Try to tag.
Near Naylor. I honestly feel like we definitely had a tornado in there somewhere. So. From what I'm seeing, there's a photo of it. It looks like Corey had a gustnado and not a tornado. This is from moments ago from Corey. That looks like more of a gustnado. That's kind of when we have wind pushing out from the downdraft. Kind of spins around a little bit too. We had a lot of that in Illinois and Indiana the other week. So, I think that's what we just had. But again, this is still a very concerning storm. This is by far the most concerning storm that we've had today. These are the types of storms that do produce, in some cases, strong and long track tornadoes. So we really need to be paying
This is
attention
an
to this.
urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
All right, now this
Seek
is a
shelter
confirmed tornado.
immediately.
This is now officially a confirmed tornado now for Naylor. So we have a tornado in progress approaching Naylor. This is a very dangerous situation, especially if this can stay on the ground for a little bit. This is a very dangerous storm. Again, it's a discrete supercell in southeast Missouri. It's...
A new tornado warning has
one.
been issued.
Okay, so we have a tornado warning right now. This is a confirmed tornado now going towards Poplar Bluff and Naylor. We just got a new tornado warning for Michigan. This is going to be all the way back over in Kent and Montcalm counties in Michigan. So we got a lot of severe weather still happening across Michigan. It's hard to put into perspective how many areas of rotation we have in Michigan right now. We have actually a tight couplet just west of Greenville. That might be the one that got tornado warned. But we have rotation literally almost anywhere you look right now in Michigan. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, we got like probably a dozen different areas of rotation embedded in this line of thunderstorms that's moving across central Michigan. So this is a pretty significant situation. The good news is that these are not usually storms that produce strong tornadoes, but any tornado can be damaging. We have a rotation area moving towards Croton. We have another one moving towards Lakeview. We got another one moving towards Greenville as well over the next few minutes. And we got several areas of rotation between Belding through Highway 43. So a lot of rotation. We also have rotation near Hastings. We have some near Calamo, Charlotte, a little bit near Albion, and another one near Spring Arbor. So there's a lot of areas of rotation right now, all currently tracking to the northeast with an elongated line of thunderstorms that's expected to continue to produce embedded tornadoes and very high damaging winds across basically the entire state. Wow. All right, well, we're going to go to Corey first. Corey right now is on the confirmed tornado warning here near Poplar Bluff. Just south of Poplar Bluff near Naylor.
Green.
Before we go to... Actually...
That leading edge is right there.
This is Corey, but I want to go to the live camera in Harviel, Missouri. As long as it loads. This is insane. I don't know if it's going to load, though. I'm going to try sending it again and see if it works here in a second. Let me go back to Corey. Where is...
Tornado was reported.
Okay, I'm going to go full cam to this. This is what it looks like right now in Harviel, Missouri. Look on the far left side of your screen. I got to drag it over. Far left side of your screen. We got a big downburst right here. Very strong damaging winds. You actually got dust kicking out right now on the left side of your screen. And it looks like a lowering right there as well. Look at the inflow going to the storm. That's all inflow right there. That's going right into this large mesocyclone. This is a very intense supercell. This is the full cam shot here. This is a crazy storm. That inflow is really strong going into the storm. Again, there could easily be a tornado wrapped in rain right now. It is, again, hard to tell for sure. This is also CJ Ziegler, who is also on this storm right now. He is currently driving away from it, but that is the structure right there.
Maybe try to head up.
So if there, he has a glitchy voice here, but if there's a tornado, it's going to be wrapped in the rain. This is just a monster of a storm right now in southeast Missouri. I'm gonna go back to Corey, which... Let's see what he's looking at here.
I don't know if that was a fire or just a big dust bowl back here.
Oh, look at that right there. That's from the downburst. I think we just saw that on the other camera, the radar mega camera. I'm pretty sure we just saw that. That is a huge downburst coming down and blowing all that dust across the roadway here. Is Corey just gonna sit in this, or he's gonna drive away? The winds are starting to pick up now on Corey. By the way, a train spotter at about 7 minutes ago confirmed a tornado near Naylor. So that was just over Naylor on the west side of town. It's now going to be approaching Naylorville, or Neelyville, excuse me, and then eventually Quillen. All right, Corey is just sitting in the storm now. I don't know if Corey's intentionally sitting here, but if there's a tornado, it'd be going, like, right near him. But he might just be a little bit north of the circulation. Sorry, lose connection with him. But once again, this is where the confirmed tornado was. It was right over Naylor, and it is now going into Neelyville. If we still have a tornado, it is probably going to be rain-wrapped. So this is probably not a tornado that you can even see at this point. Also, we have a supercell developing just off to the south of this one. This is back over northern Arkansas near Raven Springs. From what I'm seeing, there is a lowering with this, but the connection on Storm Media is out, I think. Let me double check. I think from what I just saw, there was a lowering on that.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have updated this tornado warning. It is still a confirmed tornado that is heading towards Poplar Bluff. So still a tornado in progress right now, heading towards Poplar Bluff, Neelyville, and Quillen. So please be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. We still have a large lowering on this. I'm going to try to go 3-cam view here. We're going to do this. Oh, Corey Gherkin has damage, it looks like. Corey has damage. Looks like he was just driving through damage, but I think he might have lost connection. Oh my goodness. Okay, we need to go back to Michigan. We got a tornado in progress back over near Croton. Over the last few minutes, a potentially strong tornado right now approaching Croton. A huge debris signature right now near Croton, Michigan, that is going to be going towards Morley, just west of Howard City. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in Croton, Croton Heights, or Tift Corner. We got a big-time tornado right now moving to the northeast. That is a large debris signature. It's actually on the back side of the storms right now, too. There's a dangerous tornado right now going into Croton, Michigan. And in Croton, Michigan, there's a lot of trees, which is probably a lot of what we're seeing right now in this debris signature. But there is also the County Sportsman Club. There's also a cemetery. And then if it does hit Croton, it would be hitting a dam that's in the area. The Croton Township Fire Department. There's also a child development center, a township office, a library, and a trading post are all in the general vicinity of where this tornado is currently heading. And this is near Croton, and it's going to be going towards Morley over the next several minutes. We probably have another tornado dropping east of Cedar Springs, just west of Greenville. So yet again, another tornado likely on this storm moving to the northeast. CJ Ziegler right now has a crazy view of that storm in Missouri. Left side of your screen, you can see all that dust coming out. This is currently a storm that has a confirmed tornado as well. I know there's a lot happening here, but this structure is just crazy. The tornado on this storm is going to be rain-wrapped.
This is an urgent alert.
That's what that storm looks like right now.
Seek shelter immediately.
We yet again have another confirmed tornado warning. This is the one in Michigan, so they have confirmed it. Large debris signature, once again, that's approaching Croton, and it will be going towards Morley, just to the west of Howard City. So again, you need to get to a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are inside of this tornado warning. We got a potentially strong tornado right now on the south side of Croton. It's going towards Morley. And again, we may have a tornado east of Cedar Springs, and we may have another one trying to drop right now near Greenville, Michigan. So there's two other couplets right now that are moving northeast that are capable of producing a tornado. We're going to keep checking back in on that area of storms. I want to go back to the Poplar Bluff storm, which is actively producing a tornado as well, according to weather spotters in the area. This is back to CJ Ziegler, who has a view of this storm up close and personal over near Neelyville. And again, what you're seeing in the middle left of your screen is a very strong downburst area of wind. And so that is surging from this storm and is producing some dust, essentially, that's going to be kicking off the surface. So those winds are all coming down from the storm. They're all spreading out, and that's what we're seeing right there in the middle is all the dust. If we have a tornado still, it would be rain-wrapped. So it's going to be rain-wrapped back in there somewhere. This is a really close shot here with CJ. I am working on getting his audio working, by the way, so give me 1 second on that. It's going right in front of him right now. Holy crap. Oh my goodness, look at the wind and the dust going right. You can't even see.
Visibility.
I have his audio now on.
Zero visibility right now, guys. Zero.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is literally live. He is driving through the dust.
If you guys are in front of this, do not drive in this. Literally zero visibility.
I would agree with that.
It's covered with dust right now.
And his camera... Oh, never mind. I thought his camera just got covered by dirt. Well, that was scary for a second. Oh my goodness, what is this? In Neelyville right now.
That is good.
This structure looks crazy. This is in Neelyville in the Radar Mega Cyclone Port. This structure just looks crazy here. The wind's also starting to pick up right now in Neelyville. The clouds are spinning too up above as well. This supercell is just crazy. This thing's a monster. Even if it's not actively producing a tornado, it's definitely producing high winds. This is another live shot just out in front of the storm as well. It's quickly approaching Quillen, which will probably end up getting a new tornado warning for that here soon. We did just get a new tornado warning in Arkansas. This will be for Viola in Salem in northern Arkansas. Currently moving to the east-northeast. Again, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are currently in this tornado warning. And we may get a new tornado warning soon, even for Norfolk going towards Oxford. And the Pocahontas storm has also been something that we're watching closely. There's been rotation on this one as well. So we're starting to see a big uptick right now in rotation. A lot of storms are beginning to rotate and are producing the potential for tornadoes. I do want to go back to Michigan. There's been a lot of stuff happening here as well. The confirmed tornado that we have near Croton is still going. So we still have a debris signature right now near Croton and Croton Heights in Michigan, which is going towards Morley, just west of Howard City.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have now another tornado warning for those in Jackson, Ingham, and Eaton counties. We have a lot of other areas of rotation as well. We got one near Greenville and one west of Greenville. Those are tracking towards McBride and Crystal. And then a few other areas of broad rotation south of Portland. So again, make sure that you're in your safe place. Even if you're not in a tornado warning in Michigan, I would be away from windows. I mean, this is a major wind risk that is happening in addition to tornadoes. We have a new tornado warning for Holt and Jackson. So that's the new one. This storm is moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. It is very fast moving. I don't know, does Jordan Hall have something? This is Jordan Hall, who might have a funnel. I don't know where he is, though. Can I get an update on where Jordan Hall is? I think that's a funnel cloud that he has.
It's cute.
Put on his audio.
Corey, do you have a copy?
Hey, do we know where Jordan is?
Hello? Hey, Caleb, when you get the chance, turn your Zello on if you don't have it, because you can't pull your location right now.
You don't have his dot? Okay, I'm checking.
Channel 3.
Alright, we're gonna go back to Jordan in a second. I want to go back to CJ on the tornado warn cell. It's not CJ. This is CJ. He's a little bit more out in front of it now. I'm gonna go back to Corey. Let's see where Corey's at right now. Corey's a little bit more out in front of the storm now that's been producing a tornado for about 20 minutes or so. Jordan, by the way, is looking from the south, I think, in Corning. So he might be looking at a storm west. I'm not entirely sure.
Ranger 32, 17-8.
Brandon has it? What does Brandon have? This is Brandon Kopic, who's also on YouTube right now. We're gonna go back to the 3 cam view. There is a lot of stuff happening right now, that is for sure. Once again, this is the tornado warning near Poplar Bluff that we've been looking at. We are very closely watching a new supercell that's near Pocahontas that is heading towards Reno, eventually towards Corning. So we're keeping a close eye on that cell as well. As a reminder, we do have a tornado warning near Salem that is going to be tracking eventually towards Cherokee Village, with a strong area of rotation that's going to be moving into Viola and Salem over the next several minutes. So if you are in this warning, you want to make sure that you are staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We do have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings as well that are lining up right now in southern Illinois and southeast Missouri. A lot of this will be wind and hail. There is a low tornado risk with that activity as it continues to track to the east. And if we go all the way back up into Michigan, again, we got a bunch of tornado warnings up here that have been going on. Let's see if we have anything confirmed right now, which it looks like the tornado that we had near Croton has occluded. So that was on the ground for about 10-15 minutes or so, but it looks like it is now fizzled out on the east side of Croton. And so that tornado is done for now. But if you're in Morley, if you're in Lakeview or Stanwood, I'd stay away from windows in case we do get a new tornado up in those areas. But otherwise, a lot of wind, and then a few embedded tornadoes will continue there in Michigan. So it looks like right now in Quinlan, Missouri, this is just out in front of this tornadic supercell. And again, I think what Jordan was looking at, he's either looking, I don't know if he was looking west or north, but if he was looking north, then this is what he was looking at. So we got a little kind of lowering there, almost wrapped in the rain right there. And again, all your rain falling. This has been an intense supercell here for the last several minutes. Storm Intermedia has a crazy view. I don't know if they're going to have signal, though. Storm Intermedia is on the storm that's near Pocahontas. It is not currently tornado warned.
I mean, it feels like...
I just had a crazy view a second ago. It is very dark skies here.
We've driven a decent bit, but we really haven't gone...
Bottom right of your screen is what that storm looks like.
Yeah, I guess not too far. We burned through a little less than half a tank.
Let me give them a second and see if they shift the camera view here.
I mean, just from Springfield to that...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This Pocahontas storm, though, is beginning to get a lot more concerning. And Jordan Hall right now has a view of a large lowering, it looks like. I'm pretty sure, again, that he's looking at... I think he's looking at this Pocahontas storm. I'm gonna see if I can verify with him. He has a large lowering of some sort right now forming on this cell. We did just get a new tornado warning for a large area. I'm going to keep him on the bottom right. We do have a new tornado warning for those in Dexter, Bernie, Dudley. You're all included in a new tornado warning. Again, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, this storm is dangerous, has been producing a lot of hail, a lot of wind, and we may even have a tornado in progress. It is a radar indicated tornado warning, though, for now. Let's go back full screen to Jordan. This camera did get a little bit more blurry here. Hey, Jordan, what storm are you currently looking at? Hey, Jordan, what storm are you currently looking at? Oh, he's gonna answer, but... I don't think he's near his phone. Again, that's a pretty large lowering. We're gonna keep a close eye on it. It's getting a little bit more blurry now.
Large rock cloud. Dude, we might already get back on.
Keep them on the bottom right of your screen. Rotation right now is going to be moving right into Quinlan over the next couple of minutes. This is currently tracking to the east-northeast towards Bernie, Dexter, and Essex, as well as Pharma. This storm near Pocahontas is ramping up very quickly. We got strong rotation right now near Pocahontas. That's going to be moving towards Delphine and as well as the Peach Orchard. I think we'll probably get a new tornado warning on this storm here in a moment. That rotation's been coming together quite a bit over the last several minutes. Storm Intermedia is in this area. At this point, I'm running out of camera. Honestly, we need more camera slots. We only have a maximum of 3. There are so many things happening right now. I'm going to take Corey off, put Storm Intermedia in bottom left. They're on this storm near Pocahontas. Zoom out just a little bit here. But we got basically 3 different storms that are very concerning. The one near Poplar Bluff, the one here over Pocahontas, and we got the one over near Salem. But by far, the 2 most concerning are the ones that are way more out in front, where we have a lot more wind shear, a lot more instability. And there's a lot more veering winds as well. So the winds are very strong near the surface and aloft, which is going to increase the potential here for a tornado. All right, we have a new tornado that has just dropped near Moyer, Michigan. So brand new tornado has just dropped. This one is not tornado warned. So we have an unwarned tornado right now in Michigan, north of Lyons. It's approaching Maple Rapids, Parenton, just south of Carson City. And this is yet again another tornado that is not currently tornado warned. So if you know any friends or family in this area, for perspective, north of Lansing, if you know any friends or family in this area, please make sure they're aware of this. Again, another tornado that is not currently warned in Michigan. It's currently moving east-northeast towards Maple Rapids. But that is a tornado debris signature that we have on radar. In addition to that, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds across central Michigan. So this is a pretty major storm right now, moving to the east and northeast. Sorry, my voice is cracking right now, but yeah, again, there is a tornado, though, there that is still in progress, moving towards Marathon and Maple Rapids. All right, let's go back down to the south. And we're going to go back to Dexter, where we have strong rotation right now, approaching Bernie.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is what it looks like right now in Quinlan, Missouri. This is a live shot on the Radar Mega camera. Got a large supercell here, very large mesocyclone, huge rain shafts as well here in the middle. And even the downburst winds are coming out. You can kind of see the rain going right to left a little bit there, and some of the dust that's kicking up. I think Jordan Hall is also coming up on this now. This is Jordan Hall.
Yeah, it was down. Hey, there's a tornado on the ground with this? No.
Jordan's on the south side of the storm right now. Very ominous skies. Pretty much every storm chaser is on this storm or the one in Pocahontas.
Right now, we gotta go east on 304.
Outside of like Pocahontas, about to get on 62.
That's what Brandon Kopic's looking at right now.
Try and kind of catch back up with it. That was a brutal stretch. Trying to core punch with 0 internet.
And this again has the potential for producing a long track tornado if it's able to stay organized. Really, the next couple hours is when we're expecting the majority of the intensification to happen in terms of our atmosphere.
Is there rain wrapped at all?
From our perspective, it's not. We can see part of the wall. It's not like a healthy wall cloud. It's just, I don't even know how really to describe it. I'm about to get on 304 right now. Jordan, you can pass me. I think the Fox crew was behind you, so I'll wait for them to get behind me because I don't want to.
I'm out ahead. Oh, I see you now. That's so.
Oh, there we go. All right. Little update. So that's the storm that we've been watching. Again, the one back up near Bernie in southeast Missouri. We have one in Pocahontas. Pocahontas going towards Reno and Corning. This storm still remains very concerning. I do think that this might be trying to drop here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. We don't actively have a tornado warning, but I would assume we're going to get one here very soon on this. The rotation is still strong. It's strong enough for there to be a tornado warning, and it's also discrete, which means it's separated from every other storm. So this one right here could be a long-term concern going towards Rector, Corning, and then eventually towards the Mississippi River Valley. Long-term, it would be going like Union City direction here in western Tennessee. So this is, again, a long-term concern in terms of our severe weather risk with tornadoes. Further back off to the west, we have a tornado warning for Salem that has still continued. The rotation on this storm, though, is on the broader side of things. That is over near Salem. It'll be going towards Cherokee Village as well over the next several minutes. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well north of Conway. This is north of Little Rock. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. All right, we're going to go back all the way to Michigan again. We did have a tornado a few moments ago on radar. We're going to check in and see if there's anything that looks concerning. So the tornado warning near Greenville has now expired.
A new tornado warning
What
has
in
been
the world
issued.
is going on in Florida today? We have yet again another tornado warning in Florida. This one is west of Orlando. Or east of Orlando. What is happening here? We got two areas of rotation right now. In Florida, we got one near Lake Mary Jane. That is actually a tight area of rotation. We may have a tornado with this. And then we also have one near Wedgefield, which is really quite the name here. Wedgefield is in the path right now of another possible tornado there. That one might get tornado warned in a moment. But Orange and Osceola counties in Florida, you are included in these, or at least this tornado warning. And we might get another one here in a moment for that northern storm. My goodness. So be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. All right, we're going back to Michigan. I want to check back in on this. Yeah, look at this rotation right here. So southeast of Lansing, we have a area of convergence right now over Dansville. A tight couplet is beginning to develop, approaching Interstate 96. That's in track for Williamston and Fowlerville. So if you're in Fowlerville or Williamston, I would just get into your safe place in case you do end up getting a tornado here. It's a good precaution to take at this point. The velocities are on the stronger side of things. Further to the north, the rotation is much broader, but it's still there. We have a little bit of rotation, mainly south of Highway 57. Definitely more of a damaging wind risk, in my opinion, though, as that approaches Highway 127. All right, I'm going to see if we have any view of this storm. There's a camera over in Quinlan. Wow, look at this. This is right in Quinlan on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. Or Quinlan. Got dust blowing right across right now. I'm going to try to go full cam to this. It comes in, but we got dust blowing across right now. This is right on the south side of the tornado warning. If we had a tornado, it'd be kind of in the middle left. You can see this dust column, though, like skyrocketing up almost. So it might even be a gustnado right here. There's a bird flying away from it. There's the full cam view. Wind is very well picking up right now in Quinlan. If there was a tornado, this might be our best shot of seeing it. It would probably, again, be rain-wrapped. near Highway 51 approaching Bernie, Missouri. Also, another concerning trend, if there couldn't already be enough concerning trends that are happening right now, we have yet again another concerning trend, and this one is all the way back out to the east in Shoals, Indiana. We are starting to see storms firing ahead of the line. And the main one that we're looking at is back over near Bedford and Mitchell. So we're starting to get some prefrontal convection out in front of the line. What that essentially means is that our tornado risk might be increasing right now out in front of the line. Any prefrontal convection is in a favorable environment for tornadoes. And so we need to watch any activity here very closely out in front of the line of storms, including this one near Shoals, south of Bloomington. We need to keep a very close eye on that. I'm going to go back to the radar mega cyclone port. Either a bird or a leaf just threw across the screen. Again, this is right on the south side of the tornado warning that we have near Fisk. If we can see anything as this comes through, the wind should really pick up. I think what we just saw was really just the leading edge of the supercell. Strongest of the winds will, I think, just be north of the camera. The wind is definitely starting to pick up now. Let's go to Storm Runner Media. I know we're jumping a lot back and forth. Storm Runner Media is currently near that Pocahontas storm that is not currently tornado warned, but has been rotating. This is a live shot of that storm right now. Pretty decent structure. It's hard to tell if this thing has any rotation when it comes to a wall cloud or something like that.
They dropped the tornado warning over by Salem.
That's in the direction of where we might have some sort of lowering or maybe some pocket of rotation. This is a storm that's near Pocahontas, Arkansas. It's moving towards Corning. Again, rotation is mainly going to be right over Highway 62, 67, moving to the east-northeast. So that could become a concern down the road. I have to keep a very close eye on that, and wow. This is unbelievable. Luke Hatton has a crazy view as well right now. So Luke Hatton is on the leading edge of this storm near Quinlan. Wait a second for him to load. Hopefully it'll come in. I see the problem why the camera's not coming in fast. All right, I'm going to go to this view, and then once he pops up, I'll show you guys. But he has a crazy view of this storm right now, with a pretty large lowering as well. But again, this storm near Bernie is one that's very concerning. Still has a lot of wind, hail, and there is a quite the large lowering as well. In the meantime, I'm going to go to CJ Ziegler. So what he's looking at right now.
We'll get into Quincy the town or whatever to figure out then.
Not sure why I can't get Luke on here. Is Luke gonna come in? Is Luke just not working? Oh, there we go. All right, we got Luke now. So Luke is currently looking at the supercell here near Quinlan. And there's definitely a little bit of a lowering here. A lot of scud for sure. Right side of your screen, you can't see it right now, but on the right side of your screen, there is actually a large green tinge to this, which kind of gives you an idea of the water droplets that are reflecting and refracting off the clouds. But we're going to keep a very close eye on this. I'm going to keep the 3-cam view on. And we're keeping bottom left And we'll put storm intermediate bottom middle. All right. Going back to Florida, apparently we might have a tornado in progress east of Orlando. Yeah, there might be a tornado, or there may have been one. So east of Lake Mary Jane, it's pretty much in the middle of nowhere, but there may be a tornado there. Again, that's going to be tracking eventually towards Cape Canaveral, so we'll keep a close eye on that as this line of storms moves to the east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also have a new tornado warning for Clay County in Arkansas. So Clay County, Arkansas, you are now in a tornado warning, which I believe is going to be this storm here near Reno and Corning. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building as this storm will continue to track east, going towards Piggott, and as well as Campbell and Clarkton. So there's your new tornado warning. This one we've been talking about for a while. It's, once again, just off to the east now of Pocahontas, Arkansas. And it may try to produce a tornado as it moves east. Bottom right of your screen is storm intermedia. They are currently on the leading, or kind of on the south side of that storm. So we're going to have a pretty good view with them, I think, as they continue to move east. We still have a tornado warning for Bernie, Dexter, and Dudley right now. This storm's been producing damaging winds and has already produced at least one tornado near Neelyville and Naylor, just off to the west of this storm. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. We are currently up to 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a major wind bag that is going through Michigan right now. The biggest concern with this line of storms is going to be damaging winds. We've had some embedded tornadoes. Actually, look at this right here. Just southeast of Lansing, we have, again, strong rotation that is now going into Weberville. There's no tornado warning here. It's not tight to the point where there's a tornado, but we do have strong rotation continuing near Weberville and Fowler,
A new
which is going to continue to
warning has
move
been
northeast,
issued.
and it will be going towards Byron and Linden and Fenton over the next 15 to 20 minutes. They have issued a new tornado warning, I believe. Yeah, they have issued a new tornado warning, and that's going to be for this storm. So for Livingston County, again, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. If you are in this tornado warning, again, the strong rotation is going to be moving over Fowlerville over the next 5 minutes. They have corrected the tornado warning for Corning and Piggott. That is now going to be for golf ball size tail. So just a heads up. Storm Intermedia has a big thing of dust right now going across their screen. So downburst winds right now on the storm near Corning and Reno. And a bunch of dust right now in that open field. We've seen this multiple times now in Arkansas and Missouri over the last half hour.
There was a gustnado next to us.
And he's saying there was actually a gustnado there. So, you might have just missed a little gustnado. We do have a new mesoscale discussion that has just come out from the Storm Prediction Center. For those in southern central Indiana and southwest Ohio,
new tornado
the
warning
severe
has been
risk
issued.
will continue spreading eastward across southern Indiana and eventually into southwest Ohio. A downstream watch will likely be issued here in the next hour. So we'll probably have a new tornado watch if you're in Cincinnati, Wilmington, Richmond, or Greensburg. Be ready for that. New watch will be issued here soon. We do have some prefrontal convection that is developing in this area, which could lead to not just damaging winds, but also the potential for tornadoes. So it looks like in Dexter right now. Wow. It's in Dexter, Missouri on the Radar Omega cyclone port. And you can see that green tinge that I was referencing a few minutes ago. The storm is rapidly moving in. It's moving east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. We have storms firing up right now west of Columbus, well ahead of this line, by the way. We actually got a little bit of rotation north of Springfield, Ohio that's developing. So that is one of the reasons why they'll be issuing a new watch here probably any minute now for southwest Ohio and eastern Indiana. We are still watching some rotation near Williamston and Weberville and Fowlerville moving northeast, approaching Interstate 69 over the next 5 to 10 minutes. Continue to stay in your safe place if you are inside any of these tornado warnings. We got a lot of areas of rotation. We still have some even just west of Detroit, going towards Genoa and Hamburg. We're going to keep a close eye on that activity. Wow, this is a report from 5:17 p.m. A 96-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported at the Reynolds Field Airport in Jackson County. Holy crap, that's from damaging winds, 96 miles per hour. That's probably a microburst if I had to guess. That was from, again, about 30 minutes ago from this line of storms that's going towards Detroit. And again, this line is warned for destructive damaging winds up to up to 80 miles per hour. So that's wild. Also, we actually had a fire, it looks like, start about an hour ago. Lightning struck a power pole near the football field. Maybe it started a fire there. We're over 30 severe thunderstorm warnings now. We got 2 tornado warnings in southeast Missouri and northern Arkansas. There's a pretty good chance as well that any discrete cells that develop are going to produce the potential for a tornado. Hunter, where is that storm? Which one is that? That you're looking at on that picture?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's back over in eastern Indiana. This storm right now in southern Indiana near Bedford and Mitchell, this one's becoming more concerning. The rotation is intensifying a little bit right now. And so we need to watch this very closely. And just near Bedford and Mitchell, moving to the northeast. That is a concerning storm moving to the northeast. That's a prefrontal storm, which in the environment it's in, could easily produce a tornado. We got
a new tornado warning has been issued.
We now have a new tornado warning in Michigan. Strong rotation north of Williamston. Tornado likely about to drop right now. Moving towards Maurice, Bennington, Owosso, and New Haven and New Lothrop. You're in the track of a likely tornado in the next few minutes. Going to be crossing over Interstate 69 and will eventually go towards the Chesaning area. So seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning in Indiana. That's the one east of Bloomington. This one has become a little bit more concerning as well. This is actually embedded in the line, so a different storm. Just east and south of Bloomington in Indiana. This is a QLCS tornado threat that'll be moving into Night Ridge and Belmont over the next several minutes and eventually going to Nashville in southern central Indiana. So please get to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. Rotation's right over Clear Creek and moving right up State Route 46. But this storm here might get tornado warned soon near Mitchell. We have a large mesocyclone developing on that. That's near State Route 37. And long-term, Brownstown will be in the track of that. This is an area that we actually had a tornado warning in only about a week back, by the way. So we've had plenty of severe weather even in this region here over the last couple weeks. My goodness, the amount of we just keep getting new warnings and upgrades. It's insane. We have now an updated severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton, Jackson, Ingram, and Eaton counties in Michigan for 80-mile-per-hour winds that are observed. Absolutely crazy. Shout out to Amber and as well as Dalen for the Venmo donations. I appreciate that. Cincinnati is going to be seeing, I think, a few severe storms in the next couple hours. So we got a little bit of time, but I think we're going to see some severe weather here soon. Let's go over to Storm Media. They're currently looking at that supercell near east of Pocahontas now. Pocahontas. This is Storm Media looking at an impressive supercell near Corning that is currently tornado warned.
Clear out a little bit. Now I have a better visual on it finally. Well, that makes me feel better.
All right, we just got a new tornado watch. Brand new tornado watch has now been issued. This includes southern Ohio, northern Kentucky, and southwestern Ohio. They have mentioned in this watch that a couple of strong tornadoes are possible, scattered 2-inch sized hail, and widespread damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour is possible. This includes a population of around 5 million people. So make sure if you're in this area, you have multiple ways to receive alerts, a tornado action plan ready to go, and stay weather aware. Because, again, this is an area it's definitely going to see some severe weather over the next few hours. If you don't see a discrete supercell, which the chances of that are lower, you're at least going to see that line of thunderstorms. So, definitely a concerning threat that's going to be evolving there, and we already have a few prefrontal storms that have developed, and these little prefrontal storms are the ones that could be capable of producing the threat of a tornado. Thank you, Jennifer. Really appreciate that. Keep up the great work. We're tuned in from Loveland, Ohio, and you're our go-to weather source. I appreciate that. Thank you for the generosity in the super chat. I'm going to be honest, like, I don't know if it will be classified as a derecho after we're all said and done, but I could see it happening. This is, all the black circles that you see are different damage reports, and we have so many damage reports across Indiana and Michigan. My goodness, I need to get some water. But, yeah, all right, let me go to Storm Media while I fill up my water. Storm Media, again, on the tornado warned cell east of Pocahontas in Arkansas. I do think there's a chance that this ends up being a derecho after all said and done. It's not usually determined in real time, but I'd say the chances of it are pretty high. With how widespread the winds have been.
These are flying. No, these are flying a little
faster than 55.
Look at the radar on
that. All right, I should be good now. I do want to give you guys some updates back over in Florida. For anybody that might be tuning in from Florida right now, severe weather is a continuing threat right now, going towards Cape Canaveral with mainly a wind risk. There is a low chance for a tornado as this storm does go towards Cape Canaveral, so keep that in mind. We also have a severe storm near Lake Okeechobee that's moving to the northeast, a hailstorm going towards Route 98, and that'll eventually go towards Interstate 95 north of Fort Pierce. So just a little update. Again, no tornado warnings anymore in Florida, but we'll keep a close eye on things in case it gets any worse than it already has been. Tornado warning still continues in southeast Missouri near Dexter, Dudley, and Bernie. This one has already had a history of producing at least one tornado, and there's a chance that we still have something with this as it continues to track towards Sykeston and East Prairie and Charleston. And it's also, even if we don't have a tornado, it is producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. And we still have a tornado warning near Corning. This is heading towards Piggott. Let's go to Storm Media. They're looking at this right now. There's some trees in the way, but after the trees, we might see it. The velocities have strengthened just a little bit over Noble and Peach Orchard. And that is what that storm looks like right now.
Oh, this thing looks awesome.
All right, I'm going to stay on Storm Media. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned.
Is this our interest area right here?
I believe so. Finally. First tornado warning of the day.
Yeah, that's our area right there. Yeah, it looks like 90 will end up being the play. The good news is with this trajectory, it's going to go right by the Dyersburg River crossing. So.
What?
got hail up here in Noble.
All right, we are back. And once again, the storm that we were just looking at with Storm Intermedia is the one that is near Corning and Noble. It's on track right now for Greenway. Continuing right now to move east-northeast. Well, we got a bunch of storms. If you couldn't tell by the warning counter, we're currently at 31 severe thunderstorm warnings across a very large area. Again, a lot of them right now are in northern Arkansas and southeast Missouri and southern Illinois, but we are going to see this turn all into a line of thunderstorms in the next few hours, which will turn into a much more numerous to widespread threat for damaging winds across many areas, including Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri, and as well as Arkansas. So things are about to really ramp up, but we are starting to see some more warnings now being issued, even back over near areas like Paloli and Jasper, with damaging winds and a potential tornado threat existing. The tornado warning we have east of Bloomington, the rotation has remained on the stronger side of things in Indiana. That is going to be approaching State Route 46 and Nashville. But we do have a little couplet, and we also have a hook echo on this cell. This is on the leading edge of the line of thunderstorms, so strong tornadoes don't usually come out of something like this, but that'll be moving towards Nashville. We also have a mesocyclone right over Mitchell. Again, I would not be surprised if we end up getting a tornado warning on this near State Route 37, tracking towards Route 50, just west of Medora. Then let's go back to Michigan. We do have a strong area of rotation right now near State Route 69 near Maurice. That's approaching Vernon, Owosso, and Lennon and Corunna. So again, stronger area of rotation moving north-northeast in Michigan. That is currently tornado warned. We have several other areas of at least broad rotation near Genoa, and that's going to be moving towards Rochester Hills and also Flint. So continue to stay weather aware. We still got a significant line of thunderstorms moving across Michigan right now, producing widespread damaging winds, a little bit of hail, but mainly wind, and then also some embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms. So this has been quite the event so far in Michigan. And I would honestly have to say Michigan has really gotten hit probably the hardest that we've ever seen for severe weather in at least a year. I have not seen an event this widespread in Michigan in quite a while. It's also producing a lot of damage. I mean, we've had tons of reports of trees and power lines down. There's also a report over in Burr Oak, Michigan. A huge tree is downed on power lines. So, yeah, couldn't really get much worse over there. It's been pretty bad. Michelle asks, how will the wind and hail look for Louisville, Kentucky to Nashville, Tennessee? Well, I think for Louisville and Nashville, anywhere between that region, literally anywhere in this region, I think we're going to be talking about more discrete supercellular activity over the next couple of hours. Not necessarily anything that's like, I mean, we could see something more significant. We'll have to wait and see. But I think what we're going to see here is an evolution of at least a couple of discrete cells that'll pop up in about an hour or two. And once that actually happens, I think we're going to start to see the potential for a maybe a strong tornado or two, some very large hail, and perhaps even some damaging winds. But our main concern, I think, for really all of Kentucky and Nashville will be this line of thunderstorms, because almost everybody is going to see this tonight. Almost everybody. If you're in Kentucky, if you're in Tennessee, you're probably going to see storms tonight to some extent. That's, again, why we have such a big risk of severe weather, is because of this line of thunderstorms. So, you know, if I had to guess, I do think that we are going to eventually see an uptick of severe weather in the next hour or two, but I think it's going to be isolated, discrete supercells with tornadoes and strong tornadoes being possible. And then after that, we're going to be talking more about a line of thunderstorms, which is what's currently kind of forming back off to the west. It hasn't yet happened, but you know, all these storms here are all going to be aligned in about 2 to 3 hours or so. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning for Stoddard, Mississippi, and New Madrid counties in Missouri. So they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. It'll pop up here in a second. This cell, though, is organizing once again south of Dexter. So new tornado warning going towards East Prairie. just south of Sykeston. If you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is just east of Bernie right now. And bottom right of your screen, CJ Ziegler is currently on the south side of where this storm is. But this cell has become organized again. We have a hook echo developing yet again. Rotation's also a little bit stronger over the last couple of scans. Main locations are Matthews and East Prairie, and eventually Interstate 55 as well is in the path of this. And I was going to go back to our 3-cam view, but we have 2 cameras out. All right, we're going to wait for that. Stay on CJ for now. Going back to Indiana, we still have a tornado warning in effect east of Bloomington. And our strongest area of rotation is east of Clear Creek, approaching Nashville and Clarksdale as well. I'm going to go back to the 3-cam view, and I want to go to Luke if he comes up. This is what Luke is looking at right now. He is on the tornado warning cell that is just off to the east of Poplar Bluff. Very impressive looking shot here of this supercell. I don't know, what is that in the middle right? Does anybody know what that is? That like white stuff? It's like something to like cover a farm or something like that. But for right now, nothing too crazy. I mean, this is the tornado warning cell. It's near Bernie. Hay Bale Wrap. All right, thank you. That was Hay Bale Wrap that was on your screen. We'll keep them bottom left. Stormer Media is on the supercell that is east of Pocahontas. That rotation's again been on a bit of the stronger side of things here over the last few minutes. Let's go over to Stormer Media. Let's check in. And this is the one in northeast Arkansas that is tornado warning going towards Rector and Piggott. See if they have any reports or anything like that. Jordan Hall actually has a crazy shot. This is Jordan Hall. He might be driving again. He just had a crazy shot, though, of this storm. In southeast Missouri, I believe. No longer has that, though. I'm gonna go back to Storm Intermedia. Alright, sorry, Jordan Hall's on the northeast Arkansas storm, so not the southeast Missouri one. They're all kind of in the same area.
Oh, maybe he's interested in the storm next time.
Thank you, Leah, for the super chat for trampolines. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mackenzie, for the super chat. I don't know where Corydon, Indiana is, but I think generally speaking, like eastern Indiana will be the main concern. Southeast Indiana and eastern Indiana are the main concern points at this point. I'm really thinking like this region is where our most significant threat of severe weather will be. It should be mostly numerous to widespread damaging winds, but if we get any prefrontal storms like what we've seen over the last few minutes, that could produce a more elevated threat of a tornado. That is currently the main concern. How will Cincinnati be? I think Cincinnati is going to start to see some severe weather in about an hour and a half or so. It might take a little bit. Again, we're going to have to see if any prefrontal storms form. If none do, which would be better if we don't have any, then we'll be talking about a line of thunderstorms for your area. Yeah, one heck of a hailstorm right now west of Walnut Ridge. Not seeing any rotation on this right now, but we do have a pretty sizable hailstorm that's moving towards Lynn and Black Rock. It's going to be going towards Swifton and Walnut Ridge here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Again, tornado warning does continue near Rector and Piggott. This one is still looking concerning. It's a discrete supercell. As long as it can stay organized, it will have the chance of producing a maybe even a strong or even long track tornado. And we are still watching rotation that's off to the west of New Madrid that'll be moving towards East Prairie. I honestly have not seen much on this supercell recently, and also the line of storms is now catching up to this discrete supercell. So this one's probably not going to be as much of a tornado concern here soon as it merges with the line.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have just got a new tornado warning. This is going to include 3 different states. This is going to be for Scott County, Missouri, Ballard County, Kentucky, Pulaski County, Illinois, and Alexander County in Illinois. So brand new tornado warning for those in Scott City, Tams, Olmsted, Mounds, and Mound City. So this is our area of rotation right now. That's going to be approaching Tams, Olmsted, and Highway 37 south of Dungala. Really, the biggest thing here is a surge of damaging winds right now is moving through Commerce. That could be as high as 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. And it will eventually approach Mound City. So continue to stay away from windows if you are in that warning. And lowest floor possible. So we are starting to see a little bit more of a lineup now of discrete cells that are producing the potential for tornadoes. We got one south of Cape Girardeau, one near Sykeston, and then another one south of Poplar Bluff. So again, activity is increasing right now, and keep in mind that our tornado risk for today is the highest in this region. We have the potential for strong and even long-track tornadoes this evening and into the overnight hours in Kentucky, Tennessee. We got Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, and Missouri all included at least some level of a hatched risk here for tornadoes. So some of you are included in that potential for strong tornadoes, but keep in mind that tornadoes are still possible anywhere in the tornado risk outlines that we have right now. It is going to be a long evening. A lot of severe weather is still ahead. We got plenty of wind coming, tornadoes. Basically have everything. Here's your violent tornado parameter values that are in place right now. And the higher the number is, the higher chance there is essentially of having a potential for a strong or even intense or violent tornado. And those numbers are the highest right now across central and northeast Arkansas, right along the Mississippi River Valley, western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and right along the border of Kentucky, Indiana, and Illinois. We have values in the 5 and 6 range, which is definitely a little bit more elevated for the potential for tornadoes. My goodness, look at this storm right now. In southern Illinois, this storm is coming together very quickly. The velocities are intensifying very fast. There's a pretty solid chance that we're going to get a tornado in the next few minutes near Tams. If you're in Tams, Ulen, or Olmsted, Illinois, you need to be in your safe place. This rotation is wrapping hard right now. This is wrapping hard. Velocities are being measured. I don't know if that's accurate. The velocities are being measured at around 95 miles per hour. I find that hard to believe, unless that's a loft. But those are some really strong winds, if that's true. I'm going to refresh the camera program. There are apparently cameras here in this particular warning. Let me zoom back out here. Long term, this will be going towards Metropolis in Illinois.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have yet again another tornado warning for Decatur, Bartholomew, Brown, and Shelby counties in Indiana. And this is an area that just had a tornado like a week and a half ago. So we have yet again another tornado warning. That's going to be for the Columbus area, which is much more populated. So if you are in Columbus, in Indiana, still waiting for the official tornado warning to pop up on here, but assuming Columbus is in the warning, you're going to want to make sure, yep, all right, so Columbus is in the warning. You're going to want to make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately, getting away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. The rotation is strongest over Pikes Peak. We have an area of convergence just south of Clarksdale, and Columbus is a very populated city. This is not a small place. Unfortunately, this is a very populated area here in southern central Indiana. And they just had a tornado only a few days ago. So this is kind of reminiscent memories, essentially, for those in the Elizabethtown and Columbus area. This is Columbus, Indiana, not Ohio. And I think we have a tornado. So it looks like we have a tornado in... Yeah, we have a tornado here. So we now have a tornado in southern Illinois. This is going to be approaching Tams over the next few minutes. Ullin and Olmsted. So we now have a tornado in progress on this storm. And this could be a strong one. We're waiting for the velocities to update. But the velocities are very strong going towards the radar. So I do think there could be a strong tornado with this storm. That is tracking in the direction of Tams, Olmsted, and Ullin. And this is the latest radar scan. So yeah, this is right now where the tornado is. So just east of Thebes. Just east of Thebes, approaching Tams. So over in Tams, Illinois, if this does stay on the ground all the way through Tams, it'll be approaching the Tams Dental Clinic. There's the Tams Ballpark, Tom's Place, which is a restaurant, Tams Community Park. There's also another ballpark. There's the United States Postal Service, and a couple of funeral homes that are in that area. So this is going to be traveling towards Grapevine Trail over the next few minutes. But again, keep in mind, tornadoes can change directions, but this is a tornado in progress now. East of Scott City in Missouri. It's, again, in southern Illinois right now, going towards Tams. Might be a good idea if you have a helmet with you. You might want to even take that and put that on you in case it is a strong tornado. Storm Media has something here. Not sure if that is a...
Okay, 90
if that's rotating.
Because 90 continues to go, and it goes down here.
But they do have a lowering. This is the supercell near Rector and Greenway and Piggott in northeast Arkansas. Thank you, Jeremy, for becoming a member.
Not particularly.
They chant or chase for the super chat. There should be mostly wind and a little bit of hail there in Florida.
Oh. This doesn't look bad right here.
It doesn't. There's rising motion right there.
Maybe why we stopped is because right there.
We stopped for
Oh.
Got a little bit of a lowering here in northeast Arkansas.
Oh, well, we don't even have connection here.
Pretty disorganized, though.
It's a little messy right now. I like that storm off to the west, too. I'm going to keep an eye on all this. That supercell to the south is fired as well.
That supercell to the west looks good.
Flying, right?
That supercell to the west looks good.
They stepped for the super chat. Sirens are going off in Columbus, Indiana.
I don't know what it's going to do.
Yeah, we do have a tornado warning there. Also, the tornado that we just had was a brief one. So a brief tornado. That one's now occluded by the looks of it. No longer any debris signature near Tams, but we still have a surge of damaging winds that is moving... or wait, do we? Or did it just... the CC glitch? That looks like a big tornado.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado
be honest,
is on
I don't
the
know
ground.
what happened. The
Seek
CC just
shelter
disappeared
immediately.
with that tornado, but this velocity scan looks insane. It might be recycling, but we have extremely strong rotation right now over near Tams. There's a chance that this is recycling and producing a even larger tornado. That is a very strong area of rotation, and that's honestly very concerning. Velocities have uptrended a ton on this. They have upgraded the tornado to a...
This is an emergency
this is a dangerous
alert.
tornado.
A large and strong tornado is on the ground.
All right,
Seek
we now have
shelter
officially
immediately.
a PDS tornado warning. This is the first of the day. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado in Illinois. You need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This is an extremely dangerous situation near Tams. This is a considerable threat, once again, for Scott County, Missouri, Ballard County, Kentucky, Pulaski County, Illinois, and Alexander County in Illinois. I don't know where the CC signature went. It disappeared, but the velocities are very intense on this. And so this is almost undoubtedly a very strong tornado that is rain-wrapped, that is going to be hitting the town of Tams. So this large tornado will be hitting the town of Tams, which includes the Tams Dental Clinic. You have the Tams Ballpark, the Natural Resource Conservation. There's also a community park. There are multiple homes here. Southern Bank is in the path of this. We also have the Crane Funeral Home and Cremation Service Building, Ford Brothers Auto Repair and Transmissions, Tom's Place, and That's So Cheesy, which is another restaurant here. So again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado is approaching Tams, Illinois. After this, it'll be approaching Olmsted, Karnak, Mounds, and Mound City, just north of La Center in Kentucky, and long-term it's tracking towards Metropolis. I am urgently waiting for the next radar scan, because I think this is going to be a big debris signature with what we're seeing right now on velocities. And just a quick view of what Storm Media is looking at right now. They have a lowering in northeast Arkansas on that tornado warning. This structure is looking pretty impressive.
That's a crazy view.
Very impressive supercell near Noble, Arkansas. Or Noble, Arkansas.
What are you gonna do?
Is this the first confirmed tornado? We've had a bunch already. We're probably close to a dozen confirmed tornadoes today. If not, we're over that. We'll keep Storm Media bottom right. We should have a new radar scan in a second, but once again, this right here is our large and extremely dangerous tornado that is approaching Tams, Olmsted, Ulen, and near Mounds. Which, again, I'm not seeing a debris signature. This latest scan still does not show a debris signature. The velocities are very strong, though, which is almost undoubtedly a tornado. Waiting for the next velocity scan here. But a very strong area of convergence, very intense couplet. This is the latest scan, and I think that tornado may have just occluded again. So that's once again our second tornado with this same exact storm that are happening in between radar scans by the looks of it. We may have a new one that tries to develop here as this moves towards Ulen and Tams. But we have a huge surge of wind that is approaching Mounds, Mound City, and Olmsted over the next several minutes. We may even have damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour with this as it continues to move east. But again, PDS means particularly dangerous situation. So even if this is not on the ground anymore, we're still talking about a huge wind threat. And this is an area right here where we might see this recycle again. We still have a very strong inflow near Tams. And the hook echo is kind of right in here. It's very rain wrapped. So even if we don't actively have a tornado, we'll probably have another one in a few minutes. CC at higher tilts. I don't see it. We do have a little interesting little storm development here back over near East Prairie and New Madrid. There is a supercell just behind the one that's been tornadic here for a while, going towards East Prairie, Missouri. This storm right here is trying to merge. It's almost nudging this little supercell here, and if that happens, we may end up seeing the tornado risk increasing on that, but it's not a guarantee. But this is another storm we need to watch for just south of Charleston. And once again, this is the tornadic supercell back over in northeast Arkansas near Piggott, north of Rector. Rotation is right now located over the north side of Rector. Long term, it'll be moving towards Clarkton in southeast Missouri. Bottom right of your screen is Storm Intermedia, who is currently on that storm, but they're currently in between some trees. Quick little update for those in Columbus, Indiana. We have a large area of at least some broad rotation that's over Columbus. I don't see anything here in particular that is really that tornadic. Mostly wind as of right now. Large, broad area of, again, circulation. Nothing too crazy here. Just continue to stay in your safe place. Again, we could get a brief tornado out of this, but it's more of a line of storm, so the tornado risk when it comes to like a strong tornado is on the lower side of things. Long-term, Greensburg and Batesville, Indiana are in the track of that storm. The good news across Michigan, we don't have any tornado warnings right now, but we still have a line of thunderstorms that's actively producing damaging winds and even maybe another brief tornado or two before eventually this is into the thumb of Michigan. We've had a lot of tornadoes today, especially even in Michigan. We had a few of those over the last few hours and a lot of wind damage, but good news is a lot of it's going to be moving into Canada and kind of out of our way here for a while. New severe thunderstorm warning for Indianapolis for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then back to the PDS tornado warning. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Once again, this was a radar confirmed, or was this observed? Now, this is radar confirmed as a large and extremely dangerous tornado. I think it was a preemptive upgrade approximately 5-6 minutes ago. But our new velocity scan is coming in. We'll see what the storm looks like. If we have a tornado, it would just pass Tams and it would be approaching Olmsted and Karnak in southern Illinois. Which, yeah, on the latest scan here, the strongest rotation over the east side of Tams. Look at this, though. That is a impressive hook echo and a very strong inflow going into the storm. So I think this tornado is going to try to recycle again as it approaches Karnak and Belknap over the next several minutes. But we have a very strong inflow notch. That's the strongest inflow that we've seen on this cell, so it's really coming together. If that inflow doesn't get choked off, we could definitely get a tornado on this. Nonetheless, this is a very dangerous storm. Even if there's not a tornado with this, the winds are ripping north of Mound City. I mean, we have a widespread area here of damaging winds around 60 to even upwards of 80 miles per hour that are moving into Mound City near Tams. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. It means we have a large and strong tornado on the ground. Those types of warnings do not get issued very often, by the way. Do have a new mesoscale discussion for those in Michigan. We are continuing to see a mesoscale convective system moving across Michigan. At this point, the main concern if you're in Michigan is damaging winds. There is still a potential, though, for maybe a brief tornado. But if we get another one, it would be on the weaker side of things. Let's go to Storm Intermedia. They have a view of that storm in northeast Arkansas.
The storms earlier, they were having a hard time.
Still a very messy lowering. This is not the PDS tornado warning cell, but this one is back over in Noble, Arkansas. Has been tornado warned for quite a while.
Gorgeous supercell of a large wall cloud. I'm sure you guys underneath it. Looks good.
Huge shout out to Kurt with a very generous super chat. I really appreciate that. And also thank you, Lotus, for the super chat.
Good from where I'm at as well.
Yeah, if there's a tornado on the ground, it's hard for me to answer questions. So, just letting you guys know.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, then maybe you might have to go up north on 49.
We do have a new tornado warning in Missouri. This is going to be for this is in Missouri and also Arkansas. They're going to extend the tornado warning that Storm Intermedia is currently on near Piggott, Clarkton, Campbell, and Holcomb. And we have a hook echo right here near Greenway, moving east-northeast towards Holcomb and Clarkton. Rotation's been there for a while. I mean, this storm's been rotating for well over an hour. And bottom right of your screen is a live shot of that storm. So we're going to continue to watch that cell very closely. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Metropolis, Illinois, Paducah, Kentucky, Jopa, Golconda, in southern Illinois and northern Kentucky for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. We still have a very impressive looking storm right now near Ulen, but it might become more bowed out, which might limit the tornado risk. We'll see. See what the latest velocity scan shows, but I'm not seeing anything that is on the ground anymore. We never really saw anything on radar that was on the ground, but I don't think this is on the ground right now. I just think we have a huge wind threat right now in Tams and Olmsted. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. So our strongest rotation is now over Ulen near Interstate 57. We still have a big surge of wind. We got two areas of wind really with this. We got the leading edge of the damaging winds and the downburst winds moving through Olmsted and Mound City. And then we also have another surge of wind on the back side of the cell.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we actually, if you're like over near Karnak, you might get hit by 2 different rounds of damaging winds with this in the span of like 10 minutes. So that's pretty significant. We have yet again another tornado warning. This one will be for Illinois and Kentucky. So I believe this is just going to be an extension to what we're looking at right now because of how concerning this storm is. I mean, this could be producing a tornado risk for quite a while. There's your new tornado warning. So Metropolis is included in this, which there is a camera in Metropolis that I'm going to try to get up on here. But if you're in this warning, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. Put Metropolis bottom right of your screen. The new tornado warning is radar indicated, so they will not continue the PDS tornado warning by the looks of it. Where's Boydsville, Arkansas? Oh, this one right here? Okay. Actually, let's go to Jordan Hall. I think he has a view of this storm. This one apparently is wrapping up right now. Jordan Hall is on this. He's on the leading edge. So this storm right now near Greenway and Piggott in Arkansas is attempting to ramp up, potentially trying to produce a tornado right now.
Channel 1.
Jordan Hall's kind of in the inflow notch of where the storm is, so he's kind of in Greenway right now.
Tornado sirens. In Rector.
Seeing a report in the chat from Earl saying Battle Creek in Michigan, a lot of trees down in a neighborhood and nearby. Didn't have a tornado warning, but very strong winds caused a lot of damage. Got lucky at home, no damage for us. That's good to hear, but yeah, unfortunately, there's definitely going to be a lot of damage up there in Michigan. Well, here's a drone shot from Jordan Hall here. So we got a drone shot on the supercell near Piggott. By the way, PDS tornado warning expires in 3 minutes, so...
Look at that, guys. Wow.
You can actually see it spinning a little bit there on the right and left. It's kind of spinning. This is, again, a drone looking at the supercell in northeast Arkansas near Piggott. Got plenty of rising motion. Got an inflow going to the storm. It's an organizing supercell. It's...
Could potentially be a tornado on the right side there. Potentially.
I'm gonna go all the way up the. I'm gonna go all the way.
Look at the updraft going up too right there.
Maybe across this river here.
We might have a tornado trying to drop there in the middle.
There's this little like river that you cannot cross on any of the country roads. You have to cross it on. It looks like 90.
Look at that rising motion. This storm is just, it's organizing. This is an incredible shot of the storm too.
Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't look like, I don't see a river crossing here at all on this, what is it, like the St. Francis?
Alright guys, I'm gonna bring it back.
Yeah.
Let's bring back the drone. This is not related to this storm. This is crazy though. Neelyville in Missouri right now. This is what it looks like on the Radar Omega camera. It looks like a Twilight Zone almost right now. Like, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy view. This is an area that we did have a tornado nearby about an hour ago or so, a little over an hour ago. That view just looks crazy. All right, PDS tornado warning is going to be let to go here in just about a minute. That'll be done in a moment, and we'll be back down to a normal tornado warning for those in Metropolis, Jopa, Karnak, and Belknap, and many different areas there. Going towards Golconda as well over the next several minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning that has just been issued in Indiana. This is for Decatur and Bartholomew
A new tornado warning
counties
has been issued
in Indiana, which might be an extension of the Columbus storm, and I think it is. So we have a new tornado warning that is going to be heading in the direction of Greensburg. So seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, heading in the direction of Greensburg in Indiana. That is a bit more of a QLCS tornado, meaning a tornado embedded in a line of thunderstorms. All right, PDS tornado warning is now officially done. I don't think we have anything observed as of right now. Let me double check. All right, so we have nothing observed now. We are back down to normal tornado warnings. Let's go to Jordan Hall. He's approaching that storm in northeast Arkansas near Piggott. He is looking at an insane structure near Piggott. My goodness, what a storm. Yeah, it's gonna freeze. I think he's in a low connection area. Does Brandon have this? I don't know where Brandon is. He was saying something about a wall cloud. Brandon's in this general area too.
Make the decision of whether to go south or stick with this guy.
For Jonesboro, out ahead of that supersonic.
Corey is not in this area. All right, I'm gonna go back to. We'll go back to live radar. Storm Media has a view of it as well. This storm's getting very organized, though. I mean, this is a dangerous storm right now, approaching Holcomb and Clarkton in Missouri. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in that area. They have just issued... Is this real? What in the world? Is the radar broken? They've issued a tornado warning for Jonesboro and Lake City. Is this a bug? Or, like, what happened? I legitimately do not know what's going on here, because the storm is so far back off to the west. Okay, so we apparently have a tornado warning for Jonesboro, Arkansas. Which, the closest storm is way outside of the tornado warning. I don't know what's going on here, but I guess if you're in Jonesboro, get to your safe place? This is actually so confusing. I've never seen this before. I've never seen a tornado warning like this without one behind on the actual storm. But seek shelter if you're in Jonesboro. I'm going back to Jordan here. Jordan Hall has the view of the storm near Piggott. Large lowering that he's approaching right now. He's going behind some trees. We'll go back to him in a second. I think Storm Media had a view. Yeah, Storm Media has a view. Looks like a lowering on the right.
So if you're in Jonesboro, take shelter. There's a tornado warning moving east at 70.
East at 70?
That's what I was telling him.
Okay, but Storm Media is also agreeing it's a bizarre tornado warning. I've never seen a tornado warning like that. Yeah, large lowering beyond the tree line there.
Yeah, I mean, looking to the north, we're distance. I mean, that's a really good look. It's probably on the verge of producing.
It's still, I think the problem is the power brick I have it plugged into, it's not giving it enough power. It needs 5 volt 3 amp power and it's not getting it.
As a reminder, if you're just tuning in, this is near Piggott, Arkansas. If you have any friends or family in the path of severe weather today, feel free to share the stream with them on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all those platforms.
Because I lost the other cube for it. It had another cube it was plugged into back there, and I don't know what happened to it. It got unplugged, and for all I know, it fell out of the car. I have one in my backpack that'll work. I just have to stop again, but I don't want to do that right now. At least I have it pointed in the right direction, even if there is an antenna in the shot.
All right, Jordan's gonna be bottom right of your screen. He's also going through the storm right now. Rotation's really ramping up here over the last couple minutes, though. The velocities have tightened yet again. We've seen a lowering over the last few minutes as well. If we have a tornado drop, Holcomb, Clarkton, and Campbell will be in the track of it. Wardell as well will eventually be in the path of that. North of New Madrid, we do have a tornado warning continuing for 11 more minutes. We have a little storm nudger kind of behind here that could amplify the threat of a tornado. So we might have tornado genesis trying to occur near East Prairie. And this will eventually track towards Bardwell in western Kentucky. Tornado warning also continues near Metropolis. We do have a large, broad area of circulation near Karnak, approaching Belknap, going towards Interstate 24. And Golconda will be in the track of it. Metropolis, Illinois, and Paducah, Kentucky are in the path of a severe storm here. Plenty of lightning. This is a live shot on the Radar Mega Cyclone port here in Massac at the EMA. So lightning's coming in. We've got plenty of lightning out in the horizon. Significant risk, though, for damaging winds is coming in as well. 70-mile-per-hour winds likely as this approaches Metropolis. And in addition to that, Paducah is in the path of that. Back to Storm Intermediate on the storm near Piggott.
Looks pretty good. Tracy, thank you for the Venmo. Appreciate it.
That's what it looks like right now at the distance. Apparently there's a tornado that was just confirmed near Greenway. Apparently this is producing a tornado or a gustnado, one of the two. So we may have just had a tornado or gustnado with this storm that Storm Intermediate is on.
Believe it or not, that antenna is part of what is enabling.
This is Jordan Hall right now, who's also inside of the town of, I believe, Piggott.
A new tornado
He's
warning
losing
has
signal.
been
We'll go back
issued.
to him in a second. I'll put him bottom right. We just got a brand new tornado warning in Arkansas. This one is going to be for Paragould, Rector, and Marmaduke. Rotation right now is near Highway 90. It's moving east-southeast towards Marmaduke, Oak Grove Heights, and Paragould. And seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this warning. This is from Ryan Scholl. I need to get the expert thing on here. 1 second. But we're getting some reports of some big-time hail. Baseball-sized hail in McDougal, Arkansas. This is from Ryan Scholl. That's baseball-sized hail, and somehow his car did not suffer damage. So this was just moments ago back over McDougal, Arkansas. From Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. All right, we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued until 2 a.m. This one is going to be for those in East Texas and Western Louisiana where damaging winds, large to very large hail, and a couple of tornadoes are possible. So just heads up if you're back over in Texas or Louisiana checking in. We have a bunch of watches at this point, and the watch hasn't popped up yet, but you can see our severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches are spanning well over 1,000 miles right now. To be exact, they span about 1,200 miles from northeast to southwest. It is a massive area of severe watches that we currently have. There's apparently a report of a... PJ, what storm is that? Let me go back to Storm Intermedia. Apparently there was a cone tornado reported. I think Storm Intermedia is abandoning this storm. I'm gonna go back to live radar here. So apparently there was a cone tornado, or there might be one right now near Piggott. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but that's apparently a report from a storm chaser in Pygott. Apparently it's Pygott. I just don't know if do we have any chasers in the downtown area? Jordan Hall is the closest one, and he's a little bit more out in front of it right now. I don't see a debris signature right now, so I can't really verify that by any means, but obviously if you are in the warning, seek shelter. There may be a tornado with that storm. We at least had a gust tornado at one point before that. We are starting to see, again, a slew of tornado warnings. We got 4 up and down this area of discrete cells that are lining up from about Newport, Arkansas to Sikeston, Missouri. And then also over in Paducah and Metropolis, that tornado warning has now been canceled. So we no longer have a tornado warning for Metropolis, but we are still dealing with a risk for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and we may see a tornado try to spin up out of that as it continues to move east. But a line of thunderstorms is really intensifying right now. We got plenty of damaging winds with all of this, and we may even see a tornado try to drop near East Prairie, Missouri over the next few minutes before that goes into Kentucky. Tornado warning does continue in southeastern Indiana, back over near Greensburg. The rotation is going to be near State Route 3, and that is tracking towards Interstate 74. So if you are in this area, continue to stay in your safe place. If you're over in southwest Ohio, you're going to start to see, I think, some severe storms in about an hour, maybe even sooner if you're near Hamilton. So be ready. Damaging winds is coming. Protect any loose line items. If you have any patio furniture that could go flying or get destroyed by hail, you might also want to take that and put it inside. Shove it in somewhere, wherever it needs to go. Make sure that you're doing that just to make sure things don't go flying away. Hatch down trampolines as well. We still have a significant wind risk that's happening across the thumb of the Michigan, so eastern Michigan right now. Line of thunderstorms continuing to move northeast. Mainly a wind risk right now, but there is still a chance of a tornado as that activity continues to move northeast. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning near Bowling Green, Ohio for 60-mile-per-hour winds. All right, let's go back down to the slew of tornado warnings. Go back to the 3-cam view. Metropolis, bottom right, is about to get hit by that 70-mile-per-hour windstorm, so we'll keep that there. It's Bradford, Arkansas. Do we have any chasers down there? Apparently the Bradford, Arkansas storm is really coming together right now. Oh, sorry. We do not have a PDS tornado warning, by the way. I did not see that was on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning for Carlsley, Mississippi, and New Madrid counties along the Missouri and Kentucky border. So seek shelter if you're in that area. This storm apparently near Highway 87 is becoming quite concerning. There's a large lowering being reported on that cell. And that one's not currently tornado warned, but definitely could get tornado warned at some point as that continues to move northeast. All right, brand new tornado warning near Charleston and East Prairie. Again, strong rotation right now approaching East Prairie right now. And actually, that might be about to produce a tornado. This is undergoing tornado genesis. We have had that storm merger happening for the last several minutes. So a tornado might be trying to drop here as that approaches East Prairie and Anniston. So be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this area. Looks like we got a large lowering. CJ Ziegler, I think, has a large lowering right now. It's hard to tell. It's very hazy, but it looks like he had a lowering.
Can you get the drone up? I don't think the drone's not gonna help at all because we can see it right here, but the drone's not.
This is the Piggott storm. I can't really see anything anymore. I just saw it there a moment ago.
Contrast. That's the only problem.
I really cannot see it, but it looked like it's kind of hard to see. But this is the one near Piggott that's moving east. And he still has it. I'm gonna go back to him.
To the right.
Still has that wall cloud. So there is a lowering. It's pretty ragged as of right now. We'll keep him bottom right. But that's the one near Piggott, Arkansas. All right, let's go to that new tornado warning, which is, I believe it's just this one, right? All right, so this is our new tornado warning again. Carlslee County in Kentucky, Mississippi, and New Madrid counties in Missouri. This is moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Again, rotation right now is right over Interstate 55. It is going to be approaching East Prairie, Anniston, and Wyatt over the next few minutes. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible as this storm continues to move to the northeast. This one's undergoing tornado genesis. We've had a big storm merger here over the last few minutes. It's attempting to basically spin up the storm again and attempt for that one to produce a tornado. And we also got significant damaging winds coming right into Metropolis in Illinois right now and also approaching Paducah. This is a Boeing segment that's producing damaging winds. Have a little inflow on the northern side of the storm. That's initially where we had a tornado risk, but at this point that tornado risk is lower. Don't really have a lot of rotation up there, and the inflow is really not looking that organized. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Newport, Tuckerman, and Swifton. And there has been reports of at least a lowering on this storm near Newport. It's going to be tracking right up Interstate 57 towards Newport and Tuckerman. So this storm is going to continue to stay at least some level of concern as it moves to the northeast. Jonesboro, Arkansas, and also Paragould and Marmaduke, you are still in tornado warnings. Our main storm that we're looking at is going to be the one going towards Jonesboro, where we do have some rotation right over to the west of Bono. Jonesboro is a pretty populated place. It's more of a college town from what I've heard. We've covered Jonesboro from the tornado outbreak on March 14th. And so, Jonesboro, you're in the track right now of a dangerous storm producing large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps even a tornado. Baseball-sized hail is the current threat level just south of Walnut Ridge. And again, Ryan Scholl had a photo of that very large hail a few minutes ago that we showed you. So, I believe that is from this storm. I need to change this. I don't know why I keep saying PDS. There we go. Stay zoomed out here for a second. Let me check Twitter here. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. Shout out to Eddie with a very generous $50 super chat. I appreciate that. We're in Michigan. We were watching you when you said our area was showing rotation. We were able to leash our dogs and get to the basement in time. No cell or power. Thank you for giving us enough time. No sirens here. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad I can help. That is, again, the goal of what we do here. I can help you out there in Michigan. But hopefully Michigan's a little bit calmer here for the next couple of days before our next big severe weather outbreak, which will be on Wednesday. Also, thank you, Flash, for becoming a member. Make sure to eat. There will not be much time to eat. Hopefully when John gets on. John will be here in a couple hours, I think. When he's here, I can at least eat something. Let's go to Metropolis. Wind is picking up like crazy right now. This is live in Metropolis, Illinois. This is a storm that's producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Got a significant wind threat going right through Metropolis, and the camera is shaking. I would not be surprised if parts of Metropolis, Illinois lose power. And even Paducah, Kentucky. This wind is ripping right now. I honestly won't be surprised if the damaging wind threat here is as high as 80 miles per hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, let's go back to live radar as that camera goes crazy. We do have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued. And this one is going to be for those in Ripley, Franklin, and Dearborn counties in Indiana. So this is going in the direction of the Cincinnati Metro for reference, or just north of it near Hamilton. Main concern, again, being damaging winds, but we do still have a stronger area of rotation that's going to be approaching Batesville, Brookville over the next few minutes. So seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in Batesville, Brookville, or Metamora. We're going to go back down to these crazy storms over here. Got a bunch of severe weather right now across the board from Arkansas to Michigan. But our main tornado risk right now is in the mid-south. I've been trying to find where Shoal is. Shoal's had a pretty crazy view. Let's go to Ryan Shoal. That's what he's looking at right now. As the sun is setting over the next hour, we're getting kind of an interesting little tinge here to the storms.
2.5 is in diameter.
That's what the storm looks like right now in northeast Arkansas.
It's just huge.
Wow, look at Storm Intermedia. We're going to go back to Storm Intermedia here. Storm Intermedia has a crazy view.
This one is pretty rough right here.
Wow. This is, again, the storm near Clarkton and Holcomb in southeast Missouri. It is currently tornado warned.
I'm probably not going to beat the preset.
That is a heck of a storm. Again, this one's been rotating for quite a while.
On the north side of this.
Tabble, thank you for the
I'll
super
come
chat.
get you unstuck if you ditch it.
There's definitely some big hail in this storm, just by looking at it from this angle.
Just fine.
Thank you, Stacy, for the generous super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Missy, also for becoming a member. And Tornadoes also for the super chat.
Sorry, guys. Give me about a minute. I'll get you guys a good view again.
While he gets out in front of that, this is back to Shoal. Well, it's a decent look at this storm. I'm gonna go back to Storm Intermedia, though.
That was a good bolt.
That's quite the structure. We've seen some crazy structures over the last few weeks. This one is definitely crazy.
Are we still torn? Yes, we are.
I can't stand these stupid seahorse-shaped roads. There's a bowl in the middle of the wall cloud. It's broad, and I obviously can't tell what's rotating, but there's a bowl in the middle of the wall cloud.
Yeah, sort of a seahorse-shaped bowl.
Normal-shaped bowl.
I've got the town of Hayward on the GPS right now, trying to get up there before it crosses 55.
We're gonna go back to the 3-cam view. Do that. All right. That's a pretty impressive storm. Again, near just north there of Kennett, near Clarkton. At this point, this storm is still discreet. I mean, there's really not much stopping it until this line of storms gets to it, which is going to probably be about 30 minutes from now. We'll start to see more of a line of storms come out of this. But for now, there is still a more elevated tornado risk here for the next 10 to 15 minutes as this goes towards Interstate 55. We do have a tornado warning still continuing near the Charleston area and East Prairie area in southeast Missouri. This storm's been struggling a little bit, but we still have rotation, really rain-wrapped. Moving towards Wyatt, Anniston, and eventually Bardwell in western Kentucky. So if you're in Kentucky, again, keep in mind the severe weather is coming. We're really close to seeing a line of thunderstorms moving into the western half of the state. Severe weather is really going to start ramping up here over the next several minutes. So get ready if you are in western Missouri. Oh my goodness. Storm Media just has a crazy view of this still. Wow. Jordan Hall also is on this. This is Jordan Hall's view. So he has a similar view, a little bit closer, further to the, kind of more into the rain side of things.
That we were talking about.
Yep.
It's now full line. Eventually, this is probably going to become whatever. I mean, I don't see anything else. I don't see at the moment anything developing. I don't think it can, but actually, it's not happening.
Really impressive structure. Thank you, Mystic, for the super chat asking about Nashville, Tennessee.
I think that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Nashville's still a few hours from now. It's going to be a little bit until Nashville really gets any crazy activity. Let's go ahead and just quickly run through the future radar here for the rest of at least the next few hours. So currently, again, we got a lot of storms all lined up from Ohio back into Arkansas. Again, a slew of storms. A lot of these are linear now, meaning a line of storms. But we also have some discrete storms mixed in there as well. So just keep that in mind. That's mainly on the southern end of all these storms. By around 8 to 9 o'clock, this line of storms will continue to move into Kentucky, including the Louisville area, just west of Nashville, near Clarksville, Tennessee, for reference. And storms will be moving through Columbus and Cincinnati. By around 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, those storms are moving into central Kentucky. Nashville should be impacted, I would say, sometime around 10 to 11 o'clock, with mainly a wind threat, but a couple tornadoes are possible. As we go into the overnight hours, this line continues to push south and east. It will be breaking up, so there will be a lower risk of severe weather after midnight or so tonight. And then by tomorrow morning, the severe weather ramps right back up over in the deep south, including the Dixie Alley in the southeast, where a swath of damaging winds and a few tornadoes are likely from Alabama back into South Carolina and North Carolina. We're going to talk a lot more about tomorrow's risk later in the stream, whenever we at least have an opportunity to, because tomorrow is going to probably be another pretty significant day as well. Let's go back to Storm Intermedia. Might be losing connection. Oh, there you go. I actually want to go to Luke Hatton. So Luke Hatton right now is looking at a large shelf cloud. This is a bit further back off to the east of the storm that's north of Kennett, Missouri. So back over near I-55 is where Luke right now is. But a large shelf cloud in the distance. It doesn't look like they're going to continue this tornado warning, but we'll have to wait and see. Oh my goodness, Shoal has a crazy looking storm. I don't know if it's just the saturation. I don't know what storm Shoal's on because he doesn't have his spotter dot thing on. But this is what we're looking at here on Shoal's end. I have no clue what storm this is, though. Saturation makes this thing look... I think it's saturation that's making this thing look crazy.
Oh my gosh! What in the world is this storm, dude? We're under the bear, or we're in the whale's mouth. Whatever you want to call it. We're gonna head southwest. I'm gonna buckle myself up here so I don't have to deal with it later.
I'm trying to get confirmation on what storm he's on. But it's kind of crazy. Alright, let's go back to live radar. So this tornado warning for the Clarkton area and Campbell will likely end here in just a moment. So this one's going to be allowed to expire. We still do have a plentiful amount of severe weather happening, damaging winds, hail, and even a couple of tornadoes still being a possibility over the next several minutes. Further back off to the southwest near Jonesboro, this storm has ramped up. Look at this thing. On the west side of Jonesboro, we have a strong area of rotation approaching Bono. It's completely rain-wrapped, too. So, Jonesboro, you need to be on alert. Large area of rotation right now. That's going to be moving into Jonesboro, Arkansas over the next several minutes. So, if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. All right, we're about to hit the 7 o'clock hour. We'll have another update on the warning counter, and there you go. So we currently have 4 tornado warnings, and we have 21 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, the most concerning storms are currently down in the lower and mid-Mississippi River Valley, where we have a lot more wind shear currently in place. I do want to show you guys a map here that'll give you an idea of what we're talking about in terms of our tornado risk. Give me 1 second on this. Let me go to the HRRR. And just give you an idea of this tornado risk right now. So this right here is our significant tornado parameter values. It gives us an idea of where the highest tornado risk is. So this is right about now. So our ingredients are very favorable for tornadoes still, especially if we get discrete supercells from central Arkansas into western Tennessee and even into southeastern Indiana. We still have a lot of wind shear, pretty good amount of instability as well, and the dew points are definitely high enough. By 8 o'clock, the tornado threat might even be higher back over northeastern Arkansas. You can see that little localized area there of pink that's popping up. That would be indicative of a little bit of a higher tornado risk there, right around 8 o'clock. And even by 9 to 10, our tornado risk continues to stay more elevated across Tennessee and northern Mississippi, where strong, maybe even long-track tornadoes are still a possibility. It will be a lower risk, I think, as we go later into the evening hours, but it will still be something that will exist for the next several hours. So make sure that you're staying weather aware, have a tornado action plan ready to go, and also have multiple ways to receive warnings. It is going to be a busy next few hours. We're still far from over in this severe weather outbreak spanning across several different states. I mean, we've had a ton of damage already today, a ton of damage reports back over in the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes region, and we still have a bunch that are coming in right now along the Mississippi River Valley as well. Let's go back over to Storm Runner Media. They have a crazy view of this supercell again back over near Kennett. Wow. Look at that storm.
I went on vacation mode.
Should have it back tomorrow, though. I mean, if I can't fix it, the worst case scenario, I have another one.
Crazy looking storm right now here near Holcomb, Missouri.
I'm not allowed to start a... Oh, it's because I'm too close to the date. Yeah, that's why.
We appreciate you guys, Preston and Chad. We appreciate all of you.
I'm about to core this.
Uh-oh.
I just want to get it. We're going to cross the river. We're crossing the river right now.
Thank you, Todd, for the super chat. Thank you for all your hard work and live streams during these outbreaks. I do graduate in about a month. Yeah, about 30 days. A little over 30 days, actually, for officially being graduated. I will continue to stream afterwards, yes. That is the plan.
Very interesting the way they did that. Okay. We've crossed our other water crossing up here. Oh, nice landing again. Then I'm going to hop out and I'm going to attempt to actually quickly fix that camera.
Well, this is a very impressive storm, gotta say. Very impressive structure. I mean, honestly, the biggest thing I feel like we've seen over the last several hours are literally the structure shots with these storms. They are quite remarkable, what we've seen over the last few hours. Let's go back to Jonesboro. Jonesboro, Arkansas. Once again, if you're in Jonesboro, you got to be in your safe place. Again, strong rotation right now, heading into the west and north side of town over the next several minutes. It's going to be approaching Jonesboro, Brooklyn, near Bono. We have a surge of wind for sure that's going to be moving into Jonesboro. So, at the minimum, we're going to have significant damaging winds. But there is also a chance for a tornado as this moves into Jonesboro over the next 15 minutes or so. There should be cameras as well in this area, so I'm just going to see what we got there for Jonesboro. Yeah, Jonesboro is getting pretty ominous right now. But don't have a good view right now of this area of rotation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have yet again another tornado warning. This one's going to be for Fulton County in Kentucky and New Madrid County in Missouri. Which might be this storm, but we'll have to wait and see. Or actually, no, it's going to be further back to the west. All right, so this is going to be all the way back to the west. Back over near Clarkton, Malden, and New Madrid. This one, again, has been going for a long time. Rotation is currently located over the southeast side of Clarkton, approaching Tallapoosa, and eventually going towards North Liburn. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. The rotation is once again intensifying on that. Moving to the northeast. At this point, we've really not seen much of a tornado threat out of this. We've had a lot of rotation on radar, and we've had a shelf cloud and whatnot for a while, but honestly, we've still yet to really see an actual tornado out of this storm, which is kind of surprising. Storm Media has again a crazy shot right now of this storm. This is actually going to be the one that's back out to their west. So this is near Piggott, the line of storms that's coming in. Also, Jordan Hall is driving right through the midst of this tornado warning cell near Clarkton, Missouri. This one looks like right now on his end. He's driving right through the middle of this, if it loads. So some hail and heavy rain coming down right now. And now he's losing connection, but he's right through the center of this storm right now. Back over to live radar here. Is Poplar Bluff clear? Yeah, if you're in Poplar Bluff, you're out of the significant threat here of severe weather. We officially have our first fatality of the day. That is in Valparaiso, Indiana. A semi-truck rolled onto a person, apparently. I don't know how that happens, but that would have been probably from strong winds. But unfortunately, that is the first fatality of the day from our severe weather outbreak. Wow. Storm Intermedia has an incredible view right now.
I was like, we don't know exactly
of this storm. We got a green tinge and everything here. Near Holcomb, Missouri. It's basically as ominous as it gets when it comes to a severe storm. The rotation is back over near Rector.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Send us a message.
Which we just got a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Craighead and Greene counties in Arkansas. So Craighead and Greene counties in Arkansas, you are now included in a new tornado warning. You are in the warning, seek shelter. This is going to be for Jonesboro. I really don't understand what happened here in Jonesboro, because this tornado warning got issued like way ahead of the storm, and they have now issued a new one. So I have no clue what's going on here, but we do have a new one for those in Jonesboro and Brooklyn and Lake City. Very populated area here. We got well over, we got 113,000 people in this tornado warning. So if you know any friends or family here, please make sure that they're aware of this. Share the stream with them. Do whatever you got to do to make sure that they're aware that there could be a tornado heading towards Jonesboro. And this is more than likely going to be a rain-wrapped tornado if we get one. Approaching the north and west side of Jonesboro over the next several minutes. Near Bucksnort, Brooklyn, Rogers Chapel are all in the path of this over the next several minutes. We also just got a massive severe thunderstorm warning. Golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds from Paragould, Arkansas into southeast Missouri. A large severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. This is what it looks like right now in Jonesboro, or just outside of it, on Highway 91. The wind and rain have picked up a lot over the last few minutes. This is on the iDrive Arkansas traffic camera. On the north side, I think there's a couple more further south that are going to be hit by this here soon. So it looks like just to the south of this storm. But there should be one looking northbound. We're going to wait for that one to pop up. The wind should intensify here over the next few minutes at the bare minimum, right along Interstate 555. Got a huge surge of wind. Our main core of rotation is going to be approaching the north side of Jonesboro near Pleasant Grove and Bucksnort. Rogers Chapel and really just staying barely above I-55, I-555 over the next few minutes. We are back down to 6 tornado warnings. Again, we got 4 back over along the Mississippi River Valley region. And we apparently have another one. Am I missing one? Or is there like 2 included in something? What am I missing? Yeah, there's apparently only 5. I think one of them got canceled. We still have a tornado warning west of Cincinnati, back over west of Hamilton. If you're back over in southwest Ohio, get ready. The severe weather threat is going to be increasing as this continues to move to the northeast. A little area of rotation, damaging winds right now moving towards Oxford and Hamilton. And make sure that you're staying weather aware. Southwest Ohio is about to get slammed with a line of thunderstorms. How's Evansville looking? We can check it out real quick. Back over in Evansville, we got a really broken line of storms right now. Actually, probably a good thing. We don't really have anything organized in Evansville. It's just a bunch of strong storms. So, not really too concerned about Evansville right now. Hey, Hayden, is Shoal in the Jonesboro tornado warning? Is that where he is? Let me go back to the map here. Or is that a different storm? Okay, he is not from what I'm seeing. I don't see his tracker on the map, so I have no clue. Okay, so apparently Shoal is on this tornado warning that is... Let me go to Shoal here. So Shoal's on the tornado warning near Jonesboro. This is what it looks like right now.
Jonesboro.
Oh, I got you in, okay. So this is the tornado warning for Jonesboro, a live shot. It's very dark now as we are approaching nighttime. And we also have towering storms that are off to the west, which is also where the sun sets. So
South, man. That's all I want.
I'm gonna keep close tabs on him. I'll keep storm intermediate bottom right for now. But he is currently on the Jonesboro storm, where we are watching a large, broad area of circulation with damaging winds as the main concern, but there is a potential for a tornado. The main area of rotation now is going to be over the north side of town, so it's going to be near Sterling Springs. So a little area of convergence here, moving into Buck Snort, Brookland, and Rogers Chapel in the suburbs here of Jonesboro, Arkansas. By the way, John, you can join the chat. I'll set it up. Hello, Clarksville, Tennessee. Make it out tonight. I think it's going to be mainly wind in Clarksville. Again, so far, we have not really had much prefrontal convection. That could definitely change as we go throughout the evening hours. We could start to see some storms fire off in front of the line that end up producing a more strong and long-track tornado risk, but we haven't really had much of that here over the last couple of hours. So let's kind of hope that that doesn't happen. But for right now, the main concern will be the line of thunderstorms that's producing damaging winds. We now have severe thunderstorm warnings that are going all the way up towards Cincinnati and Hamilton. Damaging winds being the main concern with this as this continues to move to the east. We do have a tornado warning continuing for 1 more minute until it's officially done back over in Batesville. Also, we have a little couplet actually trying to develop near West College Corner. That's going to be moving towards Camden, Ohio. So a little area of circulation there. Carsville, Illinois. We need to go to that one. Just east of Carsville, Illinois. Going into Kentucky. South of Elizabethtown, we have a little area of rotation there as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We'll be moving towards Clay and Providence over the next several minutes. All right, we do have now a new tornado warning that has been issued. This will be in Indiana and Ohio. So this is a much more populated area that we now have a tornado warning in, going towards Hamilton County. Hamilton County is included in this brand new tornado warning. You'll see it pop up in a moment. There it is. So again, west side of Hamilton County, near Fairfield, in southwest Ohio and southeastern Indiana. You're going to want to make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately, getting away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently tracking to the east. So what it looks like right now in the EMA from Warren County, Ohio, on the cyclone port. Again, nothing really right now in southwest Ohio, just some ominous skies in the far horizon with sunny skies out in front of it. And one of the biggest concerns today was, you know, the amount of instability that we have and the sunshine that's been out pretty much all day. And that's what's kind of building a favorable environment for this line of storms to continue even into southwest Ohio over the next few hours. So here in southwest Ohio, we still got plenty of severe weather coming here over the next couple of hours, mainly wind, but definitely a chance still for an isolated tornado. If you're back over near Louisville, we got some strong storms approaching Louisville near Interstate 64 over the next few minutes. This is mostly outflow dominant, so we're not expecting much of a tornado risk out of that activity. And then damaging winds continues from Evansville back to Providence. And then again, our main corridor for tornadoes has really been near the Mississippi River Valley. We do have actively 3 tornado warnings, so we've dropped off quite a bit in terms of tornado warnings. Our main 2 are going to be one near Jonesboro, which is going right into town as we speak, and then the other one in southeast Missouri. There are a couple of cameras in Jonesboro. This is one of them on I-Drive, Arkansas, looking southbound. The wind's picking up right now, right along Interstate 555 on the west side of Jonesboro. Got some big flashes of lightning as well. Keep in mind, power outages are possible, so it'll be a good idea to charge up any phones that you might have. Basically, sources of power. It's a little bit further down to the south. The wind is a little bit more intense down further south along I-55 or 555. Good news is that I'm not seeing any cars right now on the interstate, which is kind of surprising. At least on this stretch of the interstate, there is nobody on the interstate, so that's good news. Hopefully that continues, but the wind is definitely strong. If there's any semis, that's definitely a risk that they could get flipped over from how strong the winds are. All right, we are starting to see a new mesocyclone develop on the storm near Clinton in Kentucky. So this supercell right here has been undergoing a bit of a nudger, like a storm merger here for like the last hour or so. Hasn't really been tornadic for a while, but it does look like that we are going to get something out of this over the next few minutes as it moves into Kentucky. So Mayfield is really the main location in the near term that is in the track of this particular supercell. Main concern is damaging winds and hail, but there is a potential that we do get a tornado out of this as it continues to track in the direction of Mayfield, Kentucky. I'm going to go over to Storm Intermedia here for just a moment. They are currently looking at the storm. It is currently severe back over, or actually tornado warned, or not, nope, never mind, not tornado, or, no, they are. All right, they're looking at the tornado warning that's back over near Wardell in southeast Missouri. See if we can see anything here, but obviously the sun is setting, so it's becoming a lot harder to see anything now with the storm chasers and all the live cameras that are out there. I swear, every time we go to a storm chaser,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
It always seems like the lightning calms down. Apparently there's a lowering back there. I was going to wait a second to see it. Alright, well, the lightning's calm for now. We'll keep them bottom right. Alright, we do have now a new tornado warning. This is in Indiana and Kentucky. All the way back over near Cincinnati. So if you are over near Cincinnati, be aware of this. We do have a tornado warning just off to your west. This is going to include Pleasant, Indiana, near Florence in Kentucky, and just south of Lawrenceburg in Kentucky. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. It's another one of those examples of a QLCS tornado, which means a tornado embedded in a line of thunderstorms. And that's what we're seeing right now across the board along the Indiana and Ohio border. So the tornado threat embedded in this line is definitely going to continue here for the next little while. Getting a report of sirens going off in Hamilton, according to somebody in the chat. Just outside of Hamilton is where the tornado warning currently is. If you're on the west side of town, you're probably in it. As a reminder, if you guys do have any photos or videos or any sort of reports, you can always at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, or if you see anybody that has reported anything, again, we're trying our best to relay reports as well as the severe weather threat continues here across the board. We do still have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings in addition to tornado warnings. Jonesboro is still included in a tornado warning, but right now, our biggest concern for Jonesboro is damaging winds. So we do have a significant risk for damaging winds right now rolling right through the downtown area of Jonesboro. And this is an example of it right in downtown on the iDrive Arkansas traffic camera. Wind is very strong. Very little people on Interstate 555 right now. They're probably heeding the warning here. But the winds are very strong. And the potential for a tornado does exist, but it would probably be on the northern side of town at this point if we had any sort of tornado risk. It's a little bit further east. Looking northbound on I-555 in Jonesboro. The camera is actually zooming in. Somebody is controlling the camera. Thank you, Nick, for becoming a member. Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland, Ohio will be mainly a wind risk. Wind is definitely picking up there. But if you'll notice here, on the north side of Jonesboro is really our main area of rotation, and it's a pretty large, broad area of circulation over near Brookland and just north of Jonesboro. I'm not nearly as concerned right now about a tornado risk as more of a wind risk. The wind has really just picked up over the last minute. This again in Jonesboro. Wind's picking up a lot. Visibility is getting close to under a mile at least along I-555. Probably a good idea if you're anywhere in like Jonesboro or anywhere really in northeast Arkansas this evening. Eat at home tonight. Don't go out. Just kind of stay at home. Got a lot of storms out there, and it really goes for anybody in Kentucky and Tennessee even too. If you're in the track of storms in the next few hours, it's probably a good idea to, you know, this camera's going all over the place. Here's a better view of that wind. Camera's moving all over the place, but and strong winds right now in Jonesboro. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are possible. Actually got a semi right now on this road. The camera guy keeps moving this thing, but there's a truck right there that is really slow. He's driving right against the wind right now. Some people got their hazards on too. This truck driver is moving very slow right now. He's starting to speed up a little bit now. The wind is mostly going against him, which is probably a better thing, because if it was going, you know, left to right with his this trailer, it could easily flip it. But again, rotation's still a little bit broader. It's over the north side of Jonesboro. The tornado warning that's back up near I-55. We still have rotation right over near I-55. That's going to be approaching New Madrid, Tipton, and Ridgely. So this is going to be moving into western Tennessee here in just a few moments. Western Tennessee is an area that we've not really had a whole lot of severe weather yet, and we're about to see some, I think, over the next several minutes as this storm moves into Tipton and Ridgely. Let's go over to Storm Runner Media. They're currently looking at this storm. Again, it's going to be a little bit hard to see, but we still got a very impressive structure on it, hook echo and everything. The storm's been producing a threat for a tornado for well over an hour and a half now. Started all the way back over in northern Arkansas and is still going.
Joiner. Oh, I see Joiner. Okay.
Damn, everyone and their dog is over here. My gosh.
Well, this is the tornado warning south.
No, I'm just saying, like, everyone's in this little lot right here, which I'm just coming in because I got to fix stuff.
Thank you, Shaft, for the super chat. I think most of the risk in Tennessee will be wind, but if you're on the western half of the state, a bit more elevated chance for a tornado. Also, Xavier says that sirens are going off in Middletown, Ohio. What's the radar looking like for Middletown? Where is Middletown? Isn't that like right here? Yeah. So Middletown, we're really looking at mainly wind right now. The west side of Hamilton County is where we have a tornado warning. I'm not entirely sure how the sirens work in southwest Ohio, but there are some places that tornado sirens do go off when we have just normal severe weather. So if there are tornado sirens are going off there and you're in Middletown, it's going to be for wind. It's not going to be for a tornado, at least for right now. But there are some places, again, that the sirens do go off for things like damaging winds and you know, hail and such stuff like that. Not necessarily tornadoes, but it's a little confusing, and I honestly don't really love it. But I think it's a good thing if, I don't know. It's mixed opinions on that. I feel like tornado sirens should only go off if there's an actual tornado warning, but that's just me. I think everybody grew up thinking that tornado sirens only go off for tornadoes. Our radar site's bugging out right now. We do have a tornado warning, again, going towards Cincinnati. Area of rotations right over Pleasant, moving towards Aurora, Florence, and Independence. And we still have an area of rotation just south of Oxford that will be approaching Hamilton. I honestly don't think we're going to get a new tornado warning for Hamilton, but just keep staying weather aware in case the storm does intensify again. Rotation's been a little bit broader here over the last few minutes as this continues to move to the east-northeast. And then back up into Michigan, just a quick update. This will probably be our last update for Michigan for tonight in terms of the severe weather, other than just reports. The wind threat is now moving out of Michigan, so we are pretty much done with severe weather here, unless you're in the thumb of Michigan. Severe storms will move into Canada over the next few hours, potential for some damaging winds, and maybe a brief spin up before that's all said and done. Our main concern right now is stretching from Lake Erie all the way back over into northeastern Arkansas. And this will continue to move east and southeast over the next half an hour to an hour, with damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes continuing to be a threat. Looks like Storm Intermediate has some sort of night vision camera on or something. I don't know what it is, but you can actually see the storm structure a lot better now in southeast Missouri on the discrete supercell that's approaching Tiptonville, Tennessee. A little bit better of a view now, and we're getting a little bit more frequent lightning.
Sorry guys, I was just trying to get you guys a decent angle of that shelf as we head south.
Teresa, thank you for gifting 10 memberships.
Thank you so much, Teresa. That's very generous. Thank you so much.
That Jonesboro storm, I mean, I don't know why it's still tornado warning. It clearly is it's just having freaking massive.
Really impressive storm still. Let's go back to Jonesboro. Very interesting development back over in Jonesboro, Arkansas. We're starting to see the rotation starting to kind of wrap around here near Lake City. So rotation's intensifying a little bit on the northeast side of Jonesboro, going towards Lake City, and eventually towards Leechville. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lake City, Manila, and Leechville. That's going to be for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. All right, we do have our first report of the day from John for a hailstorm. Go ahead, John.
Alrighty, so this is back down in Ophelient, Arkansas. Looks like that we have a report of 3-inch diameter hail. So this is approximately the size of a teacup, which was reported from a storm passing over Harrisburg right now.
Alrighty, thank you for the report. That is actually crazy. Teacup-sized hail, by the way. Which I don't usually call it teacup-sized hail. I usually just call it baseball plus-sized hail. But, yeah, apparently we've had a significant hail report. 3 inches is actually pretty crazy. You leave the super chat. My fiance absolutely loves you. Okay, thanks for the super chat. That's an interesting comment. There is actually a hail chart that I'll show you guys. This is technically how hail reports work. Let me find it. This right here is your, like, reporting size for hailstone sizes, and so, like, teacup-sized hail technically is called teacup-sized hail, but, I mean, they call it a large apple, and I'm not gonna lie, I feel like apple-sized hail is, like, 3.5 inches in diameter, but this is a bit more of a data graphic anyway. But regardless, that's pretty large. I mean, that's baseball plus-sized hail, essentially. So crazy stuff there. Huge shout out to Shaft with a very generous super chat. W's in the chat for Shaft. Thanks for what you do. I just was concerned of the weather in Pigeon Forge. I don't know where Pigeon Forge is. Might answer some people's questions. All the way back over near the Appalachian Mountains. So I think what's going to happen tonight, and I'll go through the future radar just so you guys can kind of see what happens in motion here. But by 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, this line of storms will be pushing into central Kentucky and western Tennessee, with scattered to even numerous damaging winds continuing, large hail, and a few tornadoes all embedded in a line of storms. By 11 to 12 o'clock tonight, the line is pushing into eastern Kentucky, also into central and southern Tennessee and northern Mississippi, before eventually the storms are going to be moving towards Knoxville and also right there into the Appalachian Mountain Range. The good news, if you're right over there, like in Pigeon Forge, for example, is that this line will be weaker, and I don't think we're going to be talking about much severe weather. I think it'll be mostly isolated damaging winds by this point. Tornado risk very low to 0, and the hail risk is also going to be much lower by that point. And then by tomorrow morning, we got a line of storms moving all across the southeast with damaging winds and a few tornadoes being possible. Again, I'm not entirely sure what our plans are for being live tomorrow, if we will even be live. Again, I have no clue. We'll be deciding that, I think, by the end of the stream, which would be probably still a few hours from now anyways. So we still got a long ways to go in today's severe weather outbreak. We're about 6 hours into the stream, so technically that's about halfway through a normal live stream on YouTube at this point for us. We've gone live for a bunch of severe weather outbreaks recently, and I feel like every single one of them has at least been around 12 hours long, so we're at least halfway through the live stream, I would say. Still got halfway to go at the bare minimum. All right, let's go back to Ohio. Do a little quick checkup on Ohio right now. Mainly a wind threat approaching Dayton, Ohio, Kettering, and Middletown. We do have a little couplet, actually, just north of Hamilton. That's what it looks like from Warren County, Ohio, on the Radar Omega cyclone port. We got a storm rolling in right now. Gonna be keeping an eye on this cell. Little area of rotation, though, just north of Hamilton. They have not issued a new tornado warning yet. We'll see if they issue one. Here's another view from Warren County as well, a little bit further down to the south. Decent little storm here. Got plenty of cloud-to-cloud lightning. Lightning's flashing about once every 2 to 3 seconds. Plenty of lightning with this storm. We'll go ahead and put this bottom right, so we'll put that there. Which one was this? Was this Deerfield? Alright, we'll do that. Thank you, Hope, for becoming a member. No problem, Gabby. Appreciate you. Hopefully I'm keeping you safe there in Cincinnati. Yeah, right now Cincinnati is in the track of at least some damaging winds. We have had a tornado warning just west of Cincinnati, but I've not seen really much rotation on this storm. So I'm not overly concerned right now for the west side of Cincinnati. Again, I'm not really seeing much here on radar that would indicate that we have an imminent tornado coming towards you. But we definitely have a damaging wind threat that's going to be approaching over the next half hour. And keep in mind that these storms are moving very quickly. They're moving east at about 60 miles per hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's a very fast-moving line of thunderstorms. We do have a new tornado warning for Butler and Warren counties in Ohio, which I think we're going to have to wait a second. This is near 7 Mile, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So this is back over near Hamilton. So it's that couplet that we were just talking about. We got a little tornado potential here near New Miami on the north side of Hamilton, Ohio. It's approaching Trenton, Middletown, Monroe, Lebanon, Franklin, Dodds, and Oregonia. Just to the south of Jacksonburg. So if you are in this warning, you got to get to your safe place. This is, again, a QLCS tornado, which means we could have a tornado embedded in this line of thunderstorms as it continues to track to the east. If we have a tornado, it'd be, again, right over 7 Mile, approaching New Miami. There are a couple cameras in this area that we're keeping an eye on. This is one of them. Again, on the Warren County, Ohio camera. But we're still a little ways out from the storm being in that area. Probably about 10 minutes until we have a good view of this storm. Also, a little update back over near New Madrid, which is back over near the Mississippi River Valley. We have a storm near New Madrid. This is the tornado warning cell. Rotation's been ramping up pretty quickly here over the last few minutes. It's becoming more rain-wrapped near Interstate 55, and it also looks like it's taking more of a left-hand turn, which if that happens, that rotation could occlude out. So that's at least good news if it continues to go in that direction, but we still have some rotation over I-55 moving towards New Madrid. This will be crossing into Kentucky over the next few minutes or into northwestern Tennessee, just west of Union City. Also, we have a tennis ball-sized hailstorm in Texas. A ton of lightning as well near Jacksonville and Gallatin. The storm's fired up over the last 30 minutes or so. A bit more rural areas, but just a heads up if you're back over in East Texas. All right, let's go back to the Southwest Ohio region. All our eyes right now are focused on the storm that is currently approaching New Miami and Trenton over the next few minutes. A significant threat right now for damaging winds, and then even a potential for a tornado exists with this cell. Back to the 3-cam view here. There is apparently a tornado on the ground near Weiner, Arkansas right now. Where is that? There's reportedly a tornado in progress on this cell near Weiner. Which, if there is, it's going to be going towards Harrisburg. I don't think we have any chasers on this, but apparently there was a report of a tornado here just moments ago, south and east of Weiner, going towards Harrisburg. So if you are in this warning, again, get to your safe place. There's definitely a tornado on this storm, though. And there's currently no tornado warning on it, but there's definitely a tornado. We don't have a debris signature, but it's being reported by Storm Chaser in the area. It's an unwarned tornado, though. Southeast of Weiner, Arkansas. Yes, I know Brad has it. I cannot use Brad, so... It is what it is. Hopefully we'll be able to use him here soon. Actually, no, Ben Williams has it. Ben Williams has the tornado right here. I think Ben might be live, too. Let me see if Ben's live. Ben has it live. I'm going to pull it up full screen because I don't have it pulled up on here right now. Ben Williams has the tornado right now live. I got to try to copy him into the program. But Ben Williams has the tornado in progress right now in Arkansas. This is an unwarned tornado, by the way. Now it's been warned, I think. That is a tornado, though, on the right side of your screen.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, this is Ben Williams live. Again, tornado is now in progress. They have issued a tornado warning on it.
Alright, I'm gonna... Yeah, they just warned it.
Yeah, this is just east of Weiner, Arkansas, going towards Harrisburg.
Yeah.
Middle right of your screen is the tornado. It's a little bit further away from him right now.
Get south, and then I don't know what to do. I mean, we can jump. We can't really go east, you know. Well, what about down towards Cherry Valley?
If we want to drop that, yo,
We could drop towards Cherry Valley.
I don't know.
Go east, or we could go up Well, it's moving more towards Harrisburg. I think we just stay up here, honestly. Because as LP as it is.
Because the road that we're on right now.
All right, he's a little bit behind it now. But again, there is a tornado confirmed here. They do not have the warning right now as a confirmed tornado, but this is definitely in progress. Again, Ben Williams is on this tornado. Currently tracking towards Harrisburg, Marked Tree, and Lepanto. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, confirmed tornado right now, moving directly to the east. This could be, again, on the stronger side of things. Granted, it is a discrete supercell. It's in a favorable environment for producing a tornado. Again, even though Ben Williams is on it right now, this is just another shot just moments ago from a photo that he took of the tornado. Little cone tornado apparently causing damage as well on the southeast side of Wiener. It's traveling right along Highway 14, and it will be approaching Harrisburg. And in Harrisburg, Arkansas, there is a Hornet hangout for a food restaurant that's also going to be coming up on the Harrisburg High School and the United States Postal Service, as long as this tornado does stay on the ground. It's going to be tracking right into Harrisburg over the next few minutes as it continues to track east. So please get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. I do want to quickly update you guys on Ohio while Ben Williams gets back into position for this storm. Back over in Middletown, Ohio, and Hamilton, we still have a tornado warning here. Rotation is over Trenton, and it's going to be moving into Monroe, Interstate 75, just south of Middletown over the next few minutes. Just south of Franklin. So again, be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Let's go back to Ben. This is, again, looking live right now of that tornado warn cell, which, again, we just spotted a tornado a few minutes ago. The tornado warning was upgraded to observed officially, by the way.
This town has so many trees.
Most trees in the Delta.
I know,
goes
those
to
are like the
Harrisburg.
most tree. Yeah, we have the
Might be an opening right here.
It looks... I don't even see the condensation funnel. I just see a broad area of dust.
Okay, so it's probably still on the ground, let's be honest.
Probably. Oh, this will be a better view.
Yeah, it's still on the ground.
Yeah, it's still on the ground.
Okay, so there is still a tornado in progress. It's behind all the buildings and trees here. It's approaching Harrisburg right now in Arkansas.
We're in the Memphis area. This thread is going to be headed your way later.
I mean, long term, this is heading towards the north side of Memphis.
Yeah, it's still on the ground. It kind of looks a little bit more nebulous.
Almost looks like it's...
There's definitely still dust getting thrown out there. Actually, the storm is strengthening, so we might be able to intercept it on the highway.
Now, on radar, this is becoming more organized as well. This could be a long-term threat for a tornado here.
Yeah, I don't know what we want to do. I guess we'll probably
Look at the storm. It looks like it's shrinking. See that? See that?
Honestly, if we sit just off the town here...
Dude, look at it. Look at it hooking southeast. We might just be able to take the Cherry Valley route, you know?
So once again, this right here is our tornadic supercell. There is still a tornado in progress with this, excuse me. Also, there is debris being spotted in power flashes back over near Waldersburg. Whoa, he has it again, I think.
Whoa.
Is that it right there?
Dude, you're stopped in the middle of the road. What are you honking at me
People are not being careful out here.
I know. That guy's stopped in the middle of the road.
What if I hand you the straight phone real quick?
That right there in the middle there, it looks like that's the tornado still.
Yeah, look at that dust right there. That's a tornado on the ground. Still, it's very weak right now, guys. But let's see what it wants to do here in like the next few minutes here.
Look at how low precip that
I know, that's super low precip.
I don't even know. I mean, there might be some sketchy
Looks
ways
like
we
it's
can-
trying to... Yeah, there could... Well, let's check here, see if we can get across.
Without going all the way.
So again, middle of your screen, that's the tornado. I do want to point out that this storm right now is probably going to start recycling because we do have a supercell here that's really organizing a lot more now. A few minutes ago, it did not look very impressive, and it's really come together, and we're also starting to see a much more defined hook echo that's developing just southwest of Harrisburg. and a strong inflow. So this supercell, it's, again, the line of storms is still back off to the north and west. It's not really impacting this cell for now. So the tornado risk is going to probably stay on the higher side of things with this storm as it continues to go towards Mark Tree. I do want to quickly go back to Ohio on the tornado warning in Middletown. This is a live shot on the Warren County camera. This is the leading edge of this storm activity near Middletown, where we could be talking about a tornado trying to develop along the leading edge of this line. I'm not seeing anything right now, but that doesn't mean we can't have a rain-wrapped tornado. But shelf cloud right there in the middle of your screen, frequent flashes of lightning. Be prepared again for maybe some power outages and perhaps a tornado as this goes through Middletown, Lebanon, just north of Hamilton. Storms are also knocking on your doorstep if you're in Cincinnati, Ohio. Damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour are possible. Dayton, Ohio, damaging winds around 60 are currently in the forecast. Let's go back to Ben, who still has a tornado in progress. In the middle of your screen is a tornado.
Look, you still got the rotate. See, it almost looks like you got the other one dying now to the, and you almost like a new like cycle. See it?
It's for sure.
Oh my gosh. There's the ice storm. All right. Well, it's moving pretty quick here, so I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to go south, and then, well, that north interstate would be really easy. But then we're just stuck in the hail core, and when do we even go south, you know?
By the way, this is one of our only 2 tornado warnings. The only other one is in Ohio. Just an FYI. This is the one that's confirmed right now.
Okay, let's just let it cross. Because look, we're gonna have a view of it right here if it goes, and then we'll get south and we'll figure it out. Okay. You get some big hail here.
Definitely have some big hailstones coming down too with this storm right now. And if you're just tuning in and you have not already seen, obviously it's dark, it's nighttime, you can't really see as well as before, but this was about 10-15 minutes ago as the sun was setting. This was what the tornado looked like when it first dropped, and so it was a non-condensed, small little cone tornado here that was developed just west of Harrisburg, and by the sounds of it, we still do have a tornado, and it's going to be approaching Highway 1, just along and south of Highway 14. It is approaching, currently, the Harrisburg High School and the Hornet Stadium are currently in the path of this, and the elementary school and the Ruskin Packaging Building on the south side of Harrisburg are currently in the path of a tornado. So if you are in this area, again, get to your safe place right now in Harrisburg, Arkansas. After this, Whittaker and Weona will be in the track of this, and we have at least had some reports over the last few minutes of damage back over in Wiener. So there have been some damage reports coming out of Wiener and Waldenburg over the last several minutes. Let's go back to Ben.
I think it's lifted now, but
okay, so he's saying he thinks it's lifted. If we had a tornado, it'd be middle of your screen.
Like a tube, yeah. I know. Like it was. Yeah, I don't know if the condensation ever reached the ground, but you definitely had the.
Oh, dust. I think it did briefly.
The condensation get down.
Yeah, not when it was a cone. It was when it kind of like tubed out.
Yeah. Let's see if it does anything here. It's coming quick. Almost
just got loud in Middletown, Ohio. Stay safe. Stay away from windows.
Outflow dominant now.
We're in a tornado warning.
You see it on.
Next SPC outlook is in about 10 minutes.
It's got that kind of dog-leg look, which tells me it's gonna need to cycle again.
Yeah, it's gonna have to cycle. So let's just get down to Cherry Valley and just book it east.
Blast east, yeah.
That's probably the move. How far down from this highway?
Yeah, look at all that dust that's still there where it was.
I know. You can see the mezzo right above us. Almost see it.
Yeah, this right here would have been a good shot of it too. Makes you wonder how many.
Dude, I don't know.
Alright, we're going to stay off them for a second. I'll keep Ben Williams bottom right of your screen. But again, this is the supercell that's been producing a tornado. It started back near Wiener and Waldenburg and is now, it sounds like it's now occluded on the south side of Harrisburg. But it could recycle. Again, this is a discrete cell. looks really good right now, by the way. I mean, the structure on radar is looking much more impressive. It's going to be a matter of time, though, until this line of storms catches up to it. And once that happens, the threat of a tornado drops quite a bit. But it's still in a favorable environment for a tornado. So we need to continue to watch that very closely. All right, back to Ohio. We still have a tornado warning for Middletown. Our main area of rotation is actually over the north side of Monroe. And we may have a tornado there. It's hard to tell, but we may have a tornado just southeast of Middletown and Mayfield, approaching Green Tree Corners, Red Lion, Dodds, and Lebanon. This is what it looks like right now, just to the northeast of Middletown. So storm is rolling in very quickly right now. I do want to go to our 3 cam view if we can, because we have 3 different cameras in this area, and I want to put Ben bottom right if I can. So bottom left and bottom middle are inside of this tornado warning. Ben's going to go bottom right. But we got a significant line of thunderstorms pushing right through Cincinnati, Middletown, and Mason
This
right
is an
now.
urgent alert.
The
A
tornado
tornado
warning
is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
still confirmed. So they've updated the warning. It is still a confirmed tornado for Mississippi and Poinsett counties in Arkansas. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're back over there near Harrisburg. By the way, I'm gonna just point this out for tomorrow and Wednesday. Obviously, today has been kind of crazy already. We've had a lot of wind, a bunch of different tornadoes too. Monday and Wednesday look pretty crazy too. Wednesday looks insane. I think Wednesday we're gonna have a full-blown tornado outbreak in the Ohio Valley and the Mississippi River Valley, and also Monday. But the reason why I'm saying this is because, obviously, for those that know, I'm in college, and so it's hard to actually go live on days like Monday, Wednesday when I have a bunch of classes. But the one professor that I was worried about that might not be able to allow me to go live has said that she's fine with it. So we'll probably be live tomorrow. We'll probably be live on Wednesday, for those that are wondering, and Tuesday, by the way. So, yeah. Long explanation to a short answer, but we will probably be live tomorrow, and we'll probably also be live on Wednesday. Or we'll definitely be live Wednesday no matter what. Tomorrow is a probably still. It's going to depend on what happens tonight. This is live right now in Warren County in Socialville, Ohio. Had several flashes of lightning here over the last few minutes. Again, this is right in the tornado warning, which there is reason to believe that we have a tornado approaching Green Tree Corners just west of Lebanon. Let me go to the Lebanon camera, or this is Franklin. What is the Lebanon camera? Is that not on here? Oh, that's a different camera. Okay, I gotta fix that. This is Turtle Creek. So right now we may have a tornado approaching Lebanon, Ohio. I can't fully confirm it, but we do have a tight couplet right over the Green Tree Corners. It'll be approaching the north side of Lebanon over the next couple of minutes. So again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning just south of Dayton, north of Cincinnati. It's a pretty populated area here in the suburbs of Ohio. This is what it looks like in Lebanon right now on the radar Omega Cyclone port. We got some flashes of lightning. I don't exactly know what direction this is looking. I'm going to go full screen to this camera. Actually, we'll do this. We'll put up 3 cam views. So we'll put that bottom middle. But we do have a tighter area of rotation right now over Green Tree Corners and approaching Lebanon. Also, we just got our latest SPC outlook for tonight. I think it just came in, so we'll quickly run through that, unless it's not fully posted yet. Yeah, so our latest SBC outlook has come out. We'll
A
go to
new
that in a
tornado
moment.
warning has been
First off,
issued.
though, we have a new tornado warning for Ohio. So brand new tornado warning in Ohio. This is going to be for those in Butler, Clinton, and Warren counties. Another QLCS tornado risk. I believe it's going to be on the same storm. They're just reissuing a new tornado warning. So Lebanon, Harveysburg, New Burlington, all in the track right now of the storm. Again, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, into an interior room of your home or building. It's heading in the direction of Wilmington in Ohio. Actually, a little bit further south than I expected. Actually, we have another couplet. So we got 2 areas of rotation. I'm going to go full screen to this. So we got 2 areas of rotation. One west of Lebanon and one over Mason. So 2 different tornado potentials here, moving towards Lebanon, Clarksville, Oregonia, and Harveysburg, just west of Wilmington. This is a live shot right now looking at the storm from Lebanon, Ohio. Right side of your screen is, I think, where we have a lowering, and that might be where we're trying to see if there's a tornado there. That's, again, in Lebanon. So that's a live look. We're going to go back to the 3-cam view and keep that bottom middle. I'm going to put Warren County, Harlan up. Harlan bottom left. All right, latest radar scan still showing some stronger rotation near Mason. I don't think that's a debris signature there, but we do still have strong rotation approaching the South Lebanon area of Ohio, and then strong rotation as well on the north side of Lebanon. We basically have a potential for 2 different tornadoes here in Lebanon, both on the north and south side. Shout out to Angel for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Beth, for the super chat. All right, here's the latest SBC outlook for tonight. So our severe weather risk obviously will continue for the next several hours. Still includes over 50 million people that are currently in the risk of severe weather for tonight. Our risk is still enhanced. There's no moderate risk for today. But we do have a threat, again, for strong tornadoes, mainly in western central Kentucky, central western Tennessee, and northern Mississippi between now all the way through just past midnight. And then also we have our damaging wind risk, which is actually increased. So they have increased the significant damaging wind risk in Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, and as well as Louisiana. That is a 45% chance of damaging winds within a 25-mile radius. That's borderline moderate risk of damaging winds, by the way. And then our significant hail risk is mainly across the lower Mississippi River Valley now. So those are some of the new updates here from the SBC for tonight's outlook. They have not issued a moderate risk, which may surprise some of you. Wind-wise, I honestly think a moderate risk was definitely warranted, but obviously it's too late for that. It's just kind of saying that after the fact. Shout out to Brent with the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Okay, strong rotation right now over the South Lebanon area. We have a pretty tight couplet here, a strong area of convergence over Interstate 71. And we also have a strengthening area of rotation over the north side of Lebanon. So 2 different areas right now, all right? These are all approaching Oregonia, Harveysburg, Clarksville, and Morrow over the next several minutes. Both camera shots, bottom middle and bottom left, are inside of this tornado warning. And then Ben Williams, bottom right, is on the tornado warning that is observed near Harrisburg in Arkansas, which still is an observed tornado warning, despite there not being anything confirmed in the last 10 to 15 minutes. That's for Mississippi and Poinsett counties in Arkansas. Do want to give a quick shout out to Russ, Frankie, and Nick with the Venmo donations, and as well as Liz. And honestly, I am going to order DoorDash because I'm starving, so I appreciate the Venmo donations. I am absolutely starving. I've been live for 7 hours and have not had anything to eat. We're going to probably get Culver's, by the way. All right, new radar scan is coming in here for the Lebanon area of Ohio. right, here's the latest radar scan. Rotation is still strong right now over the north side of Lebanon and also near I-71. No debris signature as of right now, but honestly, I don't think we're far away from having a tornado on the west side of Morrow, just south of Lebanon. Don't think we're far away from having a tornado here. Do I get cheese curds is the question. Shout out to Michael, appreciate the Venmo donation as well. Sorry guys, give me just 2 seconds. Because I literally need food. Alright, we're good to go. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is south of Dayton, Ohio, north of Cincinnati. We have a significant damaging wind risk right now moving through. This is actually one of the live shots right now. This is in Lebanon, Ohio, where we do have a potential tornado on the north side of town. This camera's on the south side of town. The wind is picking up. And frequent lightning as well. Strong rotation is right now near Dodds, excuse me, approaching Harveysburg. Wind is picking up quite a bit. Gonna go back to live radar. We just got a new radar scan. So again, we have 2 areas of rotation. One's over Dodds right now. It is not tight, but it is strong enough for there to be a tornado. And then further south near Morrow, that is where we still have some stronger rotation. That one's, again, probably the strongest couplet of the 2 right now. But again, either one could produce a tornado. Going towards Clarksville, Harveysburg, and then after that, Wilmington will eventually be in the track of this. We got a elongated line of storms right now, producing scattered to numerous damaging winds and also the potential for embedded tornadoes. So continue to stay weather aware. Have multiple ways to receive warnings, and stay away from windows if you're in any severe thunderstorm warning. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center, a new mesoscale discussion for Kentucky and Tennessee. The severe threat will develop this evening with damaging wind gusts, large hail, and tornadoes possible. They are still not ruling out the potential here for strong tornadoes or even potentially long track tornadoes, with the peak intensity being around EF3 category for tornadoes over the next few hours in both Kentucky and as well as western central Tennessee. That's around Nashville, Bowling Green, Clarksville, all those areas. But again, our main concern is damaging winds. So damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour will continue to be the main threat this evening.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we do have a couple of updates. We have a brand new... Okay, we have a tornado in progress in Ohio. So it sounds like we now have a tornado in progress. This might have been a few moments ago. I might have missed it on the radar. 803. I think we just had a brief tornado over the north side of town. So over the north side of Lebanon, we just had a brief tornado. It does not look like it's on the ground anymore. If we have one right now, it would be approaching Waynesville and Harveysburg. And then the other rotations near South Lebanon. We also have just gotten a new tornado warning, or an updated tornado warning. This one is going to be observed still. So we still have apparently a confirmed tornado approaching Marked Tree and also going towards Lepanto here in eastern Arkansas, just northwest of Memphis. So continue to stay in your safe place. This is technically still a confirmed tornado warning here in eastern Arkansas. We have a slew of severe weather currently happening across Kentucky and Tennessee. Significant damaging winds are rolling in right now. There's probably a lot of crazy structure shots on these storms, but it's honestly hard to keep up with all the different cameras right now, with all the different areas of rotation that we have in Ohio. And we also got significant damaging winds that are on track for Elizabethtown and Louisville in Kentucky. So we need to keep a close eye on those. Let's go back to Cincinnati. Again, right now Cincinnati's mainly wind. This is pretty dang concerning right now, northeast of Lebanon. The velocities have really intensified over the last couple minutes. We're up to 90-mile-per-hour winds approaching Harveysburg. And there's a potential for a tornado with this too, which makes it even that much more concerning. There is a camera here, but I'm not sure if it's up right now. We might have lost power with how strong the winds are right now approaching this area. Thought I just saw some sort of lowering on the bottom left camera, but we need another lightning flash. Oops. All right, latest velocity scans coming in. We have strong rotation right now approaching Harveysburg. This is a live shot. Oh, whoa, look at this. This is live, right where we may have a tornado. I think this is a lowering in the middle. I can't quite tell. It's very hard to tell at night. It might be a lowering there in the middle. The velocities were becoming a lot more intense here over the last couple of minutes. I'm going to put that camera bottom middle, so we're going to have two cameras here. But the velocities are very strong right now. We could get a strong tornado with this activity as it moves into Harveysburg in North Kingman. We even have a hook echo right now in this cell, east of Dodds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then also back over near Morrow, the velocities are still pretty strong right now near Morrow. Bellbrook, Ohio. Which storm's that? It's further north. Apparently, we may have just had a tornado, or may have one right now near Bellbrook. That's an unwarned tornado. That's, again, a QLCS tornado that's on the brief side of things. But I think we just had a tornado there near Bellbrook over the last few minutes. So that just happened. We are again, we have multiple different tornadoes that are probably going to be happening over the next 20 minutes just in this line of storms. We might miss some of them because they're very quick. But the ones that are, again, the most concerning are in this tornado warning. We still have very strong rotation over Morrow approaching Clarksville, Ohio. And then really strong rotation as well near Harveysburg. But, yeah, again, bottom middle, that I'm still trying to see. It looks like we have a lowering still in that bottom middle camera. The latest velocity scan is coming in right now. Velocities are right around 90 miles per hour approaching Harveysburg. So power outage loss is looking pretty high right now if you're in Harveysburg. And I think we just lost power, if I'm not mistaken, on the Waynesville camera in Ohio. We may have just lost power on that camera. Power outages are looking pretty likely, though, right now with these storms rolling through. Camera's completely out right now. We literally have two hook echoes right now. We got one over in Harveysburg, so we got a hook echo right here, and we got another one down near Morrow. And both of them have strong rotation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning going in the direction of Wilmington, Sabina, and the Washington Courthouse in southwest Ohio. So seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. This is a dangerous storm. Again, we have two areas of strong rotation with velocities at least around 80 to 90 miles per hour, which means very strong winds are going to be coming into the direction of these areas over the next several minutes. This one over Morrow is still very concerning as well. Also, we do have a new tornado warning. I haven't really gotten to it, but we do have a tornado warning that was issued. This one is actually not confirmed, so this is just a normal tornado warning. Back over near Lepanto, Wilson, and as well as the marked tree areas. This is a discrete cell that did produce at least a brief tornado near Weiner, Arkansas about 15-25 minutes ago, and is now moving towards Wilson in the Mississippi River Valley north of Memphis. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Lancaster, Ohio right now is getting hit by high winds. That bottom left camera is starting to shake quite a bit. All right, this is right inside of that hook echo on the northern cell. This is live on the radar mega cyclone port. Let's see if we can see anything. This is again on that northern cell. That's just got a new tornado warning. The Wilmington area. Not sure if we're going to see anything, but this is, again, the best camera view that we would have, and it looks like the camera has lost connection, at least for now. Still very strong rotation approaching Clarksville, Ohio, and a strong area of velocities as well. Pretty decent area of convergence over Caesar Creek Lake. It's going to be moving towards Little Center, Lumberton, Port William, and Milledgeville over the next several minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have yet again another tornado warning. This time it's for Breckenridge, Kentucky. So if you are in Breckenridge County in Kentucky, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is going to be back over in Hardinsburg and Irvington. Rotation is upticking quite a bit here near Route 60. And another small area of convergence. This will be moving into Hardinsburg over the next 5 minutes. And in about 15 minutes from now, it'll be impacting Corners, High Plains, and Irvington in northern Kentucky. That is south of Louisville for reference. Long-term, Radcliffe, Bardstown, and Elizabethtown will be in the path of that. This is pretty impressive. I've got to say, we legitimately have a hook echo right now on a storm that is embedded in a line of storms. We have yet to have a debris signature clearly on this particular storm, but it has been impressive for the last few minutes on radar. Also, this is in Warren County, just a little bit further south. Wind is really picking up here. We really can't see much here. I don't think there's really much of a view here. It's more of a skyline view, but wind is definitely very strong right now. In Warrensburg, or Warren County, excuse me, near Blanchester. This is the latest radar scan. Nothing had happened in St. Louis. It's probably a good thing nothing happened in St. Louis. And if that line of storms developed even another 2 or 3 hours earlier, there would have been probably at least some big wind damage there. This is the latest radar scan. We still have strong rotation on the south side of Clarksville. It's approaching Pansy and Cuba in southwest Ohio. And rotation is still on the stronger side of things over Harveysburg. There is a camera here, but it has had lost connection. I don't know if it's coming back. I don't know if the power went out or something like that. But we still have very strong velocities approaching Interstate 71. Right now, the radar is estimating winds upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. Even if we don't have a tornado, we are still talking about significant damaging winds that are approaching the Harveysburg area. As a reminder, bottom right of your screen, Ben Williams is on that storm that's tornado warned in eastern Arkansas approaching Tennessee. Just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be for those in southern Ohio and western West Virginia. A squall line capable of producing severe wind gusts and mesovortex tornadoes will continue eastward and trends are being monitored for a downstream watch. So if you're over in Parkersburg, Charleston, Athens, be mindful a severe thunderstorm watch may be issued for your neck of the woods here relatively soon, or maybe even a tornado watch. We'll see if they issue a new tornado warning south of Wilmington, but we still have strong rotation right now south of Wilmington and Harveysburg. Again, there's 2 areas of rotation with this storm. We got one over Harveysburg and the other one near Blanchester. This one is currently not warned out ahead of it, but we may get a new one there soon. It's hard to tell, but we may have just had a brief tornado as well, south of Clarksville about 5 minutes ago or so. So there may have just been a tornado there. We may have just had at least a tornado there. The northern storm, I've not seen anything clearly. Again, if we had one on this storm, it was definitely brief. It's a nasty line of storms right now northeast of Cincinnati. It's on track for central Ohio here pretty soon, back over near Columbus. Well, I have a quick second here. Where did this go? Huge shout out to Radworker with the $200 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Radworker, and as well as Bradley with the very generous $100 super chat. Thank you so much for all the time you spend watching the weather and helping us give warnings and looking out for those in the path of severe weather. I really appreciate you. I'm glad I can help. Really appreciate the generosity. And thank you so much for tuning in, as always. And thank you, Doug, also for the generosity. Stay safe. Appreciate you tuning in. Also, shout out to anybody else that has super chatted, Venmo'd, PayPal'd, anything like that. Really do appreciate the support. Helps us out a ton being able to do what we do here on this channel. But obviously, when we have a bunch of tornado warnings and stuff, it is hard to read all those messages. So we appreciate your understanding. If you're in Washington Courthouse, you need to be on alert. I mean, the biggest concern for this area will be wind, but we definitely could get a tornado out of this activity as it moves into your region in the next half hour. I would say right now we're about 30-ish minutes or so, maybe not even 30. I'd say it's more like 20 minutes or so until these storms are knocking on your doorstep there in Washington Courthouse. These are moving again fairly quickly to the east at around 40 to, or actually not even 40. I think it's like 50 miles per hour. Yeah, moving east at about 50 miles per hour, so they're still pretty fast-moving storms here in southwest Ohio.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. This will be for those in Fayette, Highland, and Clinton counties in Ohio. So again, we have 2 really concerning storms right now embedded in this line. The one north of Wilmington is, and then we also have one just southeast of Clarksville. Which the one southeast of Clarksville has a nasty looking hook to it. So we definitely could get a little mesovortex tornado with this as it moves east. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and lowest floor possible if you are in this warning. I am getting word that there is a potentially tornadic storm in no other than Nevada City in California right now. There is rotation right now near Nevada. I think it's Nevada City in California. So in case I got any people watching from Nevada City in California, we for some reason have rotation out there. California is not in a risk of severe weather today, by the way. All right, let's check back in on the Kentucky tornado warning. All right, over the last few minutes, we still have at least a couplet over Hardinsburg approaching Custer in Big Spring, Kentucky. Again, the main concern right now is a significant wind threat. Look how quickly, by the way, this line is organized. It is a much more organized line of storms just over the last 10 to 15 minutes approaching Louisville. I would anticipate that we get a severe thunderstorm warning for Louisville here in a moment for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we do still have a tornado warning back over near Marked Tree. I know Ben Williams is on this, but the rotation again is right over Marked Tree. It's going to be moving east-southeast towards Wilson and eventually towards the north side of Memphis. Again, this is our only discrete supercell that we really have right now. That is now getting caught up by the line of storms, but it is still discrete enough to the point where a tornado remains possible with this, potentially on the strong side of things. Watching from Washington Courthouse, Ohio, been a viewer for a while for precisely this reason. Thank you for keeping everybody safe. Well, I'm glad I can help. Hopefully it'll be just wind. Hopefully it won't be anything, but unfortunately it's definitely going to be at least some level of wind there in Washington Courthouse.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we're back up to 6 tornado warnings. We had a bit of a lull in tornado warnings. We're now back up to 6. This one is going to be for Kentucky and one county in Indiana. This is south of Louisville near Bradenburg, and that's it right there. A strong area of rotation located just west of Bradenburg. Convergence area located near Sirocco. It's going to be approaching Bradenburg, Ekron, Buck Grove as well over the next few minutes. It's your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows and lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. It's on track for Lick, Skillet, Radcliffe, West Point, and Shepherdsville. But we got an intense line of storms now that's formed in Louisville. This could go for a while, by the way. This is really ramped up over the last 20 minutes. This is a very organized line of storms that'll probably continue to produce a more elevated chance here for a tornado over the next 20 to 30 minutes and even over the next couple of hours. Going back to the Cincinnati suburbs and Middletown suburbs, the rotation on the northern cell north of Wilmington has become a bit broader. That's going in the direction of Washington Courthouse. It's still on the stronger side of things near Martinsville. So we still have a strong area of rotation over Route 68 moving to the east. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning near Martinsville, New Vienna, going towards Leesburg and Buena Vista. All right, I gotta get my food. I'll be back in just a second. We'll go back to the 3-cam view. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. All right, we are back. Got our food ready to go. By the way, John, if you have anything to report or anything, let me know. Oh, wow, look at this. We probably have tornado genesis happening right now. Pretty good chance that a tornado is dropping near Morrisville. This has become a bit more of a concerning storm. Rotation is very strong right now near Morrisville. Near Cuba and moving eastbound, it's going to be going towards Memphis, Lees Creek, and Highland and Leesburg. Also, Hardinsburg, Kentucky, that tornado is on the ground by the sounds of it. So it looks like we have a tornado in progress that just crossed near Garfield. It's approaching Stinnettsville, moving eastbound. So another tornado that has just dropped in the last 60 seconds east of Hardinsburg. So if you're in this warning, get to your safe place immediately. This is approaching Big Spring. So strong rotation right now heading towards Big Spring in Kentucky, Vine Grove, and Radcliffe. And same thing goes for Brandenburg, excuse me. We still have strong rotation up here. The tightest of it is right over Midway.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so that rotation is still on the stronger side of things, and that could produce a tornado here in the next few minutes. We have yet again another tornado warning, and this one is going to include Breckenridge, Hardin, and Meade counties in Kentucky. So Elizabethtown, Rineyville, Vine Grove, Big Spring, St. John, Cecilia, you are all on the track of this tornado that sounds like it was on the ground a moment ago. We did have a debris signature. It may not be on the ground anymore, but it will be approaching Rineyville and Elizabethtown and St. John. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. We are now up to 7 tornado warnings. We got a bunch of storms that are currently rotating. And we still have very strong rotation back over in Ohio, south of Wilmington. And potential tornado. This is a very impressive looking hook echo on the south side of Wilmington, north of Martinsville. You do not see that very often. Shawnee Hills, Ohio is... Where's Shawnee Hills? Okay, that's not Shawnee Hills, Ohio, PGA. No clue where that is. I do think we have a tornado with this storm near Morrisville. I would find it hard to believe we don't have a tornado here. There's a very good chance right now that we have a tornado on the northeast side of Morrisville. Every tornado warning is getting updated right now. Okay, once again, PGA, that is not Shawnee Hills. I need Jamestown? Okay. Okay, so apparently moments ago, there was a tornado near Jamestown, which would have been this right here. So a brief tornado just touched down a moment ago on the north side of Jamestown, Ohio. That is north of Wilmington. It's going towards South Charleston and London, south and west of Columbus. Also, we have oh, that might be a tornado right here, too. It looks like we might have a tornado now near Bloomington. This right here. Very tight couplet north of Starbuck Town. And it is approaching Bloomington and Bowersville. So a likely tornado right now moving to the northeast. Got a new radar scan coming in. That is likely a tornado. It's near T-182 Road, north of Melvin, west and northwest of Sabina. There's a pretty good chance that that's a tornado right there. And I think it is. I think that's a debris signature right now. That looks like a tornado near Bloomington. This is on track right now for Washington Courthouse. But it looks like we do have a debris signature right over where this tornado is located, just south of Port William. So this is a tornado right now, moving to the east. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. This is a dangerous storm right now, moving to the east towards Sabina. I gotta say, the one thing I hate about... Oh, never mind. I was about to say, like, I sometimes get DoorDash, and sometimes they never give me a straw for my drink. I got Culver's, for those that are wondering. And I do think there's a tornado in progress right now, southwest side of Bloomington. This is approaching Glendon, Jasper Mills, in... as well as eventually going towards the Washington Courthouse. This is slightly more rural areas, but in this area near Highway 72 and just south of Interstate 71, this is coming up on the Center United Methodist Church, United States Postal Service in Milledgeville, I cannot speak, in Ohio, and also going towards Lancaster. And really the biggest town that's in the path of this will be the Washington Courthouse. There's a lot of people that live there. So let's kind of hope that this thing just occludes out over the next few minutes. But our tornado would be over the south side of Bloomington right now. Velocity scan will be coming in here in a moment. All right, here's the latest radar scan. If we still have a tornado, which I think we do. Yeah, this is still a tornado. We have a tornado right now still in progress on the south side of Bloomington. So yeah, we definitely still have a tornado here. It's going towards Jasper Mills, Glendon. Several other areas in the path of this, but that's really the main locations in the next 10 minutes or so. We do still clearly have a debris signature with that. Further south, we do have a hook over Snow Hill, which is not snowing right now, but that's going towards Memphis, Buena Vista, and New Martinsville, and eventually going towards Greenfield. But this is still a tornadic storm as well, moving to the east. Even if we don't get a tornado, we're still talking about significant damaging winds across this line. Back over to Kentucky, we have tornado warnings. Back over near Radcliffe and Vine Grove. And really the main one right now is this right here. Right over Brandon Station. And we may actually have a tornado with this. So there may be a new tornado in progress going towards Cedar Farm Landing. South of Louisville, south of Shively. We'll have a new radar scan in a moment. But that looks like a tornado developing right now. I'm just throwing it out there. I did get cheese curds, for those that are wondering. Probably not a good thing. This is a tornado, by the way. We do have a tornado debris signature right over Brandenburg Station, moving towards West Point. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. It should make it much more clear on radar, but this is approaching Lick Skillet, Highway 31, Shepherdsville, and Lebanon Junction will be in the track of this in northern Kentucky. A new radar scan coming in right now. This is such a good cheese curd. It's probably because I haven't eaten anything all day. Alright, here's the latest scan. So, tornado would be approaching Rock Haven right now. I'm not seeing a clear debris signature, so it might have been a quick tornado. We'll see what the velocities look like. I don't trust anybody that has a half of a bite of a cheese curd. When you're live like this, there aren't many options. Like, I'm trying to still talk. I don't have anybody to really bounce stuff off of right now, so. So waiting for the velocities to update. Our strongest area of rotation is approaching Lick Skillet. And so that's right over the north side of Lick Skillet near Rock Haven in Kentucky, just south of Evans Landing. Again, on track for Shepherdsville and Lebanon Junction. We also have an area of rotation just south of Big Spring. That's approaching Rineyville, Elizabethtown, St. John, Cecilia, and Vine Grove. Those areas on the track of that. All right, further to the north into Ohio, once again, we do have strong rotation over Sabina. This is approaching Washington Courthouse over the next 10 minutes or so. So be ready to get to your safe place. If you are in the Washington Courthouse area, I would personally go to your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, whatever it is. Just get away from windows. Even if we don't have a tornado, we will have significant damaging winds heading into your neck of the woods. But as of now, no tornado debris signature from what I am seeing on any of this activity in Ohio. But that could change again at moment's notice. And then off to the north of Memphis, this is our other tornado warning back over in Arkansas. We haven't really spent much time talking about this, but this cell just south and east of Mark Tree has a hook echo. The problem with this storm right now is that it's pretty much all outflow dominant, so our risk right now of a tornado is much lower than what it would usually be. The outflow boundary is just going to kind of limit the potential here for a tornado, so not as favorable of an environment, but keep a close eye on it. Again, the tornado risk will continue, and the wind threat for sure will continue here in western Tennessee over the next little while. Probably another 3 or 4 hours until you're kind of out of the clear in western Tennessee. Most of western Tennessee has yet to even see storms yet, so... Didn't we just get a tornado watch? Did I miss it? Yeah, we got a new tornado watch. Let me go to that. We did get a new tornado watch. Sorry, I think I was distracted when this got issued. This was about 8 minutes ago. Just got issued for central Tennessee and southern Kentucky, where a few tornadoes are likely. Scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter is also possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts
A new tornado
upwards of
warning
70
has
miles
been
per
issued.
hour is likely. This includes Nashville, Murfreesboro, Lawrenceburg, Jackson, Paris, Clarksville, and Bowling Green, and also Danville, Kentucky. With a little over 3 million people in this tornado watch, over 800 schools, 81 hospitals are in the brand new tornado watch. We also have a new tornado warning in Ohio. This is going to be all the way back up to the north, going towards Mount Sterling and Grove City, right along I-71, and it's because of this small little couplet here near Jeffersonville that is tracking right up I-71 and will be going towards Darbydale and Grove City. So again, this is radar indicated rotation. Really not much here in terms of a debris signature, but it could drop a tornado at some point as it continues to move to the northeast. And we are still monitoring the storms east of Wilmington, Ohio for a potential tornado risk. I'm going to go back to Kentucky again, which right now in Kentucky, we are not seeing anything on the ground, but we have a very intense line of thunderstorms between Louisville and Litchfield that is producing significant damaging winds and also the potential for tornadoes. And the main concern for that tornado risk is right here near Radcliffe and Elizabethtown, moving to the east-southeast. We still have a very dangerous supercell that's going in the direction of Memphis, Tennessee right now. Keep in mind that this storm is not right now latched onto the outflow boundary, but if for some reason the supercell can latch onto this outflow, the tornado threat could go skyrocketing. So we need to really watch this storm closely northwest of Memphis. For right now, I wouldn't say it's super concerning, but something to watch for in the long term. Sounds like we did have a tornado in New Vienna just a few minutes ago on radar. We'll go back to this view. Put storm intermediate bottom right.
A new tornado
another.
warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning in Ohio. This is going to be an extension for Washington Courthouse in Williamsport. Going towards Clarksburg, Plano, and Pancosburg and Bloomingburg. You are in the path of a tornado warning cell. Again, the rotation is right along Highway 22. It'll be going into Washington Courthouse over the next 5 minutes. And then we'll go towards Johnson and West Holland in about 10 minutes from now. But main concern, again, will be damaging winds, but we could get a meso-vortex tornado out of this right along the leading edge of this line. Again, the rotation is going to go right over Washington Courthouse. So if you are in Washington Courthouse, Ohio, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. It's a dangerous storm right now, moving to the east-northeast. Again, even if we don't have a tornado, high winds are very likely here in southwestern Ohio. Hammered here in Dayton, Ohio. Yeah, Dayton, Ohio probably got hit pretty hard. I mean, we've had a lot of wind damage reports today. I haven't seen any recently, at least in western Ohio or even in Kentucky or southern Indiana, but I can only imagine there's probably a bunch of trees down. The only problem is we don't really have any way to verify any reports right now because, you know, all the reports that would be coming in would be usually during the daytime. It's harder to get nighttime reports for severe weather, but if I had to guess, we've probably had some damage reports there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning in Ohio, and we apparently just had a tornado hit London, Ohio, which is, again, another area that we don't have a tornado warning in right now. Yeah, right there. A little tornado debris signature there over London. So London, Ohio just got hit by a brief tornado. Outside of the tornado warning, again, there's no tornado warning here. We just got another tornado warning further down to the south, east of Wilmington. This is near Greenfield, Good Hope, Buena Vista, Leesburg, going towards Greenland and Frankfort. This is moving north or east-northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. It's a fast-moving storm. So seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Jefferson and Bullitt counties in Kentucky as well. So another tornado warning has just been issued, which will pop up on the map here in a second. All right, so this one's going to be for Hillview, Mount Washington. Moving east at about 50 miles per hour. This is another tornado that would be embedded in the line of thunderstorms. Currently tracking to the east. That's what we're looking at on radar right now. Velocity signature is going to be right over Highway 31, approaching Barrelton. It'll be going towards Hillview, Pioneer Village, Hebron Estates, and Hunter's Hollow. And Gap in Knob is also in the path of this. We don't have a tornado debris signature as of right now, but the rotation is definitely on the stronger side of things moving east. We have another area of rotation just north of the tornado warning too, so we might get another tornado warning going towards Jeffersontown, which would be in the southern suburbs here of Louisville. So if you're on the southern suburbs of Louisville right now, I'll definitely stay vigilant. We may get a tornado warning near Jeffersontown here shortly. Further down to the south near Radcliffe, we have a strengthening area of rotation here. We may have a tornado. It's not clear because this is a low reflectivity area, but there may be a tornado on the east side of Radcliffe right now in Kentucky. And this little hook echo. That's going towards Lebanon Junction and Interstate 65, just south of Shepherdsville. And we also have a tight couplet right over Rhineyville. So we may have a tornado right now approaching Elizabethtown. And a lot of these tornadoes will be on the the weaker side of things, but this one near Elizabethtown, definitely one that you're going to want to be, again, away from windows for. If we do have a tornado, it's nighttime. It's like impossible to see a tornado anyway, this late at night. We have 3 areas of strong rotation now up and down this line in western Kentucky. And keep in mind, this line of storms really ramped up very fast. It's a very intense line of thunderstorms moving across western, or not really western, more about northern Kentucky right now. All right, we're going to go back to Ohio again. All right, I'm not really seeing anything very definitive in terms of rotation with this line. Again, the main concern was really Washington Courthouse. We'll see what this next radar scan shows here. But it looks like the line of storms is weakening a little bit over Washington Courthouse, which is a good thing. The velocities are definitely broadening out a little bit. I'm not seeing as much rotation now over Washington Courthouse. It looks like it's more of a wind threat. If we had a tornado with this, it would be over the south side of Washington Courthouse, which, again, I'm not very confident that we have one with that. We still have a little bit more rotation approaching Greenfield and Good Hope and Frankfort. And Mount Sterling, we'll have a radar scan update here. But it looks like our main area of rotation would be traveling right up Interstate 71. Again, long-term, this will be going towards Columbus, Ohio. So be weather aware if you're in Columbus. We're at least going to see some damaging winds. There's a chance also for a tornado with this. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are the main concern as that tracks to the northeast. All right, we're going to go back. Let's go back down to Memphis first. And we got significant storms right now approaching the Memphis area and the suburbs. And again, we got a big supercell right now just off to the northwest of Memphis. We need to really keep a close eye on this in the long term because this storm will be moving into a pretty populated area in and around Memphis. And in my opinion, this storm has a pretty high chance of producing a tornado in the next hour with the current environment that it's in. So Covington, north of Bartlett, we need to be, weather aware here. This is a pretty significant storm right now moving into the Memphis suburbs over the next half hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're going to go 3-cam view. So we're on our media right there. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued. This is south of Louisville. I just mentioned this a moment ago. We had that rotation going a bit further to the north. So brand new tornado warning, Jefferson Town, just south of Louisville. You are included in a new tornado warning. Rotation is located just south of Highway 841. It's approaching Minor Lane Heights, eventually going towards Asheville, Fern Creek, and Jeffersontown and Hopewell. This is a much more populated area now of the Louisville suburbs. So if you are in this warning, get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. We have a tornado in progress east of Radcliffe for sure now. So we definitely have a tornado in progress just east of Radcliffe. We had a small debris signature before, much more evident now. That's going to be approaching Lebanon Junction. So we have a tornado debris signature. Velocities and correlation coefficient are picking up at least on some debris.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we do now have another tornado warning. Bullitt, Hardin, Spencer, and Nelson counties in Kentucky. You are now all included in a new tornado warning. This does include Bardstown, Shepherdsville, Fairfield, and Lebanon Junction. Again, we do have a tornado right now in progress east of Radcliffe that has dropped over the last couple of minutes. We might have something just south of Shepherdsville, too. We're waiting for the new radar scan here. Okay, I'm not seeing a clear tornado on the northern storm, but we may have a tornado approaching Interstate 65 south of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. And then approaching Lebanon Junction, we have a hook echo here. That could again be a tornado approaching Lebanon Junction. We just had a debris signature a moment ago. Not nearly as evident on this latest radar scan. So it may have already occluded. But if I mean, again, we have an intense line of thunderstorms. We're probably going to get another one with that as it goes towards Bardstown. It's a relatively favorable environment right now with these storms in Kentucky. Seeing a report in the chat of high wind gusts in Ripley, Tennessee, damage to car windshields and ATVs. And there's also a carport that was tossed onto my aunt's house. Wow, that's insane. Hopefully you're okay. Just west of Ripley in Tennessee. Let's go to Ripley real quick. So that would be this storm right here. That's going through, that just went through Dyersburg and Covington. So it's basically the kind of, you know, Boeing segment that we have with this line in western Tennessee. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for the north area of Memphis, including Millington, Brighton, Turrell, south of Wilson. You are included in a new severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is a tornado possible label on this as well. Where's Hunter's Hollow? Is that Kentucky? Back to Kentucky, Hunter's Hollow. Okay, it looks like we have a tornado in progress near Hunter's Hollow right now. This right here is a tornado, so this is right over Highway 841. A new tornado has just dropped. Right along the highway. It's going to be going towards Asheville, Fern Creek, south of Jeffersontown. We do have a small debris signature right now that is right over a few different homes. And this is going to be crossing over Gene Snyder Fairway? Or Freeway, sorry. Wow, Fairway. Talking about golf here. No, Gene Snyder Freeway. It's going to be crossing over in the next 60 seconds or so. And then it will go through the community of Smyrna, Spring Mill, and Hollow Creek. There's a lot of people that live here. So we do at least have a small tornado that has dropped here. Moving to the northeast. Jeffersontown, Kentucky, you are in the path of this. And there's the tornado. It's actually moving more east, so this is going to be going through Mount Washington Road, just south of Interstate 265. Trying to get a few more areas here. A lot of people live here. This tornado here is impacting quite a bit of people. There's a Cinemark movie theater that is in this area. It's also going by the Quail Chase Golf Course, and it just passed over the Walmart Supercenter near Hunter's Hollow. So we still have a tornado here that is going to be moving into Thixton and Asheville over the next few minutes. And if this does stay on the ground, there are a ton of homes, but this does seem like it's a weaker tornado because of how low the debris signature is on radar. All right, we do have some reports from John. Let's go ahead and go to John. Go ahead, John. You're muted.
It's going to happen all the time. All right, sorry about that. So the last 30 minutes, several reports have come in throughout all of our storms, including some seen earlier through the day. So starting off in Bassinet, Arkansas, law enforcement reports 1 inch and a quarter size hail being reported there. Then moving to Monroe, Butler County, Ohio, the severe thunderstorm winds in that area. We have poles being ripped apart, fences being torn down, yard furniture being tossed around everywhere. So the winds there are definitely damaging to at least a lot of the smaller items and or that are loose. Then moving into Goshen, Indiana, emergency managers are reporting a barn that blew over into the road near intersection of County Road 33 and County Road 34. It looks like that was as of 3 hours ago. Moving into Ekron, Kentucky, we have reports from the damaging winds from the storm that just recently passed through there. A camper was flipped over. So even if these storms are not tornadic in your area, these winds are definitely significant that you have to pay attention to. And then a little bit earlier, one of the more important reports I've seen so far is that in Millersburg, Indiana, we have emergency reports of damaging winds again, but this time there was 2 fatalities when a thunderstorm winds blew over a Amish buggy on the intersection of State Road 13 and County Road 43. So we do have fatalities from these winds occurring. So again, you got to keep in mind that it's not just these tornadoes that are the risk or the hail is the risk. These winds can also be potentially fatal if conditions are correct. And then throughout all of our other storms, we have all kinds of reports of 1 inch size hail. So in Hannaway, Arkansas, law enforcement reports quarter size hail there. And then we have trees that have been knocked down in Barrow Lake, Indiana. Trainers were reported there for trees falling onto subsiding of a house.
Alrighty, thank you.
That is the extent.
Sorry. All right, thank you for the reports, John. We need to get back to radar. By the way, guys, I was not laughing at what he was talking about. I'm just letting you guys know I was looking at something else that was not related to weather. So, but very sad to hear. Unfortunately, we've at least had, I think, 2 fatalities now confirmed today. We had one in, I'm not mistaken, I think our first one today was in Valparaiso, Indiana. So that was our first one. That was from a semi that rolled over, and we've now had another one at least. So. All right, back to radar. Once again, we do have multiple tornado warnings in effect in northern Kentucky, stretching from Louisville back into Elizabethtown. Our main area at this point of rotation is still to the south of Louisville, south of Jeffersontown. Right now, riding right along Interstate 265, moving to the east-northeast towards Whitfield and Elk Creek. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This has already produced a tornado here over the last few minutes, and will continue to produce the potential for a tornado as it moves towards Whitfield and Elk Creek, and as well as Finchville. Back over in Ohio, we still got a slew of tornado warnings that are in effect south of Columbus, going towards Williamsport, Circleville, Kingston, Grove City, and Groveport. This is mainly going to be damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, and there are still tornado warnings here, but I'm not seeing anything on radar that looks overly concerning when it comes to our rotation. I'm not like seeing anything that stands out that would be definitely on the ground right now, but it's a good idea to continue to stay in your safe place in case for some reason we do see a tornado drop out of one of these storms as they continue to move towards Columbus, Ohio. Further to the north, for those near Cleveland, for example, we're not really talking about much of a risk of severe weather at this point. It's mostly just strong storms between Mansfield, Cleveland, and Lorain. Some gusty winds and some small hail will be possible, in addition to some lightning. But really, our main focus for severe weather right now is really 4 different areas. We got the segment of storms moving through central and southern Ohio, which we'll probably get a new watch here soon on that. And then back over near Louisville, we also have a Boeing segment of storms that is really organized over the last hour that is still producing a significant risk for damaging winds, and then also the potential for a few tornadoes. And then further down to the south, we have another really intense segment of storms moving towards Clarksville and Hopkinsville that is also producing some significant damaging winds and also some frequent lightning. And then the storms in and around Memphis are currently not tornadic, but we are still watching that potential closely, mainly out of this supercell here north of Memphis. If it's able to latch onto the outflow boundary, the tornado risk may become a little bit more significant. So we need to monitor that closely as it continues to move to the east-southeast. All right, we're going to go back to the Louisville area, and we are probably going to stay here for a moment. They have condensed the tornado warning for Jefferson County in Louisiana. This is a much smaller area now on the south side of Jeffersontown. The rotation is right now over Interstate 265, moving towards Hopewell, and Fisherville is also in the track of that. We do not have a tornado debris signature on this at this point. Where's Shepherdsville, Kentucky? Is it this one right here? Okay, so just a moment ago, it looks like we may have just had a tornado near Hobbs and Lotus. So a brief tornado just happened there. Again, we are talking about several different areas in here with embedded tornadoes possible in this line. They have condensed a lot of the tornado warnings now, but we just had a brief tornado, it looks like, just to the southeast of Shepherdstown. The rotation's a little bit broader now near Jefferson town as well. And then in Mount Washington, they've just condensed this tornado warning, so Mount Washington's really the only location in this warning. It'll update here in a moment. Back to the 3-cam view for now. Thank you, Lakeville, for the gift of memberships. I appreciate that. Here's another photo from earlier. This was the tornado that we had near Harrisburg. Or actually, I think it was Weiner, Arkansas. This was the tornado we had earlier. And it was again, a little cone tornado that we had on that discrete supercell. This was about 2 hours ago or so, 2.5 hours ago. That was from Ben Williams on that storm. But that's just another shot from it. That tornado was on the ground for about 5 or 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure we've had damage reports in and around Weiner, Arkansas. Let's go back to the 3-cam view here. Bottom middle of your screen, that is in Memphis, Tennessee. Bottom left is in Socialville, Ohio. And then Storm Intermedia is approaching that storm just outside of Memphis right now with a significant risk for damaging winds and then also the potential for a tornado with that as well as it continues to move into the Memphis
A new tornado
suburbs.
warning has been issued.
And we have yet again a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Taylorsville and Shelbyville. Just outside of the Louisville area, moving east, eventually going towards Frankfort. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter immediately, get away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, to an interior room of your home or building. Shelbyville and Taylorsville, you're in the track of this. Moving to the east. Thank you, Billy, for the super chat. The great tornado of Obi-Wan Kenobi remind us we cannot always seek shelter on higher ground. Aiken is weather aware in Louisville, just straight line wind so far. I don't know what the first part of that meant, but Louisville has been mostly wind so far, which is a good sign. Unfortunately, just outside of Louisville suburbs, we've at least had a couple of brief tornadoes so far. But there are no severe thunderstorm warnings right now with this segment, which is kind of surprising. For this being an elongated line of thunderstorms, it is honestly mostly just wind it's mostly just a tornado risk right now, not much of a severe wind threat. I did not get that reference, by the way, I'm just letting you know. I've watched Star Wars, but I definitely know nothing about that reference. According to a report I'm seeing, the National Weather Service of Louisville has taken cover. Let me just verify that. I don't see anything verified on that, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm pretty sure the National Weather Service office is in this area. So they might be taking cover due to the potential tornado threat right now, just outside of Louisville. You know, I think I jinxed it. We now have a severe thunderstorm warning for Elizabethtown.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. Well, now we have to go to Tennessee. We now have a tornado warning west of Clarksville, Tennessee. This is near Dover. So if you are in Dover, west of Clarksville, near Indian Mound, Big Rock, or Cumberland City, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, we have a tornado right now heading towards Dover, Indian Mound, and just west of Clarksville, Tennessee. This is a much more populated area that this will be tracking towards over the next hour or so. It's moving east at about 45 miles per hour. We have another tornado in progress near Lebanon Junction. Just east of Lebanon Junction, we just had a tornado drop. So a new tornado is now in progress. Just east of Lebanon Junction, it's going to be approaching Bardstown. If you're in Bardstown, Kentucky, you've got to be in your safe place. We got a tornado approaching your area right now. Another tornado debris signature on this cell, moving to the east-southeast. Just south of Cox's Creek. It's approaching Hunters, East Bardstown, Cravens, and Bellwood. Looks like this tornado has just hit a few possibly buildings or homes there. Can't really tell what that is. Just north of Boston. Have we had any PDS tornadoes today? We did have one PDS tornado warning. That was... Honestly, I'm not sure if the PDS tornado warning was actually like an actual tornado. It was, I feel like it was a preemptive tornado warning. That was the one in southern Illinois. But I don't think we ever really had a clear debris signature, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. The National Weather Service will obviously survey all the tornado and tornado damage that we had from today's storms. We really won't have any ratings for tornadoes until at least sometime in the middle of tomorrow afternoon, if I had to guess, unless it was a really quick tornado. I mean, when you think about it, the Missouri tornado outbreak that we had, like the big tornado outbreak on March 14th, we still had tornado surveys going on, even like last week. Like, it took almost 2 weeks for all the tornadoes to actually be counted up and confirmed. So, it takes actually quite a bit of time, especially for bigger events. This one, obviously, not as large as that one, but it will definitely take a little bit of time for all the tornadoes to get counted up, surveyed, and all that sort of stuff. What do you think about the tornado outbreak, or the Wednesday outbreak? I honestly think we are going to have a tornado outbreak on Wednesday, and I think we are going to be live for 12 plus hours. I honestly do not see us not being live for 12 plus hours on Wednesday. Like, that is going to be a very long day. And for those that don't know what I'm talking about, we're going to have a video. I don't know if we're going to have a video tomorrow, but we'll have one on Tuesday for sure. Currently, it looks like a major day on Wednesday. We currently have a large enhanced risk of severe weather in place, this including the Ohio Valley and also back through the Mississippi River Valley, where significant damaging winds, large hail, and a bunch of tornadoes are currently in the forecast. But Wednesday right now looks like a full-blown outbreak. I don't know how else to put it. Like, it's such a favorable environment on Wednesday. Obviously, we need to get by what's happening tonight and also what's happening tomorrow. But I just don't see Wednesday not being a tornado outbreak. There are not very many fail modes to Wednesday. There's going to be a lot of wind shear. It's a way more favorable environment than today, by the way. It looks like Storm Intermediate just went by somebody that was pulled over. But yeah, I mean, honestly, Wednesday just looks like it's going to be a crazy day. Tuesday will really be the one day where I'll probably catch up on sleep a little bit. And then Wednesday, we're right back to it. But we're going to be live more than likely tomorrow and as well as possibly Tuesday night. We'll have to wait and see on the timing. And then Wednesday, we're going to probably be live all day. So it's going to be a long stretch of weather. And as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. And click the bell icon so you're notified with our latest live streams. It will definitely be a busy stretch of weather, though, without a doubt. Where will Wednesday be crazy? Pretty much anywhere there in the Ohio Valley in the Midwest. It's a large area. Anywhere that I just showed you could be crazy. It's too hard to pinpoint an exact location right now. But I mean, if you look at the NAM model right now for significant tornado parameter values, this is Wednesday morning. We could have tornadoes happening Wednesday morning even in Missouri. But look how favorable the environment is by the late afternoon and early evening. Any supercells in this area from Indiana into Arkansas easily could produce tornadoes. Just so much wind shear. Very favorable environment. The low-level jet will also be cranking, by the way. Like, this is a huge area Wednesday that the low-level jet will be absolutely ripping across the Mississippi River Valley. So, but back to current weather. I'm just giving you a broad overview. Again, I don't know if we're going to have a video tomorrow. It's going to be a very close call depending on what happens with our live stream tomorrow, because I think we're going to be having a live stream tomorrow for the most part. We'll probably be live for like 6 to 8 hours, maybe longer, depending on what happens. We might also not be live. We'll just see what happens tomorrow. I'm waiting for the latest model data to come out. But we'll be live here tonight, at least for the next few hours, and then tomorrow we'll be basically on standby. I won't say we're guaranteed a live stream. It's just going to depend on the trends. It depends more on what happens tonight. But I'll be honest, I don't really see tomorrow being that major of a day, but I don't know. Looks like it's going to be kind of what we saw after the March 15th tornado outbreak. Just some scattered to numerous damaging winds and a few tornadoes. What will be the highest risk on Wednesday? High risk is in play. A high risk is in play. Just being honest. I'm not trying to say this to scare anybody. I'm literally just being honest. Like, I personally do think a high risk is in play for Wednesday. But things could downtrend. Keep that in mind. We could definitely see some changes to the forecast. It's not a slam dunk, but it's looking like a slam dunk. It's not far from being a full-fledged outbreak. All right, we're going to begin with our storms further down to the south first. Actually, we have severe weather in Texas. Just want to point this out. Back over south of Longview and southwest of Shreveport, we still have a continuation of some large hailstorms. This pretty much is translating from what we had yesterday. The main concern here being damaging winds and a little bit of hail. But overall, no tornado risk really with that activity right now. Back over near Memphis, apparently we might have a tornado north of Memphis. This was really brief. I think it was near Black Cat. We may have just had a tornado there. A little area of circulation that's completely rain-wrapped. We may have had a tornado there near Black Cat, which is just north of Millington. So that happened a few minutes ago, no longer on the ground, but we just had one a few minutes ago north of Memphis there, all rain-wrapped rotation as well. And so yeah, that happened a few minutes ago. Back over near Covington and Brownsville, we have a significant damaging wind risk. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, currently impacting a relatively large area east of Covington, back through Jackson, Luray, Pinson, and Henderson. This is currently tracking to the east. Let's go back to the Clarksville storm. We do have a tornado warning that's west of Clarksville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But I'm going to be honest, the rotation is not looking as impressive. So I'm not super concerned about a tornado risk right now west of Clarksville. But we'll continue to keep you posted. Again, mainly a wind threat, I would say, for Clarksville right now. But maybe an isolated tornado. We do have a new tornado warning for Kentucky. This will be for Washington and Nelson counties. This is in the Bardstown area, by the way, which is where we just had a tornado just off to the northwest of Bardstown. This includes Mooresville, Willisburg, Mackville, Brush Grove, just south of Bloomfield. If you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place. That's a storm shelter, closet, bathroom, basement. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. And get into an interior room of your home or building. And this is currently tracking to the east-southeast. Thank you, Doug. Really appreciate the generosity. Max John and the mods covering weather like a boss, mentioning me means nothing. I enjoy helping when I can. Congratulations on your upcoming graduation. I appreciate that, and thank you, Doug, for the generosity. Some W's in the chat for Doug. I know you don't want me to say your name, but I'm going to anyways. Appreciate your support. Fish-nado off the coast of Panama City. I'll check real quick. I don't really see anything. Looks like just some gusty winds. Or maybe way down here. Some fish-nado action. We'll probably have some fish-nados overnight tonight along the Gulf Coast. Significant severe weather expected into early tomorrow morning near the Gulf Coast. So we'll probably end up having a few fish-nados down there. Alright, just to update you, again, we still have some strong rotation near Taylorsville, and also some near Bardstown. Those are our main two couplets right now in northern Kentucky, both tracking to the east and east-southeast. One's heading in the direction of Haradsburg, and the other one going towards Lawrenceburg. Continue to stay in your safe place if you are in these tornado warnings. Quick little update on Ohio. All the tornado warnings have been canceled in Ohio, so we no longer have any tornado warnings. Mainly a wind risk at this point. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm watch for eastern Ohio and western Pennsylvania, mainly for damaging winds, but a couple of tornadoes are still possible over the next few hours. But right now in the Columbus area, for example, the radar's broken, but the storms right now in Columbus are mainly going to be wind. But we could get a little brief spin up somewhere. They do have a tornado possible label. Might even have a little bit of rotation over the town of Columbus, but I'm not too concerned right now about our tornado risk in Ohio. I think it's mostly going to be wind from here on out in Ohio. Just got another severe thunderstorm warning near Munfordville. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail in central Kentucky. Tornado warning will probably be canceled west of Clarksville, but we do have a significant wind risk that'll be approaching Clarksville, Tennessee, with damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour in the forecast, so make sure you're staying away from windows. Once the storms approach there in Clarksville, and then in and around Memphis right now, we have a severe storm approaching from your north. Damaging winds around 60. Golf ball-sized hail are going to be possible. We are also keeping a close eye on the potential for a tornado with this activity. Again, localized tornado threat is a little bit higher, mainly in western Tennessee if this storm can organize, but it's become a lot more linear. So our strong tornado risk might actually be going down right now. We only got about 2 hours left or so for strong tornadoes, and then after that, it's mostly going to be just embedded tornadoes and lines of thunderstorms. So we're trending in the right direction when it comes to our strong tornado risk right now, which is good. What do you think the ETA is for Nashville? I'll show you the future radar. I would say probably in about 2 hours or so for Nashville. But just a general idea for the timing tonight. This is what it's going to look like right around 10 o'clock or so. We'll zoom out a little bit more. So this is around 10 o'clock or so. We got a line of storms moving through Bowling Green, Kentucky, Clarksville, and also back through Memphis, Tennessee. By 11 o'clock, storms will be knocking on your doorstep over near Nashville, Murfreesboro, back through Richmond and Maysville, across Kentucky and Tennessee. Just after midnight tonight, this line continues to push east across eastern Kentucky, with significant damaging winds being our main concern, and also through Nashville, Tennessee. It'll be mainly a wind risk for these areas, east of Jackson. By 1 to 2 in the morning, the line continues to push east across West Virginia, also near Pikeville, Kentucky, central Tennessee, and also organizing into northern Mississippi and Alabama. By really early tomorrow morning, this is going to really all fizzle out as it approaches the Appalachian Mountains. However, we will see a resparking of a new line of thunderstorms tomorrow morning across Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, with more numerous to potentially even widespread damaging winds, large hail, and several tornadoes being possible tomorrow. This will really ramp up during the afternoon hours, moving across central Georgia, eastern Georgia, and the Carolinas, before eventually it moves towards the east coast, like Virginia Beach, Greenville, and Jacksonville. And we could even see some severe weather in and around Washington, D.C. tomorrow afternoon and evening. So quite a bit of severe weather is ahead. Again, we have a long time frame of severe weather. Your risk of severe weather tonight has been condensed. Our enhanced risk is mainly from East Texas back into Ohio. But in general, tomorrow's risk is very different. It's once again going to be a large area that we're talking about for severe weather. It is going to be all across the East Coast with a large enhanced risk in place for Richmond, Virginia, Charlotte, North Carolina, in addition to Atlanta, Georgia, Montgomery, and around Jacksonville. But our tornado risk is really one of the most impressive things for tomorrow, because we have a large 10% tornado risk that is in place along the East Coast and also into the Southeast. And keep in mind that 10% tornado risks like this are very rare to be this large. This is actually our largest ever 10% tornado risk without it being hatched in history. So again, another record being broken in terms of our SPC outlooks for this particular event. Thank you, T. Runner, for the super chat. I don't know. I don't understand the Saratoga water bottle meme or whatever that is. I've heard so much about it. I don't understand anything about that. Little update on our tornado warnings in Kentucky. We do have a little area of stronger rotation that has now moved through Bardstown. If we have a tornado, it would be approaching Mooresville, Willisburg, Brush Grove, and Mackville over the next several minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. The Taylorsville rotation, south of Shelbyville, is much broader. At this point, this line of storms is getting a little bit weaker, but we still have enough energy here where damaging winds and a couple more tornadoes will be possible as this goes in the direction of Frankfort and as well as Lexington. So be ready for damaging winds and a potential tornado threat if you're back over in Lexington and Frankfort over the next few hours. A new severe thunderstorm warning also issued for Lebanon, Springfield, and Campbellsville for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. And then our Clarksville tornado warning, or just outside of Clarksville, is still tornado warning for another 22 minutes. Again, I think they'll cancel it, but we are still watching for damaging winds for Clarksville up to 70 miles per hour. So if you're in Clarksville, be ready for a significant damaging wind risk over the next hour or so. Thank you, Baxter, for becoming a member. What's going to happen in Tennessee? Honestly, most of Tennessee is going to be wind tonight. There will be some large hail, though, especially with the storm that's outside of Memphis right now. This thing is currently producing golf ball-sized hail, so there's significant hail still ongoing. But it's going to be a lot of wind, a lot of lightning, heavy rainfall, and then a couple tornadoes also being possible. So it's a good idea to have your tornado action plan ready to go, just in case we end up having a couple tornado warnings there in central parts of Tennessee. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The severe weather threat is expected to develop this evening with wind damage, large hail being possible with these stronger storms. That's for eastern Kentucky and a little sliver there of western West Virginia and as well as West Virginia. I know it's kind of confusing, but for those areas, mainly in eastern Kentucky, though, for damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour, and then still a chance for an isolated tornado or two, and a strong tornado cannot be ruled out. At this point, I honestly think we've had at least about a dozen or two tornadoes today. We've had a lot of tornadoes just over the last couple of hours, all of them mostly being QLCS tornadoes, but we've had a bunch of tornadoes here throughout the daytime today, most of them being brief, but it has been an active day to say the least. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Frankfort. If you are in Frankfort, Kentucky, stay away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Guys, I've seen the Nader Juice thing. I don't know what to do about it. I'm live. I don't really care too much. It's whatever. Hey, Mike, for the super chat. Very nasty in Columbus, Ohio. There was a little bit of rotation over the town of Columbus, but most of the storms are now on the east side of Columbus. So after the line of storms pushes through, there really isn't much left there in Columbus, Ohio when it comes to severe weather. But lightning will continue. You'll definitely hear some rumbles of thunder. Damaging winds continuing to push east towards Newark and as well as Lancaster and New Lexington. Thank you, Alicia, for the 5 Get to members. Appreciate the generosity. Also, shout out to Susan, Allie, Bestie, and Myra, all for the Venmo donations. I appreciate the generosity. One of them for the caffeine donation. I appreciate that. Yeah, if we go live tomorrow, we're definitely going to need some caffeine. It's going to be another... It won't be as long as today, but it'll be another busy day if we go live. And by the way, if we don't go live, we will have a video, so... And the video, if we have one, it'll probably be in the afternoon, because I don't think we can make a video tonight and have it out by tomorrow morning. But we'll see. For those in Lexington, severe weather will be arriving on your doorstep in about 45 minutes to an hour. That is if these storms are still severe. And main concern is damaging winds, but a tornado is still possible as that moves east. Let's go back to Tennessee again. West of Nashville, we got an interesting little cell here. There's rotation there. We're in a radar hole, so I'm trying to find a good radar site. Yeah, right here, near Camden. Just southwest of Clarksville, near Camden and Big Sandy, there is at least a broad area of circulation near Camden. That'll be moving towards Waverly and Erin. But again, I'm not super convinced that this will be tornadic, but it is at least in an environment where a tornado is definitely possible. It is a right-hand moving storm. A lot of lightning as well. There's at least some rotation aloft right over Camden. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that storm. Again, west of Nashville. You've been live for a long time. What's your record of being live? This isn't even that long. We've only been live for 8 hours. This is light work compared to what we've had recently. This is from Falcon Storm Chasing. This is back over in Kennard, Texas. There's actually a little low-hanging cloud feature, potentially a lowering there near Kennard, Texas right now. There are some hailstorms happening there right now. There's really not much of a tornado risk, but wouldn't rule it out. It's not impossible to see a tornado in that environment, just not really a whole lot of wind shear there. The low-level jet is the strongest, really, in the Ohio Valley tonight. Let's just quickly go into Texas. I'm curious. This storm looks interesting. The one near Timpson. Timpson and Ten Aha. Rotation's actually a little bit stronger here, just off to the west of Timpson. So we actually do have rotation. I'm not sure if that's... Where's Kennard? Is that this storm or is it a different one? But if this is Kennard... Kennard is nowhere near that. Okay, so Kennard's way back down to the southwest. But this right here is actually rotating. Got a little supercell near Timpson and Ten Aha. Going towards Logansport. So that's pretty interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Again, long term, that'll be crossing into Louisiana. All right, we are going to have an update on the warning counter in just a moment as we hit 9:30. A bunch of warnings will end, and we also got some new ones coming in. We are back up to 26, or now 23 severe thunderstorm warnings. We are back down to 2 tornado warnings. The one that's west of Frankfort, that tornado warning has now been allowed to expire. The rotation's much broader there. We still have a strong area of rotation east of Bardstown that's going to be going towards Harrodsburg. I cannot pronounce names today. Harrodsburg in Kentucky, just south of Chaplin. So strong rotation still exists there. Willisburg and Mackville are in the path of this. This storm has already at least produced 1 tornado, if not maybe even a couple. Confirmed tornado in Wilmington, Ohio. There's video of it. That would have been from earlier, but I'm not surprised. We had strong rotation all around Wilmington about an hour ago. Got a pretty intense line of thunderstorms right now moving into southern Kentucky and Tennessee. This is over in Carroll County right now on the Radar Omega camera. Strong line of thunderstorms moving in right now. Frequent lightning and strong winds will continue here as this continues to move east. Wind hasn't really picked up there yet, though. Update for Columbus. Columbus is starting to clear out. It's mostly wind over there now. It's mostly east of Columbus in Ohio. All right, I'm going to keep it on our 3-cam view, or actually, we'll go to Storm Intermedia real quick. Storm Intermedia is currently on the storm near Memphis. I'm going to take a quick 60-second break, and we will be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Now, these storms up here that we're intercepting are some freaking seahorse-shaped pieces of trash if I've ever seen them. Oh, wait! You guys have a seahorse, too! You guys have the seahorse supercell down there.
It does look like a seahorse. Because it's got the...
Keep your seahorses to yourself!
I'll show you boys a seahorse.
That is the most classic seahorse supercell I think I have ever seen moving into Forest City. I can almost assure you that is not producing because it's shaped like a seahorse.
I can't wait to show you a seahorse tornado here in about 30 minutes.
The seahorses,
Yay! Hail!
but they're usually like...
Bring on the ping pong hail!
So, but 9 times out of 10, you're not getting a tornado out of a seahorse.
Well, I'm gonna take my shovel and start digging, I guess.
Yeah, if you get a tornado out of the seahorse supercell, I'll buy you some cards too. It's gone.
I'm gonna send Connor seahorse-shaped chicken tendies.
I'd be down for some of those.
No way.
Sorry, every chance I can.
All right, we are back.
I didn't even hear what you said. I was expecting something, but what did you say?
Looks like they're intercepting some hail right now on the north side of Memphis. It's actually a pretty good hail core right now. Ping pong ball sized hail. Apparently Storm Intermedia needs a new windshield, so this is, again, I guess, a good opportunity for them.
I mean, we're getting hail too, but it's like pretty... We're getting hail too, but it's pretty sporadic. He's literally...
They don't know they're live? They're live.
900 yards.
They're actually still live on YouTube, so they know they're live.
Hey, not to interrupt the conversation, but did Ryan Scholl get in a car crash earlier? That's a good question. I didn't hear anything about that, but,
A sign came in front.
Oh, definitely have some hail bouncing off the ground right now.
A road sign blew in front.
This is near Millington, north of Memphis.
He had no way to stop. And he got 2 flat tires, and then it looked like he busted his radiator.
Yeah, I mean, there was only one flat instead of 2.
All right, we do have a new report from John regarding some wind damage. Go ahead, John.
All right, coming out of West Point, Kentucky, it looks like we have a report of some damaging winds that have affected some trees. Several trees have been reported down, and also some report from New Vienna in Ohio. Looks like that we have public reports of uprooted trees, so more damaging winds affecting these areas. And then coming out of Jefferson, Ohio, we have another report of a destroyed barn. It seems to be the common trend of the day of a lot of barns being destroyed. Definitely showing the sheer strength behind these winds that we're seeing. So definitely something to pay attention for.
Alrighty. Thank you, John, for the report. I'm eating a cheese curd, sorry. Yeah, that's actually, I mean, that's pretty typical, though, with big wind events like what we've seen today, too. You know, barns are not built well, so... they're not built well for upstanding significant damaging winds, and unfortunately we've seen quite a bit of barn damage today. Now 60-mile-per-hour winds usually do not impact barns that significantly, but you know, it's still plenty if we get up to 80 to 90-mile-per-hour winds for there to be some, you know, major damage to barns. But I think that's the second report now that we've had of a barn being damaged, so definitely an interesting trend, or destroyed, I should say. You make me want cheese curds? I'm telling you, they're actually pretty good. All right, let's go back to Storm Intermedia for a moment while I try to eat. They're driving through the hail core right now on the north side of Memphis. They're pretty much trying to blow out their windshield by the sounds of it. Carroll County EMA.
Okay, so we just needed to go north 500 feet. Or 500 yards. Yeah, come on, L4. Oh!
Apparently, this is over in Carroll County EMA right now, in Tennessee, on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. And I'm not sure if I missed something. Somebody said in the chat that there may have been an unwarned tornado here. Winds are pretty strong. There's a lot of rain and lightning. I don't really see too much, though. Temperatures dropped quite a bit in the last few minutes due to the rain cool air. I'm not seeing anything, though, but apparently somebody said that in the chat. I might have missed it. There is rotation, though, near Huntington. I wouldn't say it's strong, but we at least have some rotation approaching Brewston and just west of Camden. We no longer have any tornado warnings in Tennessee, but we're still keeping a close eye on upcoming activity. Our only active tornado warning right now is all the way into Kentucky, with a broad area of circulation over Willisburg. Honestly, this storm does not look very concerning compared to what we saw earlier, but there is still a chance for a tornado as that continues to track east-southeast towards Danville. And then back over in Ohio, we still have strong to severe storms pushing to the east. An entire line of thunderstorms is pushing east through Lancaster, Newark, going towards I-77 in Canton and Wheeling. Again, damaging winds around 60 miles per hour is the main concern. We still have a little bit of rotation on this line, but again, the tornado risk is much lower than before. Just continue to stay weather aware if you're in eastern Ohio, and if anything obviously pops up, we'll definitely let you know. But the main concern right now, it looks like, is shifting into Kentucky and Tennessee. We have a ton of storms here, and we have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings, and really a widespread area now of damaging winds, hail, and lots of lightning stretching from southern Kentucky back into southwestern Tennessee. And the storm impacting Millington has been one of the more concerning ones that we've been watching. And we're going to go back to Storm Intermedia. They are still in the hail core in Millington. And they're apparently getting their windshield blown out, or they're trying to. I guess they don't care. So that's at least from what I've heard.
Boy, I might swing into a gas station if there is one, just to get a few gallons. We got time anyway.
Crow wants a few gallons of gas.
The best I can do
76.5 thousand subscribers. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. And I try my best with pronunciations. It is what it is. If we mess up, it's, you know, it is what it is.
Okay, we could do this. If we wanted to do this. Jordan, look on here. There's nothing in Forest City. We would have to.
Do storm chasers get free windshield repair endorsements? I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think any storm chasers get endorsements for breaking their windshields. Or even, like, having a good windshield. I just don't think that exists. You know, if anybody had that, it would be Reed Timmer, but I highly doubt he has it. Rain-X sponsors for storm chasers? I have no clue. There might be some. I'm not entirely sure, though. I'm not familiar, at least, with anything like that. Can we make it another 4 minutes without a tornado warning? That's what the question of the day is going to be. Will we have, for the first time in about 6 or 7 hours, no tornado warnings? It's possible, guys. Yep. 4 minutes left on this one. And then we might not have any after that. We'll see. But we got a lot of severe weather still. Still 22 severe thunderstorm warnings and still several storms that are actively rotating. Right in Texas? Let's go back to Texas. That one south of Shreveport looked interesting. Yeah. I mean, it looks like a supercell, but the environment down here is just not as favorable. I mean, it's really more of a hail and wind threat. We just don't have a whole lot of low-level wind shear. It's just not great for tornadoes. It was just like this yesterday, by the way. We were live last night for coverage, and it looked very similar. Very, very similar. Look at this cell right here near Jackson, Tennessee right now. There's a camera in Jackson, Tennessee. I think I'm going to pull this up. This is what it looks like in Jackson, Tennessee right now. This supercell has been organizing. And we do at least have a hook echo on radar that's appearing. The kinematic environment right now is pretty favorable across Tennessee for there to be tornadoes. So if we have this discrete supercell for a little bit, it could definitely become tornadic. This live shot here. Let me check this again, Jackson. I'm going to put this on our bottom left cam. Or maybe not. Oh, never mind. Found it. Alright, we'll go bottom middle and put that there. Yeah, this storm definitely has a look to it. I mean, there's a little hook on it. There is a tornado possible label on this storm near Jackson, Tennessee. It'll be traveling essentially right up Interstate 40. But there is not really a whole lot of rotation right now, but it's definitely a storm to watch for in the long term as it moves along I-40. Lexington and Parsons will be some of the areas in the track of this down the road. All right, we're about 40 seconds, I think, away from having no tornado warnings. Let's hope we make it there. Be nice to have a small break in tornado warnings. Any reports of damage in Kentucky? You want to look into that, John? Unless you've already gone over some. Somebody's asking in the chat. The live stream is delayed by 10 seconds. That is very typical for YouTube. Not really much control in delays. And by the way, it's like 7 or 8 seconds. There's really no control though in stream delays. Like I could possibly make it down to a second, but it would also mean the stream quality would suffer a lot more. So there needs to be a happy medium, but there's really no channels, even storm chasers and stuff, that are anywhere, like most of them are at least 8 seconds delayed. The typical delay though is about 8 seconds. But for full transparency, yes, there is a small delay on live streams. It's very small. That goes for any live stream. Alrighty. In a shocking turn of events, we now have no tornado warnings. It's crazy. We have none. Here's a little update on all the warnings that we do actively have, though. Again, a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. Most of them...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's no way. Like, seriously, there's just no way. The timing is actually terrible. There's just no way. We have a new tornado warning in Kentucky. Bro, the National Weather Service is watching, I swear. They are watching. Alright, this is going to be for Bowling Green, Kentucky. On a more serious note. Bowling Green, Kentucky, Russellville, Auburn, Lewisburg, and I-165. You guys are in the track of a potential tornado. This is, again, radar-indicated rotation. I'm going to be honest, I don't really see much here, but... get to your safe place if you're in Bowling Green. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Can I get... Hey, Hayden, can you give me the cam on this? Thank you. You were already one step ahead of me. Alright, so we got Bowling Green, Kentucky coming up. If you're in Bowling Green, Kentucky, seek shelter. Alright, we're gonna go back to the 3-cam view. Honestly, I don't even know where to put this anymore. We just have so many good views of things. It's kind of annoying sometimes. I need to get like a 6-camera overlay or something. But we'll have Bowling Green bottom right of your screen as the tornado-warned cell moves in the direction of Bowling Green here over the next few minutes. A lot of people live in Bowling Green, and it's late at night, so if you have any friends or family in this area, just at least make sure that they're aware of this. And yeah, just make sure that they're aware of this potential threat of a tornado. Feel free if you want to as well. You can share the stream with them. Again, we'll be live here for a little bit covering the threat here of a tornado as it goes towards Bowling Green. What are your thoughts on the severe thunderstorm watch until 3 a.m., specifically for Mount Vernon? I mean, honestly, Ohio at this point should be mostly wind. I don't think there's going to be much of a tornado risk there. I think it'll be mostly wind. You summon these warnings. I'm going to be honest, I think there's some voodoo magic happening here. All right, we do have some updates, new reports from John. Go ahead, John, with your damage reports.
Alrighty, so we do have some reports back in Kentucky. Looks like in Louisville International Airport, we do have 911 calls saying that that there are wires blocking a road on New Cut Road near Southern Parkway. Then we have another 911 call for more wires down. Looks like on 11210 Blue Lick Road in Hillview, Jefferson County, Kentucky. And then last but not least, we have a third report of trees now affecting power lines. Looks like we have a tree down middle of the road on power lines in Valley Station, Jefferson County, Kentucky. This is reported from 911. And it looks like that we actually have some large hail now being reported back in Texas. So Reclaw in Rusk County, Texas, we have a report of egg-sized hail. So this is being about 2-inch in diameter from a social media report. And then in Arkansas, we had a report of 2.5-inch diameter hail. So this is being the same size as tennis balls being reported from Marked Tree in Poisonet County, Arkansas.
Alrighty, thank you, John, for the update. Okay, so we do have now an update. This is actually referring to what John was referring to earlier. So we are now up to 2 fatalities, and the second one is in Millersburg, Indiana, where thunderstorm winds blew over an Amish buggy. So that is one other fatality that has now been confirmed. So we're now officially up to 2 different fatalities from today's severe weather. Unfortunately, it's just kind of how it is at this point. I mean, we've had a very significant day of severe weather. It's been very widespread. But just to be honest, like, the numbers could have been way higher if it wasn't for all the warnings that have been out there and also all the heads up ahead of time on about the severe weather threat. I feel like those numbers could be way higher. So, the good news is that it's not as high as it could be. I mean, if you remember the March 14th and 15th tornado outbreak, we had dozens of fatalities over the span of like 2 or 3 days. And I think people eventually started to, people that live in other places, for example, or even live in those areas, I think there's a realization that, hey, we just had a huge severe weather event. Let's be way more weather aware here over the next few weeks, because you kind of get that like mindset in a way after having a big severe weather event. So I think there's been a lot more awareness to our severe weather event today, where the fatalities have not been as high as they, again, could have been. So huge shout out to anybody that's been spreading the word in any regard to the severe weather. If you're just telling friends and family, or, sharing any weather videos or whatever it might be, I don't care if it's mine, but if you've done anything to get the word out there, I think that's really helped out our the warning process for both today and even the last few severe weather events that we've had recently. So it's a good thing that we've been getting the word out there. All right, we're back to the 3 cam view. Again, we do have a tornado warning right now for Bowling Green. The rotation is, again, north of Russellville, approaching the north side of Auburn. Bowling Green will be in the track of this in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Bottom right of your screen is Bowling Green. We should have a better view of this storm here in a little bit. And we also got significant severe weather on the north side of Memphis that is rolling through as well. Keeping a close eye on that. Large hail is possible. Okay, this is back over in Jackson. I missed this, and some people are pointing this out in the chat, but this is in Jackson, Tennessee. We missed this, but it looks like we have a lowering, or had a lowering, over in Jackson, Tennessee. So sorry that we missed this. This came between some lightning flashes. Let's go down to Jackson. Bottom left of your screen is Jackson. That is that storm that has a hook echo on it as well. The cell itself is becoming weaker, which is good news. I mean, the reflectivity values are dropping off quite a bit, which is at least a sign of weakening. But there's definitely a lot of lightning with the cell, and there is a little bit of rotation with it. You can actually see the rotation right over that camera. So yeah, I think that was at least a lowering. Again, this was what it looked like. A little lowering here over Jackson just moments ago. On the Jackson, Tennessee cyclone port. That rotation's right over town. I really hope that this storm just weakens. It's been weakening for the last several minutes, so if it continues in that direction, it should be not really too much of a concern, despite there being some rotation. And also a lowering. Okay, we need to really watch this storm closely. Back over west of Memphis, we got a discrete supercell that is fired off here quite late near Forest City and Hughes. This is tracking more towards Hernando, south of Memphis. But this storm in particular, we got a little hook on it. We got also 2-inch sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is an inflow. So we at least have an area of rotation to watch for here as this tracks to the east-southeast. These are the velocities over the last few minutes. So our main area of rotation, again, just down to the south of Forest City. I'm also seeing this over the south side of Forest City. That might be some level of hail contamination, if I had to guess. I think this is really the area that we're looking for right now. South Haven radar site also has a bit of a view of it as well. So yeah, we need to watch this storm closely, again, near Forest City, and eventually going towards areas south of Memphis. Okay, thank you, Becca and Chase, for the super chats. Appreciate the generosity. What are your thoughts on the severe thunderstorm watch? I already answered that. I think these are maybe older. Let me refresh my chat here. Okay, those were older. All right, we're caught up on messages. It's snowing in Reno, Nevada. We've had a big ice storm and winter storm happening in the upper Midwest all day today. It's been happening all day. We had upwards of 1 inch of ice accumulation in parts of Wisconsin and Michigan. Speaking of ice storms, I do want to bring up the power outage map. This is what we're looking at in terms of power outages across the country right now. So Wisconsin, this is from the ice storm. We had over 60,000 people without power.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay. Well, I was going to talk about power outages, but I guess we don't have time. We do have a brand new tornado warning. This is west of Nashville, near Dixon, Waverly, Van Leer, Tennessee City, and Gorman. Rotation right now is located just north of New Johnsonville. So if you are in the tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently tracking to the east and east-northeast over the next several minutes. So again, just west of Nashville. It's still pretty rural areas, and even if it were to hit Nashville, it's still about an hour, a little over an hour out, but definitely something we need to keep a close eye on, as it is a bit more of a discrete cell, sorta. It's not really discrete, but it's semi-discrete, embedded in this line of thunderstorms moving to the east. And we also got some strong storms right now moving through Clarksville, and we also got a tornado warning still ongoing for those in Bowling Green, Kentucky. No tornado confirmed with this at this point, but we do have strong winds and a little bit of rotation on the leading edge of this line. Speaking of power outages, we have over 300,000 people without power in Michigan. This is one of the craziest things I think we'll see all day. We had a significant threat of wind move across southern and central Michigan and tornadoes. And on the other hand, all of these power outages are from the ice storm. This is kind of crazy to think about, but we basically had all severe weather, all ice storm stuff, and then right smack dab in the middle, all of you back over here in central Michigan basically got lucky. So pretty crazy stuff there in Michigan. And then also back over in Indiana, 93,000 without power. Ohio, 34,000 customers without power. And Kentucky's at 37,000 without power. Most of Indiana was on the northern half of the state, which once again was an area that I honestly think we may have had a derecho in. But we'll have to wait and see if that actually ends up being called a derecho or not. But pretty much a widespread area of damaging winds. This is a photo from Jordan Hall in Forest City, Arkansas. This is a storm that I do have concern about. Again, this storm right now is producing the potential for a tornado. There is a tornado possible label on it. And this is moments ago from Jordan Hall storm chasing in eastern Arkansas, just west of Memphis, that Forest City storm. Need to continue to keep a very close eye on that. But definitely at least a lowering here. A little sketchy. A little sketchy. And this is the storm that we're talking about here. So the Forest City storm near I-40. It's currently tracking in the direction of South Haven and Hernando. We got damaging winds moving through Memphis right now. I'm going to go back to the 3-cam view so we can have Memphis on there, bottom middle. But we do have a significant wind threat moving through the north and east side of Memphis. 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar-sized hail continues to be the main concern. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson and Lexington in Tennessee. Despite there being a lowering, the storm itself has been weakening in general, so it's not as concerning for a tornado risk. But we do still at least have a little bit of hail and wind and frequent lightning as well in the Jackson area. And then back over near Waverly. Again, broad area of rotation that is just off to the west of Nashville. But long term, it's going in the direction of Nashville, so we need to continue to watch it closely. Max, are you a coffee drinker? You know, I have a Dunkin' coffee in my fridge that I got like half a week ago. After signing a bunch of hats, by the way, because we have all the signed hats that are being sold. And so I got a coffee, and I had one sip, and it was not very good. So I'm not a big coffee person, though. No. But I still have it in my fridge. I only have it right now just in case I actually need it for like going live or early or late or whatever it might be. Wow, okay. Well, I want to quickly update you guys on the Texas storm. We actually have a tornado possible label on the storm in Texas. This is south of Shreveport, near Timpson and Tiena. And this is why. Actually got some spin right now on radar. Wind's going away from the radar and towards the radar. Got a little bit of rotation there over Route 5984. Definitely an interesting storm right there, moving to the northeast. We'll have to continue watching it. Again, mainly hail and wind risk, but tornado is still possible there in East Texas. All right, if you're in Bowling Green, Kentucky, this is your time now to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Again, tornado warning is still in effect for your neck of the woods for another 15 minutes. The storm itself is approaching out of the west. And the rotation's been on the broader side of things, but we could definitely still get a QLCS tornado, which means a tornado embedded in this line of storms. Bottom right of your screen is Bowling Green, so we're going to continue to watch that camera closely and see if anything is visible there. But the minimum, we're talking about damaging winds, frequent lightning, and a burst of heavy rainfall. Coffee definitely does not improve with age. In my opinion, it actually has. I used to hate coffee. I can at least bear it a little bit now. It used to be pretty bad. A lot of scud in the lower middle. Yeah, that's actually moving over Memphis right now. What it looks like in Memphis, Tennessee. Got a storm rolling in right now, mainly with wind, a little bit of hail. All right, a little notable thing I want to point out on radar right now. Back over near Clarksburg, north of Lexington. There is rotation right now near Holiday. It's not really crazy looking storm by any means, but there is actually some rotation here. The southeast of Clarksburg going towards Holiday, eventually tracking towards Camden and Waverly. We really don't have any good radar sites for this storm, but I mean, it definitely has at least some rotation aloft. It's hard to tell if this is going to be getting near the surface, but pretty strong area of rotation, at least aloft, approaching Holiday, Tennessee, and eventually going towards New Johnsonville. Rotation is intensifying just a little bit over the last couple of scans near Waverly and Gorman in central Tennessee. It's going to be going towards Tennessee City and Dixon. I'll zoom out just a little bit. We'll kind of pan into the two different tornado warnings that we have. Can you show us the day 3 outlook? Yeah, I can show you guys the day 3 outlook. I haven't even talked about that either today. There's been way too many warnings today. But a little update. This is for day 3, so this will be Tuesday. So on Tossing Trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, we are right back to another large and powerful storm system impacting the Great Plains in the Midwest, with significant damaging winds, large hail, and even some tornadoes being possible. They do already have a hatched area for severe weather, mainly for hail and wind, Tuesday night across the central and southern plains. And again, tomorrow we got another big risk along the East Coast. About 90 million people are in the path of severe weather tomorrow from New England back to the Gulf Coast. We're keeping an eye on tomorrow. I'm not saying it's a slam dunk for a live stream because I'm not sure if it will be, but I do think a live stream is likely tomorrow. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified. I do think we'll be live tomorrow. So looks like another long, I wouldn't say tomorrow's going to be a long day, but we'll probably be live at least for a few hours if anything really peaks. Let's go back to here. And this is the tornado warning near Waverly in Tennessee. Rotation's a little bit stronger on the latest scan. This is on track for the Nashville area in about an hour or so. We'll have another radar update here in a moment. It's coming in right now. So we'll see what the velocities look like. Thank you, Dirt, for becoming a member. Also, thank you, Higley, for the super chat. I'm in a third shift medical carrier in Kentucky. I have to drive from Campbellsville, Somerset, Danville, and Stranford to Richmond. I don't understand what you're saying. You're driving to like 7 different places. Is that what you're asking? But the most significant severe weather will be over the next like 2 hours for most of Kentucky. All right, this rotation's really tightening up. We got strong rotation right now near Gorman. It's going to be approaching State Route 46 over the next few minutes. But we now have a tight area of rotation over the north side of Waverly. May have a tornado dropping. We don't have a tornado debris signature as of right now, but the rotation is definitely on the stronger side of things. We are currently sitting at 21 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 tornado warnings. This tornado warning in particular, probably the most concerning out of the ones that we have right now. We do have one for Bowling Green, which bottom right of your screen is Bowling Green. Let's go ahead and go full cam to Bowling Green. See if we can see anything here. Storm is approaching right now from the west. This camera is looking, I believe, west-southwest. See if we can see anything. There is a little bit of rotation here on the leading edge of this line, so we might see something. We just got a new severe thunderstorm watch. While I'm going to go back to here just real quick. You have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for West Virginia, Kentucky, and western West Virginia. It goes until 6 a.m., by the way. Damaging winds being the main concern, with maybe an isolated tornado being possible as well. And also a new mesoscale discussion for those in East Texas and Western Louisiana. The severe threat will likely continue for a few more hours, with large hail and damaging winds being the main concern. All right, we'll go back to Bowling Green here as the storm rolls in on the Radar Omega camera. All right, we got another radar scan coming in on the Waverly storm bottom right, which is in Tennessee. Well, wind's picking up right now in Bowling Green. Wind's picking up a little bit. Not really seeing any, like, lowering or tornado or anything like that here. And again, this is inside of the tornado warning that we have for Bowling Green, Kentucky. Power flashes? I think that's lightning. I'm not seeing anything that looks like power flashes. Usually power flashes last longer than lightning. Usually stand out quite a bit. Go back to Bowling Green on radar. I mean, like right now, like bottom right of your screen are the velocities for Bowling Green. It really all looks like straight line winds. I don't really see anything rotating on this line. So if I had to guess, the tornado warning will probably just be let to expire here in 5 minutes. But this is what it's looking like in Bowling Green. You actually got, look at the bottom of your screen. The winds are definitely picking up. So there is definitely a risk for significant damaging winds in and around Bowling Green, approaching Polkville and Pondsville and Gherkin. Look at the bottom, though. You can see the wind really filtering through the street. One street right there, bottom right. Even if there isn't a tornado, we definitely have some high winds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We'll keep that bottom right. We do have a brand new tornado warning for Henderson, Madison, and Decatur counties in Tennessee. This is going to be the storm east of Jackson. This is actually organized really quickly. It actually intensified again. So this storm has intensified. We had a lowering at one point on this storm over Jackson, Tennessee about half an hour ago, and is now producing the potential of a tornado. You need to seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, get to an interior room of your home or building. Moving towards Lexington, Parsons, and Decaturville. The velocities have really intensified over the last few minutes. Right just to the north of Beach Bluff. This storm in particular, again, in the environment it's in, it could produce a strong tornado. So we need to watch this very closely. It's getting close to being late at night now. We're just after 10 o'clock. More people are sleeping. And unfortunately, this storm is definitely upticking quite a bit. We are going to get...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So the other tornado warning has now been upgraded. We now have a confirmed tornado. This potentially could be a strong tornado. So we now have a confirmed tornado in Tennessee, north of Gorman. This is moving to the northeast. It'll be approaching highway, or State Route 46. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning. This is a potentially strong tornado. We got a little bit of a deep debris signature here over the north side of Gorman. This will be going towards Martha's Chapel, Spring Valley, and Silvertop over the next few minutes. But this is definitely a tornado, and it could be on the stronger side of things as well. And this is on the latest scan. We 100% have a tornado here. And this is not the only storm that is concerning right now. I mean, we also have the one back over near Lexington that is really ramping up. That could also produce the potential for a tornado as that moves east. So we need to really watch both of these storms very closely. I'm gonna go back to the tornado near Waverly here. This is impacting some homes too. Let me get some callouts here. All right, so this is just northwest of McEwen in Tennessee. This is currently hitting areas like the Highview Missionary Baptist Church, the Commission Church, McEwen Cabinet Shop near Mount Zion Road. Right now near this tornado. The latest scan does have a slightly, it definitely has a smaller debris signature, so this is not as large of a tornado as before. Which is good news, but again, we just definitely had a tornado there briefly. It might have even been on the stronger side of things. There are a lot of trees here, so keep that in mind. A lot of the time, our tornadoes that have really dark blue signatures like that in this type of environment are usually picking up a lot of trees. Let's hope that's all that was, but latest scan definitely showing a much smaller tornado. Our concern really after this, if that one doesn't recycle, our concern is definitely shifting towards the storm near Lexington. Hey, Hayden, can you send me the Parsons camera? For some reason it's glitching. Corey has a tornado? Where? I don't even know where Corey is. Let me quickly figure out where Corey Gherkin is. Oh, there is a tornado. Corey has a tornado. Where is Corey?
It looks like it's down. Looks like it.
Corey does not have a spotter thing on. I need to figure out his actual location here. He's in Marianna, Arkansas. This is back over. This is the storm back over in eastern Arkansas, so south of Forest City. I just saw a tornado on his screen too. Corey Gherkin does have a tornado down here. Lightning makes it somewhat... Oh, there it is on the right side. I think. Right middle. It looked like that was it.
It's down. Look at it.
This is near Marianna, Arkansas. This is an unwarned tornado right now. I guess Brandon has this too. Is Brandon on the same storm here?
I think we may have one down, guys. We gotta get going.
Yeah, Brandon has the tornado too. It's on the right side. This is an unwarned tornado right now near Marianna, Arkansas, going towards Hughes, Arkansas. Again, southwest of Memphis for reference. Go back to Corey here.
Wow.
If anybody has a photo of the tornado on Discord, send it to me. You guys got a screenshot.
that. Shut your gate, please. Yeah, that was definitely down.
I definitely saw it. It was very quick. I'm gonna go back to Brandon. They're both basically in the same vicinity, on the same storm at least. Brandon Kopic might actually be closer to this.
Alright, I'm going to get front camera up. The CGs were insane.
Brandon also said he thinks there's a tornado.
That sure as hell looked like it was down. Wow.
I'm gonna go back to Corey. Once again, this is a completely, if it's still on the ground, this is an unwarned tornado near Mariana, Arkansas. So, once again, this is definitely a dangerous storm. Again, there's no tornado warning on this. Corey Gherkin spotted the tornado. Looks like Brandon Kopic also had a visual of it. So, this is, again, currently moving northeast, approaching the Mississippi River Valley. But once again, no active tornado warning on this storm. South of Forest City. It kind of makes this a bit more of a dangerous situation here with if it is still in progress. Quick update on our tornado warnings in Tennessee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We now have a new tornado warning in Tennessee. That is for Dixon, Humphrey, and Hickman counties. This is west of Nashville, north of Centerville. Rotation right now is east of New Johnsonville, south of Waverly. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. Again, just to the west of and south of Dixon. Get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. This is very similar to the last storm we just had, by the way. Very similar. Because what we're dealing with is the storm that's up here to the north. That one did produce a tornado moments ago. And so this storm here over south of Waverly, very similar. We got a hook echo. We got the inflow as well. And then in addition to that, the velocities look very similar to about 15 minutes ago with the storm near Waverly. And it went on to produce a brief tornado there northeast of Waverly. So we could get another one on this. And keep in mind that a strong tornado is still a possibility in this environment. So you need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or your bathroom if you're south of Dixon, in Hurricane Mills, Buffalo, Only, or Nunelli, near Bon Aqua Junction, southwest of Burns. We will have Centerville coming up, and I'm going to put that bottom left. So we now have 3 tornado warnings in western central Tennessee. It's very active right now in west central Tennessee. All right, I need to get the Parsons camera up on here. Okay, Parsons. All right, I'm putting 2 locations that are in tornado warnings, or maybe not. Oh, wait, that's that one. Okay, bottom right and bottom left, those are both going to be in different tornado warnings. So the one on the bottom left is the one south of Dixon, and then the other one's going to be Parsons, which is near the Lexington storm, which this rotation's been pretty strong here for several minutes. So if you are in Darden, Parsons, or Decaturville, be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. That rotation's still on the stronger side of things, tracking right along Highway 412, moving east. We're going to stay zoomed out for the time being until our next radar scan. Is Clarksville in the clear? Clarksville is pretty much done. Just a lot of thunder and lightning right now, and that's really about it. A little bit of rain. Do we have any update? Let me go to Corey Gherkin, just see if there's any update on that tornado that just happened near Mariana, Arkansas. As if he has connection. Let me try Brandon.
About to have a strong wind shift.
All right, Brandon Kopic's on that storm that did have a tornado moments ago. That's what it looks like in Mariana, Arkansas. This was an unwarned tornado that just happened.
All right, the circulation's just now to the right of the highway. Just now to the right, but it is trying right there, guys. There's the mezzo. It is, oh my gosh, it's so close.
There is a tornado attempting to drop above Brandon Kopic's head right now. In Mariana, Arkansas. This is just southwest of Memphis for reference.
We are right underneath it right now. Oh wait, it's trying to develop right here to the left. Right here on the left side of the screen. Alright, I gotta stop. Okay, that part fizzled out. Dang it, that was looking so good too. So good. Let me switch this camera.
We want to put Brandon bottom left, I think, or wherever he actually goes on here. So we'll put Brandon on here. So Brandon Kopic will be bottom left on that Mariana tornado warning cell. But again, that one's already produced a tornado. I'm still surprised we don't have a tornado warning on this. I mean, especially with us seeing at least a tornado on both Kopic's and Gherkin's feed. There was at least a brief tornado. All right, back over to the north. Our tornado warning still technically confirmed west of Nashville, even though it was a very brief tornado. I do think we're going to get a new tornado here soon, north of Lobelville and northwest of Centerville. That is tracking east-northeast towards Interstate 40, south and west of Dixon. So if you are in this tornado warning, you definitely got to be in your safe place. The tornado threat is definitely there on that cell. Also, north of Nashville, we do have a line of thunderstorms that's approaching out of the west. Honestly, we could see a tornado out of this line. I'm just being honest. Like, QLCS tornado is very possible with this as it continues to push southeast. Our main concern with this is damaging winds, but again, an embedded tornado or two are very well possible as it continues to push to the south or east-southeast towards Hendersonville, Goodlettsville, and just north of Nashville. I'm gonna go to Kopic real quick. Looks like he's driving through a heck of a storm right now. Kopic is driving through a huge RFD surge here in Mariana, Arkansas, where we had a tornado moments ago. And he might be losing connection. We'll go back to him, but we'll keep him bottom left. Update on southern Kentucky. It's mostly damaging winds right now. Not much of a tornado risk there right now. A tornado warning cell and a confirmed funnel cloud passed straight over me, taking the same track as the EF2 tornado in Hartsville, Indiana 2 weeks ago. What are the odds? The odds are low, but it can happen. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty crazy. We've had severe weather pretty much in the same exact areas here just over the last 2 weeks. Last 16 days, we've had we've really had two big severe weather events now in like eastern Missouri and Arkansas. But honestly, today's weather event I felt like was a lot more significant for those in Michigan, Indiana, and Illinois, and even a little bit of Ohio there. But it's still very significant in Kentucky and Tennessee. We just haven't had many damage reports yet with it being late at night. There will probably be a lot of trees and power lines down with this significant swath of wind. We haven't had a whole lot of robust activity when it comes to tornadoes, but probably a good thing, really, because if we had any sort of really discrete supercells, I think today would have been a whole lot different. All right, the confirmed tornado warning has been downgraded. It is back to radar indicated. And this storm, once again, west of Nashville, is still very concerning. The velocities have been intensifying over the last several minutes. Over Hurricane Mills. It's going to be approaching Tennessee City and Dixon as well. Oh, I did not realize Storm Intermediate was there. I'm going to put Brandon bottom right. Also, the rotation further off to the north near Dixon, it is attempting to come together again, that northern storm that did produce a tornado. It's heading in the direction of Pleasant View, west of White Bluff. And that'll long-term kind of go towards Interstate 24, but it's going to run into some problems. It's not going to have a very favorable environment for a tornado. Sorry, I apologize. It's actually going way more east. It's going this way. So it's kind of still going towards Nashville. Not really towards Clarksville, but more east towards White Bluff and Pleasantville, or Pleasant View. Rotation is, again, a little bit more on the broad side of things. It's going to have a little bit of trouble with the rain-cool air that we've had out in front of the storm, but still something to watch for. The more significant storm, in my opinion, is west of Nashville. This one has much stronger rotation. Approaching Bon Aqua Junction, and it's also going towards White Bluff. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, make sure that you're in your safe place. The one back over near Lexington, the rotation's been pretty strong aloft, and it's still pretty strong, even closer to the surface as well over in Lexington. So we may have a tornado with this, and if we do have one, it would be right over the west side of Lexington, Tennessee. And then after about 15-20 minutes from now, it'll be near Darden, Parsons, and Decaturville. We'll have another radar scan in a moment. I'm just going to stay zoomed out for now. No correlation coefficient drop yet on any of these storms, at least in the last, like, 10 minutes or so. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. And we do weather coverage like this all the time. Don't forget also to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX. The links to those are in the description below. And you can join our Discord server as well, which is linked down below if you want to join our weather community and talk more about the weather that's happening right now. But I definitely recommend you follow us on Facebook and Twitter. We'll be posting a lot of updates on a lot of the severe weather upcoming over the next few days. And again, if you have any photos or videos, one of the best ways to send them are via Twitter. Also, this was sent in. So this right here, this was from Corey Gherkin at about 10:14 p.m. So about 16 minutes ago. This right here is what we were seeing. That funnel cloud tornado dropping towards the ground back over near Marianna, Arkansas. So that was the suspected tornado right there. I know it's kind of hard to see. This is like late at night. But that right there would have been our tornado, which looks non-condensed. All right, latest radar scan. Should be coming in. Go back to the 3-cam view. Velocities look pretty strong right now, right over Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Again, we may have a tornado dropping here. Velocities have been intensifying over the last few minutes. No debris signature as of now. But definitely a chance that a tornado drops here in the next few minutes as it approaches Bon Aqua Junction. Our latest radar scan's now coming in. Is Bowling Green, Kentucky safe? Yes. After these storms roll through, which most of them have already rolled through Bowling Green, you're pretty much done for the night. But still a good amount of thunder and lightning in your area for the next couple of hours before everything kind of moves out. Might be a loud night going to sleep. All the thunderstorms that we have. All right, latest radar scan. The rotation's rain wrapped. It's not looking tight enough for there to be a tornado, but again, tornado's still possible with this as it moves east towards Interstate 40, Bon Aqua Junction, again in the path of that. The rotation on the northern tornado warning is weaker, and then the one over near Lexington, Tennessee, which is east of Jackson, rotation is still on the stronger side of things over Lexington. You can actually see the hook echo on radar as well. We got a little storm merger happening on the west side, so that might impact the rotation. But as it continues to move right along Highway 412, we need to monitor the potential here for a tornado. Gonna go back to Brandon Kopic just to see what's happening right now in his neck of the woods. Again, he's back over.
I don't know if he kept going north or not, but I am taking an absolute beating in here.
He's back over in Mariana, Arkansas, where we did have a tornado that was unwarned. Storm bottom right of your screen. This is still tracking towards northwestern Mississippi, just south of Memphis. He is getting pounded on by hail right now. He's legitimately just driving straight through hail. This is hail. This is not rain. I mean, there's rain here, but it's a lot of hail.
I just took an absolute beating. My goodness, is that Jordan behind me or is that Corey? Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
so Brandon is just driving right through a hail core. It's not the first chaser to do that today. We had Storm Intermedia doing the same thing earlier. That's the storm again, just southwest of Memphis. Going towards northwestern Mississippi. Check Ohio. We haven't really checked in on Ohio for a while, but again, really, Ohio at this point is mostly just a strong line of thunderstorms. Very little severe weather left over. At this point, again, if you're in eastern Ohio, it's mostly going to be just some isolated damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. There is actually a tornado possible label here south of Canton, but I'm not seeing any rotation on this. But wouldn't rule out a brief tornado as this continues to move through eastern Ohio. Just not a very favorable environment at this point for severe weather to continue. A lot less instability this far to the east. So storms are going to kind of fizzle out. However, the storm line that's in southern Alabama and Kentucky, this one's still very intense, producing numerous damaging winds from about Georgetown, Ohio, back towards Lexington and Danville. Damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, still likely with that storm system. And then back over in Bowling Green and Glasgow, just east of Bowling Green, we still have an intense line of thunderstorms producing damaging winds around 60. And there is a tornado possible label on that activity in case we do get a QLCS tornado. And then just outside of Nashville, we still have an intense line of thunderstorms approaching Goodlettsville, Portland, west of Gallatin. 60 mile per hour winds, a little bit of lightning with that storm as well. This storm continues to look concerning west of Nashville. Now again, the rotation's been on the stronger side of things for the last several minutes. Tornado risk is definitely possible with this as it moves to the east. All right, we do have a report from John regarding tornado damage. Go ahead, John.
All right, so this would be for our cell furthest north in Tennessee, affecting Waverly. Looks like an emergency manager is reporting that in McEwen, there was a report of a roof gone on a house. And according to radar signature, it does line up with the debris signature that we saw just to the north northeast of Waverly when that cell was noticed.
Alrighty, thank you, John, for the report. So, tornado damage now confirmed over near Waverly. That was the tornado that we had about half an hour ago now. And there was a clear debris signature on radar. And so, that is brand new information. Back over near McElwin. Tornado warning for Lexington was just condensed and updated. And our strongest area of rotation is right over the town of Lexington, Tennessee, approaching Warrens Bluff, Chesterfield, and Darden. It'll be approaching Parsons and Decaturville over the next 10 to 15 minutes. The storm's a bit slower than the other ones. It's moving east at about 35 miles per hour. Comparatively, our storm over here in Hickman and Humphrey counties, this one's moving east at about 45 miles per hour. So a little bit of a speed difference between all the storms that we have right now. Thank you, Nikki, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Shout out also to Natalie with a very generous Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words as well. Back to the 3-cam view here. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate the super chat. I'm glad I can help out as well. In Minnesota, we had ping pong ball sized hail with snowflakes. You know, we weren't live, I don't think, but I did post that on Twitter and Facebook. We actually had a severe thunderstorm in northern Minnesota a couple days back. I think it was 2 days ago. And we had ping pong ball sized hail when it was 32 degrees outside. And it was legitimate hail. Like, that's kind of crazy. The temperatures being in the low 30s and having severe weather is not something you really see ever. So, pretty crazy stuff. Thank you, Pipa, for the generous super chat. And thank you, Hobby, for becoming a member. Northeast Memphis. Mostly just damaging winds in and around Memphis. A little bit of hail as well. But severe weather is tracking further to the south. It's really kind of going around Memphis now. Our most significant storms are off to your south and east. Mainly damaging winds, lightning, some hail as well. I still think the most concerning storm that we have on radar is the one west of Nashville. And it's pretty much going in the direction of Nashville, so we need to watch it closely. It's the outlook for east of Franklin in Tennessee. I think by the time the storms get east of Franklin, it'll be mostly wind, but we could still again have a tornado or two embedded in the line of thunderstorms. But the tornado risk, keep in mind, I'll show you guys the SBC outlook, and this is, I honestly agree with the risk outlook. They've been pretty spot on today. But notice how the strong tornado risk is mostly going to be over by the time the storms pass Nashville and Murfreesboro. So after it gets past Nashville, the strong tornado threat is lower, but there is still a chance for a few tornadoes, even into the overnight hours, back through the Dixie Alley and in the lower Mississippi River Valley as well. Latest radar scan still showing a stronger area of rotation near Interstate 40, approaching Bon Aqua Junction. And we do have some significant damaging winds near Portland, Tennessee. Might even have, not really much rotation, but yeah, wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado, a little spin-up tornado north of Nashville as these storms continue to track east. Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat. I already said that. Thank you, Tootsie, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Kimberly with a very generous Venmo donation as well. Thank you for all the great weather updates. I appreciate that. Thank you for the generosity. And thank you, Kim, for becoming a member. All right, well, we still have 3 tornado warnings active, all of which, again, are in central western Tennessee. The northern tornado warning will be like to expire, so we'll be really down to the last 2 for now, and that's Lexington and Parsons, and then the one south of Dixon. There are main warnings right now. Also, I did miss this, but we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center in western and central Tennessee. The greatest tornado risk right now is mainly in Tennessee and back over near Memphis. Large hail and damaging winds will also continue. The more significant hail risk is in and around the Memphis metro. What do you think of the potential for the most danger could be, or where do you think it will be? Honestly, it's at this point, it's mostly wind, but I still think central Tennessee through Memphis, this is really the main corridor for the most significant severe weather over the next few hours. There will still be severe weather elsewhere, though. I can't really highlight an exact area, though, where our greatest danger is, because, I mean, it's kind of happening in multiple different places, so. And it's all pretty balanced right now. We don't have, like, any sort of crazy, like, huge tornado right now in progress that, you know, we could highlight a really dangerous area in the short term. Everything's pretty balanced right now. The wind threat is almost all 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. The hail is also relatively in the same area. And our tornado risk is also pretty much in the same area, but it's mostly in central Tennessee right now, which it'll probably stay that way for the next few hours. All right, latest radar scan near Interstate 40. Still got some strong rotation. Approaching Bon Aqua Junction. Bottom left of your screen, I'm going to take out Brandon. Bottom left of your screen is Centerville, which is just to the south of this tornado warning. We'll keep a close eye on that camera as this continues to move to the east. Thank you, Kayla, for becoming a member. Andrew, I use Radar Omega right now. Thank Clinston for becoming a member. I still think we're going to be going live tomorrow. I'm not sure when. Live stream does appear likely tomorrow. Just kind of waiting to see what happens here over the next few scans here on this Nashville storm. Thank you, Noble, for the super chat. Murfreesboro. Murfreesboro will be mainly a wind risk, but again, this storm that's tornadic is basically beelining it in that direction. It's moving pretty much towards Franklin and Murfreesboro and Smyrna. So if it does stay tornadic, it'll be heading right into your neck of the woods here soon. Max, you aren't using your radio voice? I think that's cap. I don't really have a radio voice. I literally just talk like this. All right, latest radar scans coming in. And after this, I'm going to show you guys something that's kind of interesting. So the latest scan showing slightly broader rotation. If we actually look at the echo tops right now in Lobelville and Centerville, in this area, the tops have actually been coming down over the last several minutes, which basically means that our updrafts are not nearly as intense, and our, you can see back like 10-15 minutes ago, we had 50,000 foot tall clouds back over here near Waverly. Now, over the last several minutes, the cloud tops are barely around 45,000 feet on most of this storm, so we essentially have negative storm interactions happening that are limiting the tornado risk. So, that's actively happening with this storm near Interstate 40. Doesn't mean the tornado risk is impossible to happen. It's just it's a generally lower risk approaching Bon Aqua. So a little interesting fun fact there. We don't usually use cloud tops for a whole lot, but in this case, it's actually useful. With all the different storm interactions we've had, we have a line of storms and a lot of storms merging from the west. So generally speaking, it is weakening that threat for severe weather just a little bit in terms of our tornado risk. St. Louis area on Wednesday. There is a concern for St. Louis Wednesday. Again, we'll have a video update either tomorrow or Tuesday talking all about that. I'm not sure what day we're going to have a video. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if we're having a video tomorrow. I'll basically wake up tomorrow, and if it looks like we have to go live, we'll go live. If it doesn't, then I'll make a video and have it in the afternoon probably. Thank you, Emily and Justin, for the Venmo donations. I appreciate that. Moderate risk on Wednesday? We'll at least have a moderate risk. I'd be surprised if we didn't have a moderate risk on Wednesday. Unless something really changes, which it does not look like things are changing. Wednesday, again, today I would say is an appetizer to what's going to happen on Wednesday. I'm just being honest. Like, I didn't really have a whole lot of thinking here that today would be a full-blown, like, major tornado outbreak like what we had a few weeks ago in, you know, on March 14th and 15th. Like, by no means did I think today would be anything like that, but, you know, Wednesday has the potential to top everything that we've seen this year. It's possible, so... But we'll have to wait and see. Again, it's really too early to pinpoint the exact details on Wednesday. I think by tomorrow afternoon and even into Tuesday, we'll definitely have a lot better of an idea of how significant our severe weather event is going to be. But I do think we're going to get a moderate risk. I don't know if we'll get one tomorrow, but...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. This is south of Lobelville near Linden. Near Parsons, our area of rotation is going to be going right over Parsons over the next few minutes, just east of Lexington. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building for Perry County, Tennessee. Main area of rotation is over Highway 412, and it's going to be moving into Linden over the next several minutes. Still got an intense line of thunderstorms moving across Kentucky from Maysville back to Somerset. Again, really not much of a tornado risk out of this line. It's become pretty outflow dominant, so it'll weaken gradually over time, but damaging winds are still expected across southern Ohio and eastern Kentucky. And then south of Bowling Green, we are continuing to watch, again, mainly a wind threat, but we do have a more elevated tornado risk right now in western central parts of Tennessee. The tornado risk, again, might be limited a little bit because of the negative storm interactions that we are currently observing, but this is the storm here that would be the most concerning, just to the south of White Bluff and west of Nashville. Also, shout out to Wayne with the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Should we go live tomorrow? What do you guys think? Should we go live? Should we go live or make a video? I'm still leaning towards a live stream. Hey, Brent, for the super chat. Both? I can't really do both, because if we did both, I would have to have a video. I mean, the only way that would work is if there's no severe weather after like 3 o'clock tomorrow, and I can just make a video. I can't upload a video in the morning, because, I mean, literally, we are going to have severe weather in the morning. It's pretty close to impossible to go have a video tomorrow. We do have some rotation right now near Lobelville. We may have a tornado with this. It's going towards Centerville. Little area of rotation right now. That's our rotation that is currently unwarned, approaching Whitfield and Centerville. Might have a tornado on that. Another area of circulation. It's kind of in between our slew of tornado warnings here near I-40. But actively, no tornado warning on that. There's actually, it might be a debris signature there. It's very, very small. Please get some rest if and when you can. Yeah, I don't know when that's happening. Alright.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We now have a new tornado warning for Hickman, Dixon, Williamson, and Davidson counties in Tennessee. And that might be an extension to this warning, but the rotation on this storm is still there. It's struggling a little bit, but we still got rotation near Bon Aqua Junction. And that is what that is. So we now have a new tornado warning for Bellevue and Franklin. Going towards Fairview, Ferndale, Boston. And this rotation it's been struggling, but we still got a chance of a tornado with this as it continues to track east. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is a view in Decatur, which is back over on the western tornado warning. This structure looks pretty impressive on the radar Omega Cyclone port. Moments ago. I'm going to go back to the 3-cam view. I think that's bottom right. Bottom right is that camera. Hey, thank you, Maddie. Appreciate the Venmo donation. Stay safe there, Nashville. Hope you're doing well. Nashville should be mostly wind, luckily. I've eaten 3 times since Max went live. He ate 2. He ordered Culver's. Yeah, I had like 4 cheese curds, I think. I got like a burger and fries too, but it's already cold, so it doesn't really matter. I'll probably have it tomorrow or something. It's actually not a bad idea. If I do go live tomorrow, I can just heat that food up beforehand. I'll have another radar scan on the Franklin tornado warning in a moment. Will the tornado threat in northern Mississippi be less significant? Yeah, it's overall lower in northern Mississippi. It's not 0, but it's a little bit lower than what we're seeing in Tennessee. Hey, Russell, for becoming a member. Shout out to all the new members, by the way, today. Again, I haven't been able to say all of you guys, but I appreciate you guys becoming members if you have. All right, here's the latest radar scan on the velocities in Tennessee. Again, still some broad rotation. It's trying to come together, though. We're seeing a little bit more organization now in the velocities. But honestly, it still looks like quite the messy storm. But if you're in Franklin, definitely stay in your safe place. It's late at night. We could have a tornado out there. We might not even see it on radar. So it's a good idea to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. The tornado warning for Parsons will expire in 4 minutes, and then we'll be down to 2 tornado warnings after that. Same thing with the one down south of Dixon. Report of sirens going off near Bellevue right now. They reported that. You think Clarksville, Tennessee will be safe for tonight from tornadoes? Yes, you guys are pretty much done.
Cheese curd. Hi. Hi. What's up?
My cat has barely even looked at me in the last 10 hours. It's been 9.5 hours of being alive, and my cat has been like pretty much sleeping the entire time.
Hi.
I've seen cheese curd all day. She's just been sleeping. She's coming a couple of times, but she usually just comes in for 5 seconds and hears me talking the entire time, and she's like, I'm out. Right, girl? Mm-hmm. And now she's on my desk. And she's going behind my second computer. Thank you, Corey, for the super chat. Thank you for keeping us informed in Nashville. No problem at all. All right, we do have a report from John regarding hail. Go ahead, John.
All right, we actually have a variety of reports going on right now. So up in Ohio, we have a few reports, a lot of damaging wind. Looks like in Philly, in I can't even pronounce that. Cashotun County, Ohio. Fire department and rescue has reported trees and limbs, large tree limbs are down. And furthermore, in Obese, Franklin County, Ohio, we have reports of a tree down on a home and power lines down in the area. So there's a lot of damaging winds to be expected from those lines or from those storms now. Not so much of a tornado threat, but still have to be prevalent just in case something does spin up. And then in Kentucky, we have reports from broadcast media showing a lot of trees down again. So a lot of damaging winds expected in those areas. And then we have reports of $50 size hail to ping pong size hail in Wasilla in Ozark County, Missouri. So it looks like hail is being generated in those areas as well.
Alrighty, thank you, John, for the update. Our Venmo is in the description. Person that asked in chat. South Bend and surrounding towns have lots of damage. Meteorologist here in town thinks maybe something did spin up in South Bend. I have no power. Well, there might have been. I remember covering South Bend about 5-6 hours ago when we had rotation in the area. Didn't have a tornado warning, I don't remember, in South Bend, but there were a lot of areas of rotation in the South Bend area. So, yeah. Honestly, I'm not surprised, though. That line of storms was very intense. And maybe, just maybe, it ends up being named a derecho after what we saw today. At least the line of storms back up there in the the Midwest and the Great Lakes region. All right, well, we got strong storms right now rolling into Nashville. This is a live shot on the Nashville skyline on the Radar Mega Cyclone Port at the University of Tennessee. Actually, not seeing much lightning over the last 5 to 10 seconds of looking at this camera, but strong storms are rolling in. 60-mile-per-hour winds likely in Nashville, Tennessee. I know many of you are probably watching from the Nashville area right now. Hey, Ron, if you want, that's 100% fine, if you're being serious. That's the best way to donate, is Venmo. Do I need to sleep in a bathtub with a bike helmet tonight, or is Tupelo, Mississippi? Oh man, not that town again. Dodging the drama. I think the threat really for that area will be damaging winds overnight tonight. And it's going to be, let's go ahead and go through the timing here. So this will be over the next few hours between now and 2 a.m. or so. Notice I'll have a line of storms moving towards Tupelo into central Mississippi. I don't know if I'm even pronouncing it right, but back over in central Mississippi, and then a line of storms will continue into the morning hours tomorrow across Alabama and Mississippi with damaging winds possible. But generally speaking, I think northeast Mississippi is mostly wind. I don't expect a whole lot of a tornado risk. I'm honestly kind of debating now. I kind of feel like I should make a video early tomorrow morning. I don't know. I really don't know anymore. I'm gonna have to, after the stream, I'm gonna have to look at all the model data and see if I actually need to be prepared to just go live in the morning or wait. Difficult decisions. Max just wants to skip class. That has nothing to do with it. I would rather not skip class. Make the video now. I want to watch you make it. The other problem is I can't even really make a video because we're not going to have the day 3 outlook until tomorrow morning. So, yeah, I mean, there's really no point. I'll wake up tomorrow morning and just see what happens, really. Shout Rob with the $50 Venmo, and as well as Jason and Lee, all for the Venmo donations, literally at the same exact time. Have a warm dinner on me. I appreciate that, Rob. Thank you for the generosity. The dinner is not warm, I can tell you that. The Culver's DoorDash is stone cold now. It's cooked. For anybody that's wondering about severe weather, though, on Wednesday, again, the next time I'll really talk about it in detail would be a live stream tomorrow or in a video. So if you have any questions about it, again, a lot of that will be answered tomorrow. Rotation is beginning to intensify a little bit more now, heading towards Franklin, Tennessee. Velocities are once again coming together on this cell. It's completely rain-wrapped rotation right now, tracking east. Towards Fernvale and Franklin and Brentwood. You need to be careful about this storm. It is intensifying again. We had a little bit of a lull in rotation on this storm there for about 15-20 minutes, but it's trying to get its act together again. Let's look at the echo tops on it. Just out of curiosity. And the echo tops, as of 13 minutes ago, were a little bit taller, back up near 50,000 feet. So the cell might be attempting again to produce a tornado. Going right towards Franklin, Tennessee. Much more populated area, Bellevue and Forest Hills in the track of it. Main core of rotation is tracking towards Franklin. Hey, Randy, for becoming a member. Alright, we now have a new tornado watch that has been issued. Brand new tornado watch that has now been issued. This will be for northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, and southern Tennessee, with scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, 2-inch sized hail, and a couple of strong tornadoes possible. Two million people are in this watch. Mainly northern Alabama and northern Mississippi. Goes until 5 a.m. Latest radar scan near Interstate 840 in Fairview. The rotation again is intensifying. This is honestly the most concerning storm I would say we have right now. The storm that's been rotating back over near Parsons, in my opinion, has not been a huge concern. I'm trying to get the radar site, though. Yeah, the velocities, there's still some rotation approaching Linden, but by far the most concerning storm that we have is southwest of Nashville. The slightly closer up radar site is showing that rotation quickly coming together. We need to watch this very closely. I mean, I'm not ruling out a strong tornado still with a cell like this approaching Franklin. The last several scans are showing a stronger area of rotation coming together. This is a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation, by the way, so this is pretty concerning, though. Again, the velocities have been uptrending a lot over the last 15 to 20 minutes. So it's not quite time to go to bed yet. If you're in Franklin, even back over near Brentwood, Murfreesboro is going to be in the long-term track of this. Next radar scan is within the next minute or so. Hey, Shelby, for the Venmo donation. I appreciate it. You're good. I appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Lisa, as well, for the Venmo donation. How are we looking at Murfreesboro? I mean, as of right now, we got this supercell embedded in the line of storms that is on track for you, which is currently tornadic. In my opinion, it is honestly on the more concerning side. But it's still about an hour away from even hitting you, so it's too early to really know if it'll still be tornadic by then. Alright, let's see what the velocities look like on this latest scan. Yeah, the velocities are tightening up right now. They are really getting strong. So we might have a strong tornado dropping near Craigfield and Fairview. And honestly, this could be a big-time tornado that's attempting to drop right now southwest of Nashville. This is turning into a very dangerous situation for those near Franklin. Let's hope this occludes somehow or does something funky, but like right now, this is not looking good right now for those near Franklin. All right, we now have confirmation that according to Highway Patrol, there is a tornado on the ground. So we do have a tornado in progress in Tennessee, according to Highway Patrol. So this is now officially a tornado in progress, and this could again be a strong or even large tornado here near Interstate I-840, tracking to the east. This is once again a very dangerous storm going in the direction of Franklin, Tennessee. Waiting for the next radar scan in a moment, but this is definitely a very dangerous storm. Very strong velocities and everything. Look at this from even the northern radar site. The velocities are very strong aloft as well. We should have full confirmation on our next radar scan of there being a tornado here. Oh, apparently we actually have a camera here. There's a camera in Fairview, Tennessee. What? Bottom right of your screen will be Fairview, Tennessee, whenever it loads. Unless it just went out. Alright, gotta wait a second. I'm gonna go to a different camera. Alright, is Fairview up? It's not loading on my end. If you're just tuning in, we have a confirmed tornado via the highway patrol west of Franklin, near Fairview. This is a confirmed tornado just southwest of Nashville. Again, very dangerous storm here that's moving to the east. Let's see what the velocities and everything look like here. And we'll see if we have a debris signature, but it would be right over the Doherty Estates. That tornado. Be right over Doherty Estates. By the way, hey, and that link, for whatever reason, not working for Fairview. This is what it looks like in Fairview right now on the HazCam. So frequent lightning right now in Fairview. Rain is coming down pretty heavily as well. Also, just west of Nashville, we actually got a surge of wind right now approaching Cockrell Bend. Thank you, Goda, for the super chat. Once again, there is a tornado in progress east of Interstate I-840 approaching the south side of Fairview. According to Highway Patrol, it is heading towards Franklin. We don't have anything on radar that confirms it quite yet. And we'll see what the next radar scan shows. If it continues to weaken, that probably means it was a quick tornado. If not, this could be on the ground for a little bit. So the next radar scan is pretty critical for this particular storm. Approaching Fernvale as well. Dowdy Estates, just south of Lakeview Estates as well. Kingfield, Trace View, and Leapers Fork. You are all in the path of this tornado, if it stays on the ground. But even if we don't have a tornado, very strong winds are likely here as this continues to track east. Franklin is a very historic town. Good to know. Alright, latest radar scan, still I'm not seeing a debris signature, but I am definitely seeing a more pronounced inflow notch and hook echo. See what the velocities look like here. Honestly, looks like it's still organizing here, but see what the rotation looks like. The winds going away from the radar are not as strong. We still have strong winds going towards the radar. And also, just west of Nashville, we might have a tornado attempting to form on the northwest side of Nashville. It's kind of a sneaky little thing here, but we got a little bit of a Boeing segment that's trying to form. Maybe a small inflow on the north side. And that could kick up something, because we do have a small pocket here of strong winds near Cockrell Bend. I'd say it's a low chance of happening, but it's something to watch for, more going in the direction of Hendersonville. And really, the north side of Nashville. And mainly wind, but there's a chance that it tries to do something funky in the next 20 minutes. I do think Fairfield, or Fairview is a tornadic supercell that is cycling. I do think that we are starting to see the cycle a little bit. It might be broadening briefly, but it will probably cycle and produce a tornado here soon. Also, new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The severe weather threat is expected to develop over the next few hours, with wind damage being likely and tornadoes also possible. That is in eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina. So a new severe thunderstorm watch, probably a tornado watch, will be issued here in eastern Tennessee within the next couple of hours. We now have a destructive storm in Mississippi, a baseball-sized hailstorm just south of Memphis right now, near Tunica. Baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and a tornado possible label is currently on this storm. That is quite the storm right now in Mississippi. Even at this late at night, we are still getting huge hail there in Mississippi. Hey, Lisa for the super chat. I think the main concern in Chattanooga will be wind tonight. But still be wary of maybe an isolated tornado in that vicinity. Latest radar scan. Still some rotation right now near Fernvale, south of Fairview. Again, there was a confirmed tornado via Highway Patrol. Again, I do think that occluded. We might be seeing a recycling stage with this storm as it tracks east. But it's getting a little bit more messy, so not entirely positive that we're going to get a tornado out of this near Franklin, but still want to be in your safe place if you're in Franklin in case this does drop a new tornado that's even more strong than the first one. And then northwest of Nashville, surge of wind is continuing. Not really seeing this bow out enough to the point where we're going to get an imminent tornado. Just something to watch for long term, I think, near Hendersonville and then east of Hendersonville. Tornado warning also continues. I'm not forgetting about you guys in Linden, but tornado warning does continue for Linden. Rotation's fairly broad for right now, but we're still keeping an eye on it. What about Cleveland, Tennessee? Asks Big Table with the super chat. Cleveland, Tennessee. Same thing with Chattanooga. I mean, that entire area down here, I think, will be mainly wind. But again, an isolated tornado or two can't be ruled out, especially with the orientation that we have of these storms. But with it coming more out of the west instead of like out of the south, our tornado risk is going to be, I think, a lot lower over there. Thank you, Ethan, also for the Venmo donation. Have I ever seen DVD-sized hail reported before? We covered a severe storm in Texas last summer, I think. I think it was the summer. It might have been the spring. That was producing 5-inch sized hail. So, yeah. We have 5-inch sized hail. I don't know if that ever actually got confirmed, but we had up to 5-inch sized hail, which is DVD-sized hail, literally. I think that was the highest severe thunderstorm warning that we've ever had for hail. So, we were live basically for a record-setting warning. We've never had a warning for 5-inch plus sized hail, and that one was. That was in West Texas. I think it was just outside of Lubbock, if I'm not mistaken. Latest radar scan. Rotation is becoming broader, but we might be seeing a mesocyclone handoff, but that's probably going to take another, like, 10 to 15 minutes for that to happen. But this storm is definitely still organized enough to produce something. I think it's currently cycling fully. Because we still have a hook on this storm. Still got a pretty strong inflow near Franklin. I think we're starting to see a handoff here of the velocities. Hi, girl. What's up? I'll say hi. What's up? Do you think the storms will weaken through East Tennessee? I do. Yes, they will be weakening over time, especially with the instability being lower. But for the time being, they are it's still a bit more of an elevated risk in and around Nashville. And even in northern Mississippi, we have some pretty intense storms down there. Back to Mississippi. We actually have rotation right now developing near Hernando, Mississippi. A little bit of rotation approaching Hernando, Mississippi. This storm's currently producing baseball-sized hail. But there is a little bit of rotation there near Hernando, just south of Memphis. Another storm to watch for there. Back up in Kentucky, we still got a swath of damaging winds moving through the east half of the state. Ohio, really no warnings left other than if you're south in southern Ohio near Portsmouth. We still have damaging winds around 60 miles per hour happening there. What's my cat's name? My cat's name is Cheese Curd. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Shout out to Cameron with the Venmo saying, I've been watching the stream for the last 7 hours. Sheesh. How long has everybody been watching the stream for today? Let me know in the chat. Seven hours is almost the entire stream, by the way. Five, 3 minutes. Wow, really? 3 minutes? 8 hours. Got 9 hours. Anybody for the full 10 hours since you started? All right. Since 12 seconds in. All right. I'm starting to see some people that have been here the entire stream. Sheesh. My cat is now playing with a catnip toy. She's entertaining herself. Thank you, Amanda, for the Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Still think it's interesting. We actually have a little bit of rotation just north of Nashville. Might even have a microburst happening. Velocities are up near 80 miles per hour just north of Nashville there. Definitely an interesting little storm. All right, we have a new update from John regarding some damage. Go ahead, John.
All right, so the continuing trend of a lot of tree limbs falling down from the severe winds have definitely been consistent throughout the night. So in Ohio, we have 3 more reports. So in Junction City, we have a report of tree limbs down. Furthermore, in Mason and Vienna, in Warren County and Clinton County, respectively, again, more trees down. It looks like in actually the Mason County report, there looks like to be some shingle damage to a home being reported there. More notably, there is a photo circling around on Twitter of damage from a Baptist church in Georgetown in Kentucky. And I have it pulled up right here. I'm looking at it right now. It looks like the side of a church has been defaced, and it looks to be primarily brick and mortar. So the winds have been indeed strong enough to tear apart brick, especially if they're not exactly structurally sound. And then last but not least, in Arkansas, in Mariana, we're seeing reports of ping pong size hail, so that being 1.5 inches in diameter, being reported by spotters.
Alrighty, thank you for the updates and the reports. All right, we still have a tornado warning for Franklin. This storm has become a lot more disorganized. Velocities are a lot broader here over the last few minutes. And we have a little surge of wind right now going through the north side of Nashville. Really not a whole lot of rotation there anymore, but still maybe a low chance of a brief spin up more than anything. It looked more like a microburst. And then a tornado warning does continue near Hole-in-Walled for another 18 minutes. They may issue a new tornado warning on that. More than anything, though, the wind is really the biggest concern right now across the board. Maybe a couple of tornadoes as well being a possibility here as we go into the overnight hours. Also, shout out to Robin with the $20 Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Appreciate all the generosity. Also, thank you, Roscoe, for the super chat. We've now officially hit 10, or not officially, but we're about to hit 10 hours on today's live stream. And we've had plenty of long live streams recently. This one's the longest stream we've had since March 15th. That was the tornado outbreak. And we had 15 hours of live coverage on that high risk. You know, tomorrow we're maybe going to be live. I don't know yet. Might have a video tomorrow too. Might have everything. Might even have we might have everything. Might be live tomorrow. Might have a video. Might have a YouTube short. No, we won't have a YouTube short, but might have everything tomorrow when it comes to videos and stuff like that. So we'll have to wait and see. Thank you, Tanya, for becoming a member. That was a marathon. It was. That was an entire marathon, guys. We were live 27 hours in a 36-hour time frame. That March 14th and 15th outbreak. And I honestly considered going live on Sunday, but I couldn't get myself to go live. It was just such a crazy 2 days. I didn't want to really go live on Sunday after everything that happened the prior 2 days. And also my AC was broken, so I basically didn't even have an option to go live. Yeah, my AC went out in like the last hour or two of that live stream. Oh, that was so unfortunate. That was really the main reason why I did not go live that Sunday. But we didn't really miss a whole lot. It was a lot of wind more than anything. I think the biggest thing we missed was what happened in Pennsylvania. Yeah, the AC just could not keep up. Everything was falling apart. 24-hour stream when? I honestly think it's going to happen someday. Like, I'm going to be honest. I think we're going to see... I think we're going to have a 24-hour live stream one of these days. Who knows when, honestly. Like, who knows when it's going to happen, but I think it'll happen at some point. But exactly when that happens, who knows? Thank you, Lauren, for the Venmo donation. I appreciate the generosity. Yeah, overall, the severe weather risk, again, mainly going to be wind here for the next several hours. Still got a couple of tornado warnings out there, but... And generally speaking, this risk is definitely going down. We'll continue into the overnight hours, and again, I think we'll be live at some point tomorrow. I don't really know when or for how long or anything like that, but I do think a live stream is in the future for tomorrow. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we do go live. If I don't go live tomorrow, we'll definitely have a video. So we'll have something no matter what tomorrow. Because, I mean, again, Wednesday just is not a day that we really can't talk about. Like, we have to talk about Wednesday. I think Wednesday is going to be a major storm system. Probably going to have a tornado outbreak across many areas on Wednesday. And, yeah, honestly, Wednesday is looking like it's going to be very, very, very robust and significant. Perhaps something like what we even saw recently on March 14th and 15th. Again, not the same setup by any means. I actually think it's more favorable for tornadoes. But I do think that we're going to have a very busy Wednesday without a doubt. Tomorrow might even be busy depending on what happens. So I'll have to just kind of wait and see what happens. But it is an active stretch of weather, to say the least, that is coming up. So definitely make sure you're subscribed. Click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Don't forget as well to join our Discord server. Link in the description. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. All those good platforms, all linked in the description down below. Huge shout out to Aaron and as well as Mary with the very generous Venmo donations, and Garrett. I appreciate the Venmo donations, guys, and also Lauren. Thank you, Alexis, for the super chat saying Tornado Watch was issued for Dechard, Tennessee. I don't know if I'm saying the name right. Is that Eastern Tennessee? I haven't seen anything pop up yet. That's new. But I know we're supposed to get a new watch over in Eastern Tennessee probably in about an hour or two. But maybe it got issued early. I don't know. The storms are still a little ways out. The tornado warning near Franklin, it's still going. We have a little bit of rotation over Franklin. But again, it's pretty broad at this point. It's not as concerning as before. It may still produce a tornado as it goes towards Murfreesboro, so definitely have a wait or see warnings and all that as this storm continues to track to the east. But all right, I think that's going to do it for tonight's live stream. I'm getting pretty tired, and I want to be able to get some sleep in case we do go live tomorrow. Again, no video tomorrow morning, I don't think, unless I do it mid to late morning. And in that case, we'll have a video and no live stream. But if I do a live stream, it'd probably start late morning, early afternoon. So make sure you subscribe to the channel, click the bell icon so you're notified if we do go live. Again, make sure you have multiple ways to receive warnings tonight, and have a tornado action plan ready to go. As a reminder, I just want to give you guys all a heads up because this is the last really reminder that I'm going to be able to give most of you. Today and really early tomorrow is the last chance if you want to get any 1 million subscriber merch at shopmaxvelocity.net. We do now have less than 60 signed hats left. So if you want to support our channel above and beyond, support what we do here, one of the best ways to do so is picking up a signed hat at shopmaxvelocity.net. This is the last time I'm doing signed merch for quite a while, but there's less than 60 of these hats left, and we're only selling 500. All of them are going to be numbered as well. You can check that out again, top link in the description below, or look it up at shopmaxvelocity.net. We have t-shirts, mugs, and a lot more available as well. Posters, hats, a lot of other cool stuff, and also personalized handwritten cards if you want one of these. Again, last chance to do so is by tomorrow night. I think 9 p.m. Central Time is the last chance you have to pick up any 1 million subscriber merch. So you basically got about 20 hours left until this is gone forever. Shopmaxvelocity.net. I'll put the link in the chat as well if you want to check that out. And yeah, also don't forget to follow us on Twitter, Facebook, links in the description. In addition to that, you can follow us or join our Discord server. The link is in the description as well. Also, we will be probably live at some point tomorrow, as I've mentioned a few times, but I don't know when. And I honestly, I'm not 100% confident we will be live. It's just going to depend on if the tornado threat actually looks concerning. We'll have a video at some point tomorrow if we don't go live, so stay tuned for that. Click the bell icon so you're notified with that. Also, we are going to raid Corey Gherkin, so stay tuned to the stream. We'll do a little raid on Corey Gherkin. I don't even know if he's still chasing, but I think he is, so we'll go ahead and raid him. But again, thank you all so much for watching. Appreciate you guys. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Again, if we don't have a video, we will definitely have, or if we don't have a live stream, we'll definitely have a video. So, yeah. Thank you guys all so much for watching, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one. And thank you all again for your support. Thank you all also thank you to all the mods as well. Thank you to anybody that super chatted, Venmo, donated, anything like that. Again, you guys keep this channel going with all the different storm chasers we have. We've done a bunch of expanding recently, and we're starting to hire people. So, kind of fun stuff. So, yeah, thank you guys all for watching. We'll see you guys all again tomorrow, either in a video format or a live stream. Have a great